on, motherfucker. I'm so early. What do you think of my earliness? Did I surprise you? Okay, apparently I didn't. Oh, wait, I must catch them. Oh, I did. Fuck. Fuck, no, those were... Oh, more chances! More chances! I will... Catch, please. Please. Yay! Wait, these ones count! Those ones count! They were there for like a whole entire second, sort of, maybe. Yeah, they count. Yeah, they count. Sorry, I think that might speaking. Hi there, my darlings. Welcome on in. Yucky! Alex, why do you hate me, huh? What's up with that? Pass. Welcome in, my darlings. How are you? It's so good to see you. Some stuff right at the top before I thank everyone for the pals and all of the other awesome events. Pretty lady. Yes, I am indeed getting sick again. Nath has been really sick. Like really sick for the last few days. I'm genuinely shocked that I'm not like more sick right now.
Keep it up, good job.
Keep it a good job. But I am definitely coming down with it, with something, and I really hope that it's not what he has, because that was rough. Is rough. He's still suffering from it. So yeah, I might be even slower than usual today. And I don't know how much VA I will be doing today either. Yeah, I woke up yesterday. My voice is like gravel. I'm a lot better. Like my throat's a lot better today, but I think you can still kind of hear it. But we shall see. The other thing is, I know that I announced to you guys, thank you for the PAL, the PAL package, care package. Actually, PAL package, cute, I like that. Thank you so much, lovely Aussie, much appreciated. The other thing is, you guys might notice that, remember I told you that our affiliate anniversary celebration is on the 15th of June? It is still on the 15th of June. And I, for those of you who are streamers, or for those of you who are not, let me let you in on a little something. You can actually change your affiliate anniversary stream date, not the actual affiliate anniversary. Today is our affiliate anniversary. Thank you guys so much for all the congratulations and happy affiliations and stuff. I do appreciate it. That means that we have been streaming as affiliates for 3 years today, which is insane, but I am so incredibly thankful to have every single one of you by my side. I'm so eternally grateful that this wonderful community keeps on growing. I love every single one of you ever so much. This place would not be what it is without you. So thank you so much. I'm sure that I will elaborate on my little speech when we actually do our celebration. But what I was gonna say is, despite today being the actual affiliate anniversary day, we are supposed to be celebrating on the 15th, right, of June. And you can set that stream date to be plus or minus 2 weeks within, like from your actual affiliation day. I know that I did this. I know I'm forgetful, but I know I did this because I told like 7 different people, okay, I have just changed the affiliate celebration day to the 15th because that's when we're gonna do the re-debut. That's when we're gonna have some stuff ready, etc. and so on. And so I know for a fact I definitely did do that. But Twitch, it do be twitching, and it seems to have twitched out from when I told it to have the anniversary. So I do apologize for that, but don't worry, that doesn't change the fact that just because we won't have a little hat by our name, we are still gonna be celebrating on the 15th, and we're gonna stream for that entire time. It's gonna be a really good time. Technically the affiliate anniversary was last month. I hit the 37th sub this month. It counts as the date from the last time we...
Eine tollen Tag tief Buichen Day Tauchan. Happy affiliate anniversary to you. Tatas heart, tatas heart, tatas heart, tatas head, tatas head, tatas kiss. I am still a bit groggy from staying up late with my sister yesterday. Got into trouble with clinic staff for breaking curfew. Lol, but it was so worth it. Pretty much stayed up until 4 AM this morning as I couldn't get to sleep after the fun. Also, the German bit at the start means wishing you a great day. Deeply touching, Tauchan.
Aw, thank you, lovely Yuki. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much for 13 months with us. I do appreciate it. Thank you, gorgeous. I'm so glad you had such a wonderful time with your sister as well. Well done on breaking curfew. for the memories, totally worth it. Thank you so much, darling. I really do appreciate it. I can't believe it's been that long. Thank you so very much, gorgeous. I so appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, let me catch up with you guys real quick. Thank you. Oh, Ozzy, hey, before the stream even started by like 2 fucking hours, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted while we were offline too. That's crazy. Thank you so much, darling. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, awesome Ozzy, and thank you for supporting the wonderful sweetest Safe File 17 as well. And Precious Politely, thank you for the 95 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the pal tax. Ozzy, Talon, sorry, awesome Ozzy, terrific Talon, Nick's Middle Slice Gem Slice, Precious Politely, Nick's Middle Slice Gem Slice, Precious Politely, Precious Politely, Precious Politely, Sweetest Steven! Thank you so much, gorgeous geeks, for the 30 stream streak as well. I greatly appreciate it. How are you feeling? How are you doing? Fabulous Frostbite for the 200 as well. And thank you for balding me a little more. Welcome on in. Thank you so much, Fabulous Frostbite, for the 200. That's amazing. Thank you. And of course, lovely Yuki, thank you so very much for the massive resub. I so appreciate it. Sweet Seru, welcome on in. Sweet Strat, welcome on in. Yuki, please get healthy soon. And Nathkun as well. We'll put a lot of prayers for you both at the shrine. Thank you, Yuki. I appreciate it. We greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm ensuring my #1 spot over here. Hi, Jet. Welcome on in. How are you? Thank you for the googly woogly eyes and my pal hat talent. Boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. Sweetest Steven, how are you? It's so good to see you. Super congrats. We'll be there for the 15th, but I must sleep. Enjoy. Yay! You feel better and you will have the best affiliversary. Ooh, I like affiliversary. I don't know if I've heard that one before. Thank you so much, Sweetest Steven. It's so incredibly nice to see you. I hope you're doing very well and capturing all of the roles that you deserve, you amazing voice actor, you. And yes, you go to bed. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you so very much for coming in. Me personally, I don't celebrate my affiliate anniversaries. I just notice it and I'm like, oh, okay then. I think it depends on who you are. You know what I mean? I love celebrating birthdays. I love celebrating anniversaries. I love celebrating affiliate anniversaries. Honestly, if we ever get to hit partner, I think that I'll probably wind up celebrating the affiliate anniversary and the partner anniversary just because I'll be like, both of these are such important like things in my life, you know what I mean? Precious Prime, thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary. And Little More, you as well. Sita Solar, welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Jet, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Let me see. Valos, hi there, Valiant Valos. How are you? It's so good to see you. And thank you for contributing to the movie night as well. I very much appreciate it. Thank you for the happy affiliate. If it's that bad, you should rest. No, I'm okay, more or less. I just can tell that I'm catching whatever Nath has, but he needs to be resting. That is the truth. If you're sick on a Final Fantasy 14 day, you're not allowed to take the day off. Don't worry, there's very few things that would keep me away from the stream. I love streaming. I love being with you guys. It's like literally my favorite place to be. So don't try and stop it. Let me see. Thank you for the hugs. Awesome. Ozzy, Sweetest Storm, thank you for contributing to the movie night. And Ozzy, some ubbies for Ozzy. Good, Ozzy. Sweetest Shadowgun, welcome in. Thank you so much for the power tag. Let's see. Can't pal attack, sorry, must save points for channel goals. That is more than fair, lovely Yuki, more than fair. Precious Politely, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. How to break the sound barrier with your arms. Pop up on stream early. Got him. Nick's Matos Slice Jam Slice, ubbies for you. Good, Nick. Sita Strat, welcome. Terrific Talon, welcome. Sorry, I'm chewing on gum and I just swallowed some, not some gum, but some saliva. And I just like, yeah, I feel so bad for Nath though. So, yeah, this is gonna be another day where I say every single like hour, I'm like, oh yeah, we got on a 3-minute break. I'm gonna be checking on him, so maybe a little bit longer than that. He's been having, oh, I feel so bad for him. I very much hope that I don't catch the stuff he has in the way he has it. He's had like genuine like aura migraines. I had to like help him get a pill out of a blister pack yesterday because his fingers were numb and he couldn't look down, and so I'm like, you're just blind doing this. Let me just yeah, and he can't walk very far without wanting to, like, he's feeling super nauseous, and he's really tired, but he's not able to sleep, and oh god, I feel so bad for him. My sleep patterns are chaotic, but I am mostly over the illness. That's great. I guess sleeping 20 hours out of the last 30 helped. I did sleep for 10 hours last night. I probably could have slept more, but I had to talk to my parents, which also was not great. So anyway, Gorgeous Gecko, hi, how are you? Welcome on in. It's so good to see you. Okay, I have scrolled all the way up. But yes, I do apologize if I'm a little bit lower energy than usual today. I am both tired and not feeling super hot, but as long as you guys are willing to be around me, I want to be around you, so please, please don't leave me. Storm, that's such a cute emote. Oh my god, I love that. Giant stormy hugs for everyone. That's so cute. Thank you for the gigantification of your emote. We be on a celebration roller coaster because we have a lot more stuff to celebrate. Wait, what do you mean, Strat? It's starting to get hot where I am. Oh, I'm sorry, that sucks. I'm so glad that it's not hot here, dude. Oh my god. You can skip a stream proxy. I know. Wanna! Hope you recover soon. Tell him the pouch sends some hugs. Will do, will do. Outstanding Optimus. How are you? It's so good to see you. Gorgeous Geeks, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Valis, thank you for the 20 stream streak. I do appreciate it. That's amazing. Thank you, thank you. Oh, hold on, just real quick, because I know that we have a lot of Minecrafters right now. If you guys haven't checked out Save, he's literally playing Minecraft right now. He's doing a sponsored stream for Minecraft. Please go check him out. Normally I'm not completely sure what a bunch of you are into, but I know a lot of you are into Minecraft. So if you would like to go see someone who is very, very cozy and fun and chatty and talkative and wonderful in every single way, you should definitely go check him out. He's currently doing Minecraft, and he has responded to my declaration of war. Let me see. I was watching a certain rabbit VTuber before coming in here, and she had to stop stream since she was so violently coughing. Oh my god, that's horrifying. Oh, the poor thing. I hope she's okay. Seems something bad is going around again. Hope you all are safe and take care of yourself. Thank you, lovely Yuki. I appreciate it. So Outstanding Optus, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. That sounds terrible. I hope he's getting meds and stuff after a thorough checkup. He is not. He is, in fact, not doing that. Trust me, I've told him to. He is not doing it. I think his method is going to be, if he wakes up tomorrow and is still not feeling well, he will probably book an appointment. But I was like, you are not in good shape right now. Slept for over 5, and that the day you choose to sleep for 10. I see you will never let me feel good about my minor wins. Exactly. You need to go get some more sleep, Strat. Actually, 5 is pretty good for you, but I do need you to get more sleep than that. Hugs for you, darling Nix. Not alone on the low energy front. I'm a tad worried I might be a bit unwell. Oh no! Oh, as my nose was running like a tap last night, but we'll monitor. As you should, sweetheart, as you should. No, everyone, please take good care of yourselves. Just because I stream when I'm sickies and stuff does not mean that everyone should. I literally do it not out of like obligation, but because I really genuinely love being here with you guys. If you are feeling sick and you don't feel like being with, like, around your community, there's nothing wrong with that. You can love your job and still be like, I have to take off a few days because I am sick, you know? But I genuinely feel better when I am with you guys, and that's how it works for me, so. I'm just drinking water, sorry. 5 hours for StratCun is like 24 hours for us mere immortals. Immortals, that's true. We have your birthday, and then the VA stuff, and then the YouTube stuff. Oh, that's true, but we won't be doing all of that on the 15th, right? I think the 15th is mostly like the debut and the outfit debut and the affiliate celebration. Thank you for shouting out the variety channel as well, Strat. I'm doing good. I decided to quit nicotine cold turkey and I've been clean for 2 weeks, indulging my sweet tooth as a reward. Hey, Talon, I'm so proud of you, sweetheart. That is awesome. Nicotine is so rough. So I'm really, really glad that you managed to. Not everyone can quit cold turkey, but the fact that you can is really, really impressive. And congratulations, darling. Ever since the incident in Minecraft, we will never play it again. Exactly. Well, for the record, Save is not only playing Minecraft, it looks like he's in like the back rooms of Minecraft, which is extra super duper scary and I can't watch. I don't even play Minecraft and I am on there. It's a chill time. Exactly. You don't even need to do the things that he's doing on stream. Just go hang out with him. He's such a wonderful guy. Agree with Stratkun. If you need more arms and feet to get Nathkun to the doctors, I'll book a flight over tomorrow. Let's go. No, yeah, he's yeah, it's Nate's a bit bigger than me, so I can't exactly like, you know, pick him up bridal style and carry him to the doctor or anything. Exactly, you can skip a stream. Yeah, if you would like to skip a stream, you can. I just don't like to. I think I missed your response to my stream streak. Wait, hold on, Fabulous Frostbite. Oh, I just said that's amazing. I said thank you so very much, darling. Yeah, 200 pretty ladies in a row. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's amazing. And welcome. I don't love my job, but we need to make a living. Well, that's true, but I love my job. I do love this job. I love all the jobs I get to do right now. I love my art job. I love my voice acting job. I love my stream job. I love you guys. Thank you, Swedish Shadow Princess, for the happy affiliate. I appreciate it. Thank you. What is nicotine cold turkey? You know, quitting the drug nicotine cold turkey. So quitting it like without any weaning. You've done nicotine for however long, and then you just stop. It can be pretty fucked up. You can have a lot of withdrawal issues, but I'm really proud of Talon. Today's fun fact, our local sun has only orbited the Milky Way's core about 20 times. Each orbit takes around 240 million years. Wow. Impressive. I've quit nicotine cold turkey 3 times. Yes, you'd be correct in assuming I'm an idiot. Okay. You've been off of nicotine for a while now, haven't you? Quitting something cold turkey means dropping it, yeah, without any extra help. In this case, something like nicotine patches or gums, yeah. We love you more. No, it's not possible. It's not possible. That is why I offered all my limbs. Although since I weigh barely more than a wet blanket, it might be more symbolical if I was physically there or not. You can just yell at him. You can just be like, Nate, go to the doctor. I thought that was a turkey dish, like a cold cut. No. It's an English expression. Hi, the incredible Icy. Welcome in, darling. How are you? Some ubbies for you. Good, Icy. It's so good to see you, hon. How are you doing? Okay. Wow, we caught up pretty quick there. We can jump over to our game now if you guys would like. Let me think. Yeah, maybe we will. Jump over there. Gotta lurk for a short while. Mom just got home and haven't seen her in days as she went on a road trip. Oh, nice. I hope she had a good time. Take your time, Ozzy. We'll see you soon. Quit cold turkey, be angry for a week, 6 months pass, go to a pub, smoke socially outside, the process begins again. Yikes, you gotta stay away from the pubs, my boy. Have you not learned that hangovers also are about to kill you right now? I just came back from my granny's 70th birthday party, and that's awesome. Happy birthday to Granny. That's a fantastic event that is so very worth celebrating. Congratulations to her and to you for getting to go and spend that time with her. Game away. I'm making banana bread. Ooh, yummy. I love bananas. Bananas on bananas bread. Nath can't have it though, so we don't really keep them in the house. Sweetest Sam, thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary, darling. How are you? It's so good to see you. I'm British. Staying away from pubs is a shunnable offense. While that may be true, it's a shunnable offense for you to keep on fucking your body up. What? I think your body would have something to say to you. Good point. Climb them walls. Instead of going to the pub, go to the boulder place. Yeah, do that. Okay. All right. Let's actually jump on over to our game real quick. There we go. 1 second. I shall reiterate, I am British. My body already hates me. It can hate you less. I promise it can hate you less. Dearest Daniel, thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary, darling. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's go over here. Okay. Wee, a mouse. Thank you, sweetest Seru. Happy banana bread making day to you. All right, you guys let me know how the volume is, if it's too loud. I think it might be a little bit too loud, but I will let you, let me know. Isn't that like a cultural thing? Yeah, kind of is what we're known for, unfortunately. I'm gonna watch some shows before bed. Got somewhere to be tomorrow. Oh, all good, precious friend. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I appreciate you. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams and enjoy your shows, okay? Oh, sweetest Space Cat, you are just in time. Welcome on in, sweetie. How are you? Alrighty, let me Sorry, that's my sound effect, my Foley for the wind. All right, let's see. 124 hours. We got a question mark palace. Interesting. So, Kasumi. Aren't you proud of me, Saru? Kasumi has a palace as well. Precious Pocky, thank you so much for the happy affiliate anniversary, gorgeous. How was your stream? I got to alert while I was on the phone with my parents, but it's so good to see you. Welcome on in. You're still at your desk drawing? Oh, nice. Hands are hard. They are hard. Well done. Thank you, Seru. I will forget her name before the end of stream. Almost guarantee it. Let me know how the volume is, you guys. The poll is live, so please do let me know what you reckon. What the fuck? Where are we? Oh, I'm like, what? Is this this is the arena, yeah? Kasumi-chan is remembered. It only took 124 hours. How are you, gorgeous? Can I get a shout out for Precious Pocket Talk, who's an absolutely lovely darling? And oh, hey, one also for the other P word, Precious Politely. Both of these wonderful people are absolutely magnificent streamers, gorgeous, gorgeous ladies. And I would go to, I mean, to be honest, Precious Politely is quite funny as well, but Pocky is like, I would go to Pocky for like the super high energy, like giggle fits, and I would go to Precious Politely for like the more soothing, cozy, kind of unintentional ASMR bits. And both of these people are absolutely wonderful. Please do check them both out if you have not yet, which you should, because I shout them out a lot. So please, 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 please. Also, I'm really sorry if I'm slow today. I am sick. I am sick. Okay, it's a tie. I'm gonna turn it down just a bit for you guys then. Enjoyed watching the Summer Games Fest. Looking forward to more Pursoba! I also, unfortunately, can't do much voice acting today because my throat is hurting. So I'm going to just read stuff. I may act, but I will be acting with my normal voice. My apologies. I don't think Yoshizawa is here. Can we get any further in? That door might be our only option. Let's go check it out. Please do, Tao. We understand. Thank you. All right. Birds? Birds inside of the... This place is kind of cool, though. So many birds. Do you think that's symbolic for her? That she wishes to fly away and she can't? And maybe that's why they're like contained within this. Am I looking into this too much? I mean, I don't know. Persona can be pretty philosophical, so. Water the Tao as I water my chills and strawberry plants. Yes, yes! Water me! Thank you for care packaging me, lovely Nyx. I appreciate it. Like birds in a gilded cage? Yeah, that, yeah. Okay. Oh, this is interesting. Wait, happiness, cognitive science, huh. Basic cognitive science. I need to rephrase. Hands are okay, perspective is hard and makes other things more difficult. That is valid. This is such a artsy area. Okay, can't go up there. Okay, I guess we're just gonna grapple some more. Where is the grapple? Grapple? Grapple. Oh my god, we have that unbelievably annoying lag back that we get from our entering a new palace for like the first entire stream.
Who's there?
Oh,
Was that Yoshizawa?
let's move.
Yeah. Stay on guard though.
Love the variety in this game that this game has in terms of stages. Yeah, me too, me too. Lovely Alec, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I appreciate it, darling. Thank you, thank you. Whee! I slide! Whee! Oh, hello?
Why? How are you here?
Who's that? Is that her sister, I wonder? Can we just refresh and fix it like last time? I don't think we've ever been able to fix it, Strat. This game has never been, you might be thinking of Pragmata, maybe? I don't think we've ever been able to, like, refresh this game. See you soon, Alec. Thanks for dropping through. Hi, lovely Latin. How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome.
Who's that? Is she a cognitive being?
I think it's her sister.
It's my fault. What?
Or is it her past self?
Come on. You must. Kasumi. Stop! Stop it!
Uh-oh. Cutie Cata, happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you so much, darling. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. How are you? Yeah, it was Pragmata? Yeah. I was the one to mention before entering a new place, it lags the game. Usually takes 2 to 3 streams to get rid of it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's scary. Oh, Jesus. What the fuck is that?
You must. Hurry! Yoshizawa's in trouble.
Heresy! You dare to spurn our Lord's mercy!
Ugh, what is
Are you
that?
alright, Yoshizawa?
Are you hurt?
That voice. Senpai? Looks like that thing's ready to rumble.
Accept yourself. Our Lord laments the foolishness birthed from your pain.
I'm exhausted and about to go back into bed to maybe sleep. Oh, I don't blame you, Cutie Cata. My body is not happy. Moving, working, and then convention might have been a bit much, but had heaps of fun yesterday. I'm so glad you had so much fun, Cutie Cata. That makes me so happy. That is absolutely awesome. Well, hun, I hope that I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I hope you can get to sleep, and we'll see you soon, okay? I tried the demo of deck builders just last night because my bro suggested it, and he is lucky that I liked it, and he gets to keep his bro status for another day. I think it'd take a little bit more than him suggesting a crappy game, than a little bit more than that to remove the bro status.
What are you talking about? I heard the school moved her exam period. Must be nice getting perks like that. Where are these voices? Her whole I'm not bothered routine really pisses me off sometimes. Getting special treatment is like whatever if it's deserved. But do you think she's earned it? That's...
I understand how you feel, but third place doesn't really cut it in this case. She needs to attain first place results for her exceptional status to be worthwhile.
Cutie Kappa, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. 10 is awesome. Thank you, darling. I have been. Tomorrow I'm gonna start chapter 3 of the Trooper storyline. Ooh, very cool. I hope you enjoy.
Not only have we lost one of them, but the other one's not doing us any good. Talk about a waste of effort.
I've had enough of this.
Alexa, hello there, amazing Alexa. How are you? Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes, darling. I appreciate it.
Yoshizawa? You're telling me I'm not cutting it? As if I don't know that better than anyone!
Ooh.
Still, I don't care what anyone says about me. I will not tolerate anyone speaking ill of our dream!
Doing all right, lovely Alexa. I'm a little
It's all
sick.
in your best interest.
Glad you're doing well, sweetheart.
Hello!
Hi, Radical
Filling
Ram.
my
Welcome on
life with
in.
this pressure. Demanding the results that you want. Yoshizawa? Could she be? And now you're all branding me a failure? Let me remind you who you're talking to. I am Kasumi Yoshizawa!
So adamant. Rather than accept a life from cinders, you'd strive towards splendor. You know the risk. Well, if those really are the shoes you've chosen, then we'll dance to the end.
Ooh.
This has got to be...
Whoa. The lag, dude. She's got a magical girl transformation! That's sick! That's so fitting for her. Magical girl Kasumi. Ooh, I like those cuffs. Cute. Is she like a fencer? Cool.
I am thou, thou art I. Accept this contract, the spell cast upon you.
I request we have a rematch. This time, I'm going all in with Cendrillon!
Cool. She looks sick, dude. Holy crap. Sorry,
I'll
guys.
show you the way to do this. Nothing too reckless, okay? Thank you. Please do.
Well, I might have to figure out someone to kick out so I can get my girlfriend in my party. Thank you so much for the 10 streams, Street Cutie Company, and for the happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Welcome on in. Let's see. How are you doing, lovely company? I love the effects they have going for her. Her persona and mask are my favorite design. Yeah, it's pretty cool. She's a ballerina. Oh, wow, she's ballerina. Okay, she's just got like a fencing sword. So, what the hell? Hi, how are you? Kick out your adopted son or the artist. I don't actually use the artist. All my team right now is they're all girls. I'll have to either kick out Makoto, Noir, or An. I'm not sure who I'll kick out. I'll have to see what her moves are and stuff and see what niche she could fill. I should think about playing this game, and it will be my first Persona game. You should, I see, as long as you don't mind a long haul game. You should try this one. It's really, really good. Doing well, thank you. Hope you're well also. I'm all right, Cutie Company. I'm sick, but I'm all right. I'm so happy to see you, honey. Noir, Panther, Queen. Exactly. Oh, she attacks with blast damage. Okay, that's actually quite fitting for her.
Cendrillon!
Nice. What happens if you talk to it? I don't think that we can. Been obsessed with 007 First Light recently. It's so good. Oh, that's awesome, Ram. I'm so glad you're liking it.
Let's
Whitechapel. Oh no, sorry, I'm not supposed to acknowledge you. Sorry. I ignore. Sorry, I got really excited. I'm sick. I'm sorry. Okay, let me see. Nobody acknowledge Whitechapel.
Keep it up.
Okay, hold on. Actually, let's get Isis out here. Keep it up. Did it work? Did you guys hear the keep it up, the voice line? Okay, it did work? Okay, cool. I know, I'm bad. Sorry, my bad. Oh, we got a miss. Wow, we got an audio lag too. Weird.
It's a step forward.
Aw, thank you, Sudastaram. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Water? Sure.
Hey, are you alright? I can't be weak anymore. Whoa! I'm quite impressed, considering how you just awakened to your persona and all. Senpai, right?
Yeah.
I knew it. By the way, why are we dressed like this now?
It's a long story.
Well, of course. This has to be awfully confusing for her. Looks like they found us. Time to get out of here, quick. We can explain later.
Oh, do we not have to have the, like, entire palace to do then? Let's escape together.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, we're back at... Huh? My clothes changed back to normal too. This was your location before you entered the metaverse. We all just came back. Came back? Did we go somewhere? About that. Please, tell me anything you might know about what's going on. I need to know what just happened to me. I know how you feel, but what should we do?
Well, let's just tell her.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, I'll tell you everything from the beginning. Thank you. A metaverse with palaces and personas.
Another P words.
I'm sure it's not easy to wrap your head around all of this in one go. Normally I wouldn't believe any of that, but after seeing it all for myself... But wow, you're so good at explaining things, Mr. Kitty. I'll let that last part slide this time. But isn't there something else that should be surprising you? Huh? A cat's talking? Took you long enough. I am not a cat. I am Morgana.
I am a Morgana.
I see. Well, since you seem to know a lot more about this than I do, maybe I should call you Morgana-senpai.
You'd like that.
Oh, that's right. Don't you have something for her?
Oh, your good luck charm. That's right. You dropped it.
You came all this way to return this? Thank you so much.
You didn't seem your usual self this morning. Did something happen?
Well, I didn't get a chance to tell you yet, but I got 3rd place in the last meet. Of course I'm not happy about it, but it looks like the school is even more displeased. I was summoned to the guidance office this morning. I was warned that the school might revoke my honors status if I don't improve my results soon. It would be due to my own inability to succeed in gymnastics, so I have to say it's not an unfair consequence. But I also overheard the vice principal talking about how I'm a useless waste of effort.
Yikes.
And I dragged Dr. Maruki into this mess too, since he was with me when I got the news. That's what really got to me.
That's a tough break.
So I ended up coming here. And then all of a sudden, I was in that place we just left. But I'll be just fine now. I feel like whatever happened in there helped me to get over it. I'm going to realize my dream for sure.
Seems like you really are on the up and up now. But then again, how did Yoshizawa end up finding a palace in the first place? It sounds like it was pure coincidence based on what she's told us.
Smartphone.
What about my phone?
Well, I suppose that makes the most sense. Hey, do you mind if we take a quick look at your phone? If the nav's on there, we'd be able to tell whose palace that was with the search history.
Sure,
Probably her
it's
own, right? No?
Sorry, this won't do any good.
Why's that?
The battery's dead. It's been acting up for a while now, so that could have something to do with it.
Oh, really? Shouldn't you get that checked out? Well, it's not like that was a palace we've been after, so I guess it's no big deal. We couldn't make its ruler our target unless we reached a unanimous decision anyway.
Okay, I've been meaning to ask. Are you two part of the Phantom Thieves?
Surprise! Ram, thank you for the thank you for the pallet tap.
You are, aren't you?
Sorry, I should catch up with you guys a little bit. Warframe is about a half a year younger than Star Wars: The Old Republic. Is it really?
Hello!
Hello, lovely Lav. How are you, darling? It's good to see you. Where did all your voice acting go, Tao, for this game? What do you mean, Ram? They have bits that are voiced, and then they have bits that aren't. But I'm sick, so I can't voice today. But this is one of those segments where they already have it pre-voiced, because obviously I don't mute the actual voice actors. I took a look through the various signs you ran past, and some interesting tidbits on the untranslated ones. There was one of the posters in the blue which said something like research on cognitive changes in therapeutic settings, discussion based on patient questionnaire. Also, after the other blue poster said, Kokoro ga shiase ni naru hasoku, law to make your heart happy. The banner said, Kimi ga iru, sore dake de, whoops, hold on, scroll. Ni naru, you are, so this will make you smile. Oh, interesting. Incredible Ison, welcome in, darling. Thank you so very much for the happy affiliate anniversary. I appreciate you. You're all good, Ram. Valid question. Tao's voice acting has been robbed from his fucking stupid throat. Valiant Vegeta. Hi, sweetie. Thank you very much for the happy affiliate anniversary and welcome on in. I am tired, but I'm also just mostly like my my throat is kind of, my throat doesn't hurt. I just can't like do much with it in my voice without coughing. So oh, I did forget to go live. Should I do you want me to go live now, Strat, or should I just like not bother? Thank you for the head pat, Vegeta. Hold on. Hair package for Ozzy, thank you, and head pat. Thank you. Don't go live? Okay. The other banner said, Kokoro ga korete shimau mae ni kenso o? Kenso o? Get checked out before your mind breaks down. Oh, yikes. Okay. Sounds like a mental break. Yeah, sounds like a mental break. I could definitely be better. I'm gonna grab some Panadol and Nurofen. That's a good idea, lovely Lab. I'm sorry you're not well. You gotta go to bed? All good, sweetest Sam. Thank you so much for coming in. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Oh, thank you for the well wishes. I appreciate it, sweetie. We'll see you again soon, okay? That's right. And thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream.
Wait, that means when we were at the cafe with Akechi-san, I basically told the Phantom Thieves themselves that I don't agree with what they're doing.
Beauty Crafty, thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary. Peeping in to lurk, I appreciate it, darling. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. It's good to see you.
I'm really sorry.
Don't worry about it. With that out of the way, what's your call?
About costuming?
That's right. Considering how she did back there, don't you think she'd make a worthy addition to the Phantom Thieves?
Probably.
So, you mean you want me to join the Phantom Thieves?
In a nutshell, yeah. You've awakened to your persona, you're aware of the existence of palaces, and from the looks of things, you've got quite the potential. If you're willing to join us, we'd be glad to have you.
I see.
You don't have to give us an answer right now. I mean, you probably shouldn't make any decisions until you learn more about what it is we're actually doing.
Thank you, but I'm sorry. I have to turn down your offer.
Oh.
So we'll head home for now and... Wait, what?
When I awakened to my... persona, was it? I also realized something. I can't keep obsessing over my shortcomings in gymnastics like this. So that's why I can't join you at the moment.
Because you need to focus on your gymnastics.
I'm truly sorry to say no after all you've done for me.
I want to say this, but I don't want it to come off as like, that sure is typical Cosme, you know? I want to be like, what I'm trying to say when I say this line is that her dedication to her sport is what, you know, is admirable, I suppose. I believe Cosme-chan is under a lot of pressure figures, as we have seen the vice principal tie her sports results to her academic career. That's so true. That is so true.
Thank you, but I think I'd only cause you all more trouble if I were to join up without being totally invested in it. Of course, I won't say a word about this to anyone.
I'm glad you catch on so quickly. Well, if you ever change your mind about us, just let us know, okay?
Thank you, Morgana-senpai. If that ever happens, I'll get in touch right away.
Yes.
I should extend the same gratitude to you as well, senpai.
Sounds good, Suda Space.
One day I will repay you for helping me out in so many ways. Shall we get going? Quite a lot's happened today, but I have a feeling I'll try harder than ever before, starting tomorrow.
I'm glad to hear it.
Lovely lady.
See you later.
Thank you for the 50 stream streak. That's awesome. Thank you so much for your incredible dedication and support, Dawn. I didn't expect even Yoshizawa to gain a persona. We ended up saving her, but I don't think she owes us or anything.
I mean,
that said, she'd definitely be a huge help if she joined us.
Hey.
Another box game for you. Oh yeah, all of our Halloween things. While I lurked, did someone bring up again the topic of a likely Persona 6? Yeah, there was a little bit of talk about that in the chat. I'm not sure if you've seen, but I've been posting pictures of various places in Eorzea and beyond in the Final Fantasy channel as I level up each character. I've got 5 more jobs to get to 91 before I start grinding to get them to 100. My plan so far is just to do the daily quest for the bonus XP and slowly get each job up bit by bit. That's a good plan, hun. That's a good plan. I have been seeing your beautiful photos. You have taken meds. Good job, lovely lab. I'm proud of you. Even if, or maybe because of, you are talented. Oops, hold on, I gotta scroll. In some way, in Japan, that can put a lot of extra expectations and stress on you. In addition, since you stand out, it can be hard even among your own friend group. Yeah, that makes sense. It's been helping me to keep motivated. Oh, I'm so happy to hear it, lovely Liv. It's awesome. Thank you for the lurk, sweetest solar. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you for being here. All right, let's see. I don't think that there's anybody to... more missed messages. Oopsie. We just went to a palace, so they're probably gonna say you have to go to sleep, but let's did I?
Hey.
Okay, yeah, just gonna go to bed.
Well then.
Let's call it a day and go to bed. Hi, lovely Noah. It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. How are you? Taga-senpai, I'm sorry for messaging you so late. My phone's battery finally recharged, so I wanted to thank you while I could. Can I go back to bed? Is so mean. You don't have to be so polite. It's just the decent thing to do. I just wanted to thank you for today. I'm sorry that thanks are all that I can offer right now. I'll definitely... I'll definitely make it up to you eventually. Don't worry about it. No, please, it's fine. I'll have my phone fixed as soon as possible. Please let Morgana-senpai know as well. Anyways, I hope you have a good night. He's so sweet. Thank you for gigantifying my emote, Storm. Guess what? What's up? Going to head out. Oh, all good, lovely Valis. Thank you for hanging out. Some ubbies for you. Hey, good fellows. Oh, you got P5 too? Let's go. I hope you enjoy it, Noah. Thank you for the blessing, sweetheart. Did she call a cat senpai? She did. She did indeed. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Marshall, hi there, sweetie. Welcome on in. How are you? If only Yoshizawa would join the Phantom Thieves. What a shame. Thank you for the care package, Cutie Company. Senpai demands more fatty tuna. There's nothing we can do. Yeah, we shouldn't press the matter. So, how are we gonna break it to the others? Everyone's comments used to be so encouraging, but now they're actually kind of frightening. This is utter chaos. The public dislike of Okumura has grown exponentially as well. How are you holding up, Haru? We've been receiving anonymous threats almost every day now. That's scary. But our security is tight, so it's been okay so far. I believe things will calm down once we finish this, Haru. And what about us? Are we gonna get all popular and shit again? Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. I only pray that things calm down. Guess we still have some problems to hash out. We could do more harm than help if we brought it up at this point. Maybe we'll just stay quiet about Yoshizawa for now. Hi there, Yummy Yummy. Good morning, how are you? Did you sleep okay? I'll head out to avoid spoilers. Absolutely lovely, Noah. Thank you so much for dropping in. I appreciate you. I hope you enjoy the game.
Good morning. Regarding my father, there isn't anything different about him yet. I can't help but think about a lot of things when I'm just waiting. Things like, did it go well?
No need to worry.
Thanks. Hearing that from you puts my mind at ease. I guess I'll relax and look after the flower bed. I haven't been able to for a while.
I'm doing all right. Long day. Oh, I'm sorry, lovely Yummy. I hope that it wasn't too trying.
Phantom Thieves are amazing.
Do you think the Phantom Thieves will do the same thing to that CEO as they did to our principal? Come on, they aren't gonna murder him. Besides, I'm pretty sure the principal killed himself. No way. That was the Phantom Thieves sending a message. Wake up, people. It's time to atone, or something like that. I'd kill for that kind of power. Precious Perry! Hi, sweetie. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you so much. It's so good to have had you with me for all 3 of them. This is 3 now, lovely Perry. This is 3 now. How are you doing? What are you doing today? Plans for today? I'll hang out for a while. Please do, lovely Yomi. It's a pleasure to have you. Wait, is that Ryuchi out there? Wait, what am I doing?
Hello, yes, I am Persona.
Hello, beautiful bear. Welcome on in. Thank you ever so much for 14 months. You are Persona. You are totally Persona. Persona, bear. Hello, how are you? It's so good to see you. Hi, beautiful bear. Thank you for coming in, and thank you so much for 14 whole months together. Thank you, thank you. How are you? Feeling burnt out on my game, so I don't know what to do, and I don't know if I should find a new one to play or where to even begin looking if I did. What game are you playing, Yami? I'll be honest, I thought it was 2. Hey, time flies, hey? You missed a whole entire year there. Let me see. We started in 2023, so yeah, it's 3. Oh, old school RuneScape. That's fair. That can be a bit burny outy. Precious Perry, thank you for contributing to the movie night. Some may imagine Perry being an elder pal for being here since the beginning, but I see them as Perry the Platypus pal. think I finally get why furries call it a fursona. Ha 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 ha. There you go. You guys. Sorry, before we continue, let's go on a quick break, okay? Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Thank you for the 3 stream streak before we go, though, lovely Yami. I will see you guys in 3. Mwah!
My bet is on Umbra. I just got this feeling. Umbra! Umbra, I'm shocked! Umbra, you win! You win! Congratulations, precious Umbra! Cow liking boxes showing her feline side. Huh, I didn't know that. Hello, I am Nyx. I am Tao's boat. Thank you for being my boat, Nyx. Dude, what the heck? Am I an idiot? Am I an idiot? Oh, man. Oh! Aha! What? How many times have I been here and looked around and missed that? Fuck! Okay, we're gonna... Okay. Yes, you are. Yes, I fucking am. It's true. Damn, dude. AoE attack is happening. Use a trap. Oh, that's a good idea. I think I only have like one. Okay. Is Tao in love with triangle? In a love triangle with Cornchan and Nath? No, Nath knows he's lost that one. That's a. Just kidding. Yeah. Oh my God. Fuck. I'll give you multiple takes. I crave violence. I crave violence. I crave violence, you. Is that where you came up with Tao? You know Tao is the 19th Greek language. What voice do I give a chicken? Enkidu. Hello, lovely Nimith. How are you? It's so good to see you. I wave at you with my book. With my book. Boom! 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 I go fly. You do. Stop. Stop. Maze bot. Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts. It's very tragic. You bitch! You have a shitty tail! Oh, you have a shitty tail! Oh no! Oh, owie! 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 No! 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 Owie! No! 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 Oh fuck! I forgot how to do this! Oh no! I'm about to be eaten! Oh my God! I'm so fucking dead! Whoa! Oh my God! Hold on. Please say it's free real estate. It's free real estate. Okay, well, how do you guys feel about me only being on your left side? Every hour we go on a 3-minute break.
Hello there, precious pals. Welcome back. I'll let you guys finish your words and then we'll get back into the game.
Oh my God! Holy shit! Holy shit! Why is that thing there? Oh my God! Oh.
No wet nuts today? Well, not yet. We've only just started streaming. Usually I don't get hungry for a couple hours. I'm sure we'll have wet nuts today. Don't worry about that. Well done on the boss as well, you guys, all at once. Excellent work, excellent work. Wait, where did I... Hello? Why am I... What has happened? What... Fuck! I'm over here in the corner. Hold on. That was very weird. Hi. I don't know what happened there. Some ubbies for you. Terrific talent. Welcome back, lovely Yummy. Welcome back, Nix Produce Stem Slice ubbies. Hey, good Nix. Yummy Yuki ubbies. Hey, good Yuki. Model is still on break. It's just how had vanished. Incredible Eisen uppies. Hey, good Eisen. TauTassie model time of death. 2:14. Hi, dearest Traza. How are you? It's so good to see you. I hope you're well and Persona isn't kicking your ass too much. Actually, we're doing pretty well now. Okumura was the bane of my existence and will always be. But now that he's over and done with, I'm feeling a lot better about this game. How are you doing, dearest Traza? Ubbies for you, Ozzy. Whee! Good Ozzy. Incredible Icy. Uppies. Whee! Good Icy. Lovely laugh. Uppies. Good laugh. You're back too. Ubbies for you, sweetest space. Good space cat. Oh, Kumura and P5R is pretty cursed. Oh, so fucking cursed. Oh, I literally think that I would have wound up quitting the game if I was playing this by myself because the pals literally had to like hold my hand through it. I was like, now what do I click? And they're like, okay, now you click attack. Okay, now you click on this one. Okay, now you go to items and select this item. Like, could not have been more guided. Ubbies for you, lovely Lip. Welcome back, sweetie. How are you? It's good to see you. All right, let's see who we want to go spend some time with. Oh, Anna's here. Whoopsies, hold up. I want to see. Why is Anna there, actually? Is she always there? I don't spend enough time with her to know, to be honest. Huh. I guess, okay, let me see. Do I need to improve my relationship with Makoto? Let's see. Okay, she's at 4, Anna's at 5. Yeah, probably should improve that relationship. Let's go befriend a little bit more of Makoto. I just had a phone call with my bank because a merchant thinks my money isn't good enough for them. What? It's the merchant's fault for not wanting my sick, colorful polymer money. I need to negotiate with them. They're Japanese, so maybe they'll be happier if my money had holes in it. Oh my god. So wait, what happened, Braza? Why aren't they accepting? I assume this is not cash. I don't think banks take a lot of cash these days. Canadian or Australian could be. Do we do all the upgrading? I bet we got a bunch of useful stuff from the last palace. You don't really upgrade quite like that in this game, Strat. We have a massively upgraded team now because of Okumura, and your guys' suggestions and stuff. That's kind of it. If you won't spend time with Anshan, can I maybe? Yeah, you can, Yuki. What are you doing today, Tao? I almost said Tao-kun. I just finished up some student council work. It's always us Canadians. I've had a lot on my mind and I can't really concentrate. Let me know if anything comes up. I'll be at school for a little while longer. Seems like Makoto hasn't gone home yet. Want to go see her for a bit? All right. I'll be in front of the student council room. My card was declined and now they don't want it. It'll probably work itself out, but I wanted to get like half a dozen more items on that order anyway, so maybe it can be worked out. That'd be good. Yeah, Australians, but the Canadians are awesome. This is true.
Well,
all we can do now is wait. If you're available, I'd like to talk to you about Aiko. Okay. Thank goodness. I have a small favor to ask you. Let's get a drink before we talk.
actually...
Apparently, Aiko has started dating a host from a club near her work. I guess he, hit on her one day after her shift, and that was that. Since then, he's the only thing she'll talk about. She even sent me a picture of their date at Destinyland. Are you jealous of them? I discovered Pana makes a chai masala, so I'm gonna try that today. That sounds delightful, dear Teresa. I hope you enjoy it. It's not a problem as long as she's happy. But knowing the line of work her boyfriend is in, I'm worried that he might be deceiving her. Oh, that's true, actually. For now, it seems he hasn't forced her to spend any money at his club, but I'm still nervous. Beyond that, he calls her his princess and constantly tells her how special she is. It makes me sick to my stomach. Oh, Makoto would hate this community. But Aiko refuses to listen to me. She said the idea that all hosts are bad people is outdated. She even said she was shocked to be getting advice from someone who would totally flunk a test about love. Ouch. Tests about love aren't a thing, though, and even if they were, I most certainly wouldn't flunk them. She would study. What is Pana Braza? Is that a Japanese company? Do they do, like, foods and snacks and stuff, or... Sorry about that. I'm probably just being biased towards him. I mean, I don't have any proof that he's untrustworthy, but that's why I want to meet him and find out for myself what kind of a person he really is. And if it's not too much to ask, I'd like you to accompany me on this excursion as well.
Well...
This time, you'll have to play the role of my boyfriend. I like being called princess. Oh, well, sweetest space cat. I mean, if you had a name that started with a P, I would call you princess. Oh, should I call Precious politely princess politely? Politely, do you want to be a princess? The name Aiko is pronounced with a long A sound, not Aiko, but oh, like Aiko, Aiko. Okay, thank you, Yuki. We didn't get any more hints on Morgana? Nah. This time, you'll have to play the boyfriend. Only if I can take it seriously. Oh my god, I got this. It's honestly okay. You're so reliable, Tao. I think if I have a boyfriend, Aiko might be more inclined to listen to me. To tell you the truth, I actually already made plans with her and her boyfriend for a double date. Sorry. But it's just going to be at a diner. Nothing particularly fancy, I promise. Oh, they're Australian. Pana Organic. Their specialty is plant-based desserts mostly, using raw panela. Hence the name, I think, sugar. Interesting. I've never heard of them. Are they at like Coles and Woolies, or are they like a smaller distributor? Thank you. You're a tremendous help. I'm so glad you agreed to this. I don't know who else I would have asked if you had said no. I can sense Makoto's trust in me. This will be an interesting adventure. You got it, Tatan. Thank you, Yuki. Tao improving in real time is always a delight. Aw, thank you. You can definitely get them at Kohl's, and I think they're at Woolies too. Okay, okay. I'll have to look for some. What's your favorite thing? What do you recommend if someone's having some for the first time? You're back, and you heard Princess Politely exists now. Well, I have to see if Precious Politely would like me to change it to Princess Politely, but I'm just saying Makoto would not like this community because she is disgusted. She said it makes her feel sick when people call another person princess, and I'm like, wow, she would hate that I'm like, ooh, sweet, excellent, darling, dearest, lovely, blah, blah, blah. Eiko, I hope she's not getting herself wrapped up in anything dangerous. But just in case, I'll try looking for some info on that host. See you later. She'd probably melt, honestly, if I called politely Princess Politely. They make a pretty darn frozen dessert, like a vegan ice cream, and they do collabs with all sorts of companies that are usually great. Okay. Makoto's too heavy metal. True. One is sure she'd be okay due to your intent. Sorry, what do you mean, Doppel? Welcome in, by the way. Sorry I had to ask something so unreasonable. I appreciate you going along with it, though. Do you think Echo's really okay? I hope I'm just being paranoid about her boyfriend. But if it turns out he really is toying with Echo, what should we do? Fist of justice! Report him to the police? Would they do anything, I wonder? New clip. Yes, you guys, please check out the new clip Strat has put up. It's awesome. It's from Pragmata, and it's quite funny. They are a fairly premium brand, but they're genuinely worth the extra. Okay, okay. I'll have to Pana. The next time that I see Pana, I will try and grab something from there. Thank you for educating me. I'm not vegan either, so you can trust my sense of taste isn't like different to non-vegans. Got you, Drasa. Thanks, sweetheart. Yeah, I'll need to try that. I definitely will. Sounds good. I saw earlier and someone already commented on it. Let's go. Already saw the clip, and as usual, amazing editing by Strat. Oh, yes. Talk to the Fists of Justice, the sequel to the famous Hands of the Law. Exactly, Yuki. I mean, that's usually the right way to go about it, but that might make things complicated for you, right? You're still under probation. Maybe it'd be best if we avoid getting the police involved. In that case, Fist of Justice! I keep thinking in circles here. I need to stop dwelling on the negative. Let's see who this host is behind the smile, for Echo's sake. Okay, I'll call you again later. Hi there, Terrific Tintin. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy.
Hey.
I forgot that I had the broken laptop. You've been carrying that broken laptop around for a while. You can't use it until it's fixed, right? We just need something to repair it. I bet Akihabara would have something that would do the trick. Okay, we ignored On. Sorry, On. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. No offense to vegans, of course. Just eating a certain diet for a while changes your sense of taste. That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. Valid. Sweetie Steve. Hi, sweetie. Welcome on in. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. I'm just getting over a cold myself. Solidarity. Let's go. High five. But I washed my hands first, I promise. I don't want to re-give you a cold virus. I hope you're feeling much better now, lovely Steve. And, yeah, what you been up to? Okay, Akihabara. So sorry, I don't know where I am. Akihabara.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Magnificent Michael. How are you? Okay, where do you... I mean, there's Electronic Store here. Welcome. We have the latest in consumer electronics for you, good sir. Please take a look. Okay, this isn't quite what I'm looking for. But, wow, there's a... Fuck, that's expensive. A robot vacuum. For the busy business person. Digicam with the latest tech. Take photos in any light for the pro photographer. For the rising star. Why is it so expensive? I mean, I guess it's electronics, but still, damn. I hope this doesn't trigger and break Automod, but here we have a funny game kids play where they form like a pistol shape with both hands and then try to shove it up the other's butt to startle them. Thankfully, only the boys do that, but still was reminded when I saw the Fists of Justice. Don't they do that in Naruto? Hello there, Terrific Time. Welcome on in. Are we ready to sleep? Are you ready to sleep, sweetheart? I actually could absolutely sleep right now. I am quite tired. I am tired and my throat hurts. Again, I keep on saying my throat hurts. My throat doesn't hurt. I just can't do anything flexible with it or I'll cough. You know what I mean? High five. Pew! The gag that inspired the 1,000 years of death jutsu in Naruto. Yeah, okay, that's right. Naruto has made it somewhat famous in the West. Yeah, okay, interesting. That's very funny. That is very funny. Tau sleep? No, I don't wanna. Maybe I should get this for, Kasumi. I think I will. I think I'll get that just in case she wants it. Ready to relax to this awesome stream and then sleep. Oh, Terrific Time. You're such an angel. I appreciate you, sweetie pie. I'm looking forward to having you here until you fall asleep. I wonder if the repair shop is this one. Is this it? Machine parts. We have some high quality goods here. Be careful when you use them, all right? Seeker's tools. Oh, improve skills from making infiltration tools. Oh, here's a PC tool set. I guess we could fix the thing. And I'll just scrap that too. I'm too wealthy right now. Staying cozy while fighting off sleep. Oh, don't fight it too hard, sweetie. This is probably a really good stream to lurk in on and sleep on because I know I'm not being nearly as excitable as I normally am. My apologies. Hopefully I'll be back to normal on Tuesday. Either that or I'll be worse. I'll be like, hello, precious pal. Sorry, I can't do that. Curls up in a comfy blanket for self and others to listen. Oh, that sounds delightful, sweetest Storm. Understandable. Do not jinx it, Jesus Christ. I always found it funny in Naruto where they would suddenly pull out harem/reverse harem jutsu or 1,000 years of death in a serious fight and it worked. That is actually quite funny. I have matters to attend to, so no sleep yet. Oh, fair enough, lovely Odyssey. Okay, fair enough. I won't request that. Oh, I can quick travel to the maid cafe. I didn't realize. Visiting the maid cafe will cause time to pass, but it will improve your charm. You'll receive a stamp card. Collect stamps to obtain rewards. You will receive more stamps on Saturdays. I don't know if we need charm. I kind of want to see what that's all about, though. If you do sound like someone dying, we are legally obligated to force you to rest. No, you can't make me. Welcome, welcome. Are you looking for anything, sir?
What do you want?
Ah, motorbike figure. I know someone who would like that. I'll only pick up things that I know. Young man at heart, trendy friend. What about is featuring a rising pop idol for a trendy friend? That might be all I do there. Join Storm in the fort. Yay! Get nice and cozy, terrific time. Local mascot set. That's perfect for me. We'll unionize. Chat on strike. We can all file out for our own good. No, I would still be streaming. I would just be sad in streaming. You know what I mean? My precious pals abandoned me. No. What is this? Capsule machines? Oh. Okay. Let's spend money. Hi, wonderful wizard. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you, hun. Thank you for the happy affiliate. I appreciate it. A decked Decarabia. What is a Decarabia? It says it's uncommon. It's not a big win, but it's not a huge loss either.
Oh, yeah.
We're in Akihabara, right? Maybe we can find someone here that may want these capsule toys. What about this guy? What am I so mad about? I can't get the guy I want in this capsule toy vending machine. I want the figurine from Mothman, but he hasn't been showing up. Tell me if you ever get one. I'll trade you a figurine I have for it. Oh, man. Let's do it. Let's do it. Thank you for the lurk, wonderful wizard. Who else wishes Morgana was in our world? Oh. Kinky Keen Mix? Oh, we got a rare.
Oh.
Well, let's do it again. Happy anniversary. Thank you, Terrific Time. I appreciate it. A common one. Boo, I'm a loser. On a side note, these streams really make me want to play Persona again. Oh, I'm so glad. You should. You should.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm gonna spend until we hit 420, and then we'll go do something else.
Oh.
Strat would be union leader. We'll go watch Pink Link. Oh my god, I can't scream, but if I could, I swear to God I would.
Oh.
Thank you for the care package, Incredible Ordeus. Welcome on in. You should get a Morgana plushie. Terrific Time. I hope Persona 6 gets revealed soon. I think it's supposed to be getting revealed, like, what, today or something? Mothman, no need to feel that.
Nice. Oh.
I'm just gonna, like, spam this, and then,
That's
more mini Dominion. I want... Where's my rares? Daisoju.
Oh.
Daijobu. I need to start practicing my Japanese.
Oh.
Could be spilt production, but still quite the gamble.
I knew you could do. Oh.
We got a rare that time. Day is awful optimistic considering P4 are still in production. That's a fair point, yeah.
That's too bad. Oh.
Okay. Two more? Yeah, let's just do. If this is rare, we'll keep it. If it's not rare, oh, gear.
Nice.
Oh, it's uncommon. Okay, we got one more. The sign to the left says treasure fantasy, by the way. Oh, interesting. Okay.
I see.
All right. Okay. I have not been friends with Mishima. Do you have some free time? It seems I got stood up. How about a date with me? For 6,000 yen an hour, you can rent me as your girlfriend. A rental girlfriend? You've never heard of it? We provide pseudo-romantic moments. Of course, the relationship only exists in that moment. No matter how serious it feels, it won't go any further than that. Sorry, I was just talking to myself. Please forget that I said anything. I guess 6,000 yen is a bit much for a kid, but I need the money, dang it. I don't like the sound of her saying, like, acknowledging she's a kid and then being like, yeah, I'll be your girlfriend. We've had enough, Phantom Thieves. Tau once was fine. I wanted to do that more. I'm sure there'll be a new theme. Probably. P6 is expected to be revealed at the Xbox Game Showcase tomorrow morning, starting at 3 a.m. With any possible luck, I will be asleep. That's pretty nice hourly wage, right? Right? I know, for real. What's this? Oh, the arcade. That's right. Rent-A-Girlfriend or Family Now even is extremely popular. However, as she describes it, it sounds shady. There is no romantic component involved usually. It's just for the company. Yeah, I just feel like I'm totally not poo-pooing people who get fulfillment out of it, but it sounds like so... It's so sad, kind of dystopian to pay someone to be your partner, and then it's like, okay, give me the money. All right, bye, you know. I need more Morgana. I'm in nostalgia mode, but I really wish we could talk to animals or that they could morph into anthropomorphic with personalities. That would be cool.
Hey.
That would be cool. Oh, that's right. We have some games we can get here. It'll be bonus fights, like fights just like in this in P3R. Hope we get a dual per tag system. That would be cool. Punch Ouch. Excellent name. Playing could give you the charm of a challenger. Playing could make you kinder, gutsy, or more proficient. Maybe we'll do the golf one. Oh, there's Featherman Seeker though. I think we'll do proficiency. Okay. We haven't really spent much time with him. The shop's still open. Try to stop by. Okay, hurry up. Mostly because I want to know their through their perspectives and lenses, and Morgana is just adorable. That is fair time, that is fair. Maybe it's more like going to a cafe and having a drink and a sandwich. Basically, she lazes on your couch and you exchange idle talk occasionally while you play video games. It's far past time we got the return of a female protag option. P3 FES feels like a fever dream, being the only one. Mother-father renting is quite popular at the moment, even more so than girl/boyfriend. Really? That's even more sad. That means there's like people are not getting the fulfillment that they desire from their family. That Xbox thing that was mentioned, anybody know what time for EST? It's a good question, Space. I'm not sure, but I guess 3 a.m. Australian time. Everyone has a secret they don't want anyone to know. I barely use a PC because I'd be in trouble if it got hacked. So, you're here because you saw my message, right? In that case, do some work around the shop. That should be fun for a gun enthusiast like you, huh?
Oh, good.
Alright, go drop off a bag for Kaoru. I'm sweet. If a person has to rent a Japanese mother or father, I have to assume they're not eating right? No, I bet you that it's probably because their parents are not showing them the affection that they desire, probably. And so they want to be able to, just for an hour or so, you know, feel that way. Seems so, maybe, and I agree, but it has become so commonplace that people rarely question it. It's a bit like hiring personal actresses and actors. Yeah. Food is affection. Food is affection. Yummy. It's about the company and affection. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anyone's hiring mom or dad to be like, to admonish them about like, do you remember when you were 12 years old and you got that low grade? That was so embarrassing and I still hold it against you. I don't think they're doing that. I think they're probably like, I'm so proud of you and I'm so glad you're my child, and you know, it's probably that kind of thing. Okay, so where do we hide the body? We don't do that here. Some people might be into it, probably, but that's probably a different job. UI seems satisfied. He asked me to do one task after another.
See ya.
Bye-bye. You can hire them to do that as well, but that is a more specific case use. Yeah, that's fair, Yuki. Good point. I think we'll get...
Morning!
Yeah, there's only 7 days left until in the game until the whatever happens to Haru's dad happens to Haru's dad. So I think we'll get through that today, which will be very interesting. The day Haru's going to get sent off is almost here. We took the treasure, so all we have to do is wait. Still, I wish we could do something in the meantime. Why don't we go to Mementos today? Well, no, we have nothing to do there. Like, literally. You have something else to do? Well, I won't force you. If the president has a change of heart, maybe our reputation will go up and we'll get more requests. So I want to get the requests we currently have out of the way. Well, that's the thing. We have no requests because we did them all last time. How does it feel working after a long time? So jobs we just didn't return to?
Shall we begin?
What do you mean, Strat? 7 days until New York's balls. What? They say in New York, by the way. I don't know why. What? Oh, Precious Peter, thank you so much for the happy affiliate anniversary, hon. I really appreciate it. Well, come on in. How are you doing? Well then, let's begin class. We'll start with a summary of the previous lesson.
Well...
Mr. Inui, please come to the faculty office at once.
What's all this?
I'm going to the faculty office, so make sure you take this time to study. Kawakami's been kind enough to give us some free time, so we'd better put it to use. Well, I would like to make some infiltration tools, because we got something from the electric shop, I think. Oh, some jobs we didn't return to. Oh, that's true, Strat. Yes, that's a good point. I think there is even an Oscar-nominated movie with Brandon Fraser. Rental Family. I watched that when I was back in the States, Yuki. I actually really liked it. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I have the Mementos song stuck in my head. It's a banger, isn't it, Time? Okay. That said, you only have so much time. You won't be as efficient as you normally are, but nothing you can do about that. Treasure trap. Oh, we can... Ooh. Happy bomb. Happy bomb. Perma pick. What is that? I think that's the thing I got. Oh wow, you need 20 and 10? Shit, what in the fuck? I guess I'll make more lockpicks.
Yeah.
How do all these names know if you affiliate anniversary? Oh, thank you, Space, for the happy affiliate. It comes up sometimes for some people, it looks like, in the chat when you first come in. Can't wait until we get that perma pick. Yeah, I won't make anything that uses those things except for
That's odd.
Except for the lockpicks. So I'll wait. What is perma pick? Can you tell me what that is, Doppel? It's a forever lockpick. Oh, it even carries over to New Game Plus. Yo, what? That's amazing. That is so cool. Okay, yeah, I really want that. Wow, words really don't English. That's okay, Space. I think I understood what you meant, hopefully.
Yep.
What have we got here? We got Ryuji, we got her, oh yeah, she wants me to be a guinea pig again. And that bond will grow stronger soon. I suppose we could. Okay, that would really help me out. You did? Okay, awesome, perfect. It's so OP, you can use it against enemies via stabbing them with it. I reached a milestone thanks to you. Okay, I'll be waiting at the clinic.
I suppose.
All right, and that's it for today. Oh, are you going home already? If you have some time, why don't you stay and enjoy an apple? It's a gift from one of my elderly patients. She gave me a lot. Hello, Dr. Takemi. Chief Oyamada. There was a medical conference nearby, so I thought I'd check up on you. Who's this? He doesn't look like a patient.
Oh.
He's a part-time staffer. I'm having him handle some miscellaneous tasks for me. So, you have some business with me? I hear you stole one of my patients. A girl with bronchitis. She came here with her father. Bronchitis, you say? Well, I had no intention of taking her from you. I certainly didn't encourage her to visit my clinic. Now there's talk that the care at the university hospital is inferior to that of a general practitioner. Original medicine. What you're doing here is simply absurd. You're right. I would have turned a blind eye if you had just rotted away out here in this little town. But this is your final warning. Shut this place down and resign your medical license. Sorry, I was gonna read that as reassign, which ain't it. This is harassment. What did you say? Don't worry about it. You seem to be quite fond of her. Perhaps I should reveal this woman's true identity. She's a monster who tortured a patient with her unregulated medicine. Terrible, isn't it? She was such a brave girl, always smiling.
What does this mean?
Was? She passed away.
What?
What? Perhaps you'll suffer the same fate, hmm? She is the plague, after all. Don't lie to me. Oh my god, my fucking throat, sorry. She should still have some time. She was slowly recovering. Her condition couldn't have deteriorated that quickly. But it did. You must have misjudged. Thank you for the care package. Fuck, dude. Now, back to the reason why I'm here. Don't ever take another patient away from me again. You don't want to make me angry. Miwa-chan's dead? No. But she's all I've been working towards all this time. Curing her was my only... There's no way. Well, let's ask for details. What have I been doing all this time? What was even the point? I can't... Anything I can do? No. I'll be fine.
Sorry.
I feel better now. Thanks for your help, my little guinea pig. Feels like my bond with Takemi is growing even deeper. Okay, we got an upgrade. Your patient came to us. That's true, Doppel, exactly. Decreases the price for all items sold at the clinic. Sick. Easier and safer than investing in new franchises, I bet. But I agree, if you remake something, do it with movies that need it, not with ones that still stand on their own. True. Hi, cutie cat. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. I wish I hadn't shown you that side of me. I'm glad you did. You are. Well, I suppose that's fine. As long as it's you. Go on home for today. We will continue this another time. I feel like cooperating in that shady clinical trial has increased my guts. I hate how cutthroat some people in businesses are. Right? For real. Yeah. I feel bad for Takemi.
Take care.
Ah, you're back.
Beep, 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 beep. Any changes, Hari? Nothing, unfortunately. Father is still indisposed. How are things with you, Hari? Has anything happened with the media? I hope they haven't been horrible to you. Thank you. They will surely say a great deal about my father, but I am determined to push through it. Society doesn't care what may be going on as long as it is enough to kill their perpetual boredom. They don't even consider how their words may hurt others. They think caring about people is someone else's job. It makes me want to puke. There's nothing we can do about that, though. And everything they say about my father is true. But it's important to remember there was someone else in the shadows behind the shutdowns. Until we can bring their crimes to light, this won't end. We'll find the true culprit for sure. Let's see. Takemi-san, be careful. That laugh sounded way too flirty. You're slowly VAing and you didn't even know it. Or Takemi is just sleepy too. Takemi is, I mostly use my sleepy voice for her, but the gravel in my throat is just not going away. I'm confused because my Prime sub thing next to my name is bright orange instead of blue. Your Prime sub? Hold on. On my end, it's blue. I'm not sure what that's about. Let's see. We'll find the true culprit for sure. Let's say naturally. Yeah, it's gonna be a hella good victory when we expose that criminal for who he really is. Either way, we'll need to wait for Haru's father to recover. We'll have plenty of time to ask him about it then.
The one behind the mental shutdowns. It has to be someone dangerous. Now that we're getting closer to the truth, we need to be ready for absolutely anything. Hey!
Oh yeah, we do have some sooty armor, don't we? Is there anyone who wants to hang out tonight? Oh, yes, actually, I did want to, I've never been colorblind. I don't think you're colorblind, but I'm not sure. You might want to Google that one, Kat, because on my end, like, I'll show you. Because I assume what you're talking about is this, right? It's blue on my end for you, so I'm not sure. Good question. How did you forget? Wait, what did I forget? Oh, I forgot I had an artist badge. You've always had it, that's true. Hey, something unbelievable just happened. It's so surprising, I don't even know where to begin. There's something I want to ask you about as well. You'll request me today, won't you? Yes, I will. I meant your specific icon for the sub? So not the Prime sub thing you mentioned? You mean like the badge? Your, you mean your 2-year subby badge? Looks yellow to me for you. Yeah, I know you have a gold one now. Oh, sorry, not gold, sorry. You have the bronze one. No, you have the gold one. Doppel has the bronze one. There we go, sorry, it jumped. I was like, wait, 2 years? I'm pretty sure that is gold, yeah. Yeah, the sub badge is fine. It depends on the month. Exactly, yeah. You got 2 years, so it ranked up. Exactly, that's it. That is correct. Yeah, it's a gold. Yeah, it's blue is for that's like a silver. So it's like copper or like bronze, silver, gold, right? It's and then it by the gold it turns into my the little clip on my cloak. Daniel, thank you for contributing to the movie night. The blue one is pretty though. It is pretty. I'm glad you like it, love. Thanks. Just stay put in your room.
Hey there.
I'm so glad you requested me. I have big news. Takase-kun's guardians came to my house today and apologized to me. They told me I won't have to send any more money and that they'll return everything I paid them. You love the silver blue one? Yeah, maybe I should make the what 3-year one like an actual blue then. Hi there, Cutie Kelne. How are you? It's so good to see you. How come you getting those fat stacks back? Let's go. It looks like they're completely different people. Like what happened with Mr. Kamoshida. Hey, you wouldn't be, Anyway, it's such a relief. They apologized about Takase-kun and admitted that what they did was terrible. They even told me that I'm a good teacher. And so I decided to really quit my part-time maid job today. I've been talking to my boss about it ever since I was hospitalized. It took a while to work out who would cover my shifts. I didn't want to inconvenience anyone.
Well,
now I can finally make a fresh start as a teacher. I can take care of my students and earn their trust. That's the ideal teacher I aspire to become. I bet I'll be an old woman by the time I achieve my dreams. Aren't you old already? So mean. Nonsense. Yeah, you're right. I'm still within the demographic age range of what's considered young. I was always able to rely on you, Master. You helped me come to a lot of realizations because you were such a good listener. Thanks again. Oh, crap!
Thank you for using our service.
Aw. Today marks the day I graduate from being your maid. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your hard work as a master. Cute. Is that... Are we maxed out now? Oh no, not quite. We've got a... Interesting, there's a 10th one.
All right.
I thought that would be what the 10th one would have been.
So,
At any rate, what are you going to do once I stop coming here? Can you handle the cleaning on your own? I'm pretty worried about the state this place is in. I feel like you don't put much thought into your diet either. Besides, won't you be lonely? I'm worried about saying this and getting involved with her when I want to be involved with Kasumi, so I might say not really, even though that's kind of mean. I don't get to enjoy the badges. I feel they should be given, they should give people the option to switch out of the Founder's Badge to the Channel Badge when they want. Do they not? Because I think you can do that if you're like a partner. I think you can, in certain chats, you can turn off the Partner Badge and replace it with something else. I like her dream of being the best teacher she can be. Want me to look it up? No, I think that's all right. We'll just play it how it is. I think you're bluffing. But I guess I'm not surprised. It must be so bizarre having your homeroom teacher in your bedroom. But you won't mind visiting the cafe area downstairs, right? We can chat over curry. Is it possible to go through different scenarios like what we could do in Dispatch? I think you can, but you need to save more frequently, and I am unfortunately not a save file. She gives you a lot of outs to avoid romancing her, so don't worry too much. Oh, okay, that's good, Steve. Okay, that's good. I don't think that was a locking question. Okay. Never seen an option for that? Maybe later? Yeah. Despite how I am, you never gave up on me. So as your homeroom teacher, I will always protect you. And, of course, I'll keep my initial promise, too. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. It'll warn you when it is? Wait, really? Oh shit, have I not succeeded in romancing Kasumi properly then? Because I don't think it gave me is this someone that you want to, you know, romance or anything? How many save files does this game have? A lot, but I have only used like 4. With the line, I should choose my words carefully. Oh, okay. And that commits you to someone if you say that, or it doesn't? Oh, and of course, I'll keep my initial promise too. The one about slacking off in class.
See you later.
I'll see you at school. Don't worry about Kasumi. I won't spoil anything, but you weren't done with her yet. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, it comes before the options. Oh, I understand. Okay. Bye, Becky. The dialogue options vary. I see. Terrific try. How are you? I have arrived from watching Masters of the Universe. How was it? This is such a weird dynamic. She is his homeroom teacher, and so he actually would have to call her sensei even out of school. But her calling him master feels so wrong, especially in that context. Yeah. Hi. Thanks for today. On my way home, I remembered everything. All the old memories from when I decided to become a teacher. Like when I was going through the courses for it, or my first year as a teacher. Back then, I would have done anything for my students. I felt like I was capable of anything. But somewhere along the way, I forgot about all that. Reigniting your original resolve is easier said than done. You can do it. Thanks. Somehow, when I hear it from you, it makes me feel like I can do anything. Weird, huh? Sweet as save. Hi, welcome on in. Look at the... Thank you for gigantifying the little partner guy. I want that one day. I want that one day. It's true. Sometimes I'll cross a bit threshold and it'll auto-assign that new badge. And I'm like, screw you. Give me my Megalomania back from, unfortunately, not a Taiga. How are you, Suda Save? It's so good to see you. How was your stream? It looked like you were having a grand old time. In the back rooms, which I had so much trouble watching. I was like super freaked out. I was like, oh God, something's gonna jump him. Yeah, sorry, I got frozen for a second. I'm back. Oh shit, did I get my throat to clear up a little bit? Ooh, woo! I really admire Japanese Japan's respect culture, but some stuff can be too strict from what I've seen. I can't remember anything specific though. Fair. Thank you for the head pat, Suda Space. Thank you, thank you. You guys, go see Sweetest Save. Many things jumped me, but it was a good day. It sounds like you are not doing too hot. No, I think I'm getting this shit from Nath. I was like just sick with like something more minor, and now I've got, I think I'm slowly. Nath is immunocompromised, so I keep on hoping that if and when I get this, I'm not gonna wind up with like aura migraines and like feeling nauseous from standing still. Like that's how he's been feeling last few days. I'm really hoping I don't quite get there, but my throat is starting to rebel against me, which fucking sucks. But I hope that you're doing hot. How was stream? How did you do with Hearthstone? Did you get a bazillion out of 10? I think you did. You know what? Don't even tell me. I know you did. No, tell me. Tell me. And how was Minecraft? You guys, please check out the Sweetest Save File 17. He is an absolute angel of a man, and he is so sweet and so lovely and so fucking funny and very well educated and very wise and very grounded and super cozy. And particularly when I'm feeling how I'm feeling right now, I wish I didn't have to talk to my parents this morning because I would have rather hung out in his stream. He is a dear friend of mine, and I would love it if you guys would just give him a chance if you haven't yet. If you have, then you already know he's great, and you're probably following him when you drop in because, yeah, like Awesome Aussie earlier today, apparently like 3 minutes before I was able to come in, was like, I'm summoning Tau, and then it was like 3 minutes after that I was like, hi, I just woke up after sleeping for 10 hours, and now I gotta get on the phone with my parents. And then I saw that Ozzy had gifted, so I wanted to gift, and yeah, so on and so forth. Go support him, he's amazing. Love Save. That sounds like me. I was sick with a cold, I started getting better, and now my ear is sore, and I barely slept last night due to a really bad headache. I got better to worse. Ugh, that sucks, Laugh. I'm so sorry. 7, 7, and 5-2 in progress. And yes, they're out of 10, not 12. 10! If Sick Tau says it's 10, it's 10. I meant 10! I mean 12. I meant 12. Even if I fucked it up twice. I thought you were out for a run. Oh, I wish I could run right now. I am not feeling like running. I slept for 10 hours and I'm like, I could probably sleep for, you know, at least another 10 or so. Time to get me on a call with them. I need to have a chat. They need to make life less stressful. Dude, my parents have been stressing me the fuck out the last few weekends that I talked to them. I meant 10. I meant 12. I meant fucking 12. I meant this many, the 10 plus 2. And how was Minecrafting, Save? Dial it up to 11. Yeah, let's split the difference, Save. You, instead of 10, I was wrong. You're also wrong. 12 is also wrong. We gotta split the difference. It's actually 11. I may have gifted another 5 to Save. I'm keeping that #1 spot. I'm gonna have to come in there and beat ya. Beat ya. I'm fighting wars on multiple fronts. My immunity is fighting a war, but I am also fighting a shout-out war with Save, and I'm fighting a gift sub-war with Aussie. 10, 12, 6, 7, yeah, 6, 7, 7, 6, 12, 10, 11. Deploy the fists of justice. Excellent callback, lovely Yuki. Why are you threatening them with money? I don't know, because I wanted the #1 spot. Save, thank you for gigantifying a glitchy, twitchy emote. Yes, my alternate joke was, on review, we have determined Tau is far too kind and generous. We're issuing this temporary gift sub refund adjustment. Totally legit Twitch support. I like that Save is the head of several potentially questionable companies, including, what was the fridge one? The one that got triggered by me talking about was I talking about fridge? No, we were talking about foraging? I don't know, it was something about like forage, not fridge or something like that. What was it? That's a sign you need a break. Wait, what's a sign I need a break? The gift where you and actually between now and next fortnight, I actually have to be good due to bills. I'm gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya. From now on, I'll support you as your teacher, so you can rely on me as much as you want, okay? That's all I wanted to say. Okay, I'll see you at school. Good night. Oh, we need a break. That's what you meant. Oh my god, sorry. Forage, not storage. That's it. That's what he said. Hey. I mean, that's what his totally legit company said. Wow. we were able to grab a seat. Why don't you read something until we get there? We actually have a lot of shit to read. Do we have anything we're halfway through? I think we finished something last time. Theme park escort. A book to help men not get lost while visiting amusement parks. We'll go on a break once we get out of cutscene. Enjoy a world of dreams filled with popular attractions. Oh, did you guys want to hear my commercial demo? I have a commercial demo now. You guys have helped me to afford these demos, and I really appreciate it. And I feel like I should make sure that I share. Okay. Hold on, I gotta fucking shit. One sec. I gotta find the. Where's the? Wait, where's it? Yes, please. Okay, cool. Nope, not that one. This one. Okay. Let me save this. Okay, and then I'll put it on the drive. I hate when trains are crowded. I broke a trophy while I was traveling. Wait, what? Really? That sucks. That blows. A fork mugger has been imprinted on my brain. It's quite funny. It's quite funny. All right. Okay. Need to add that to the list, right? Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Mhm, mhm. 1 second. I just gotta rename this so that I can keep track of it. Save that, and then I also need to rename this one. Sorry, 1 second. That's a character now. Okay. Let me make this shareable to everybody, and then I'll just play it for you guys. 1 second. Share. I will add it. Okay. First, I will let you guys listen. Here. Let's listen. Hold on. Let. Okay, commercial. So, where is this? There we go. Here you go.
Enrollment at Little Sprouts Learning Center is officially open. Nurture curiosity, confidence, and kindness every single day. Reserve your child's spot and start their year of discovery.
Whoa! Did you see that? The BattleBot 500 just transformed into battle mode! With rocket fists and turbo boosters, it's the most epic robot ever! Only in select stores for a limited time.
Ready to ask the question? At Ruby Resort, it's more than just a destination. Learn more about our amenities at rubyresort.com.
All animals deserve a second chance. With just a small donation, you can turn that quiet hope into a warm bed, a full bowl, and a forever home.
10 years ago, companies stored data in rooms full of servers. Today, it lives in a cloud that is easily accessible and secure from anywhere. That shift isn't a trend, it's the new standard.
There you go. That's my commercial demo. Thanks to you guys. Thank you so much for funding that. You funded my character demo and my commercial demo over on Throne, you guys. So thank you so very much for that. I don't know if you specifically funded those, but those I am doing the ones that I know we need first, even if so like whatever you're contributing to is going towards a demo. But did you like it? Did you like it? Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you liked it. Thank you. Thank you, cuties. Thank you so much. You're so sweet, even when I'm feeling yucky. All right. Let me put that in the chat here. There you go. Yeah, cool. Okay. That is sweetest save. I'm sorry, I was giggling during the demo because I saw save say battle mode with the emote. Save, you should do some. Save should do some. Save, you should go get a commercial demo. That'd be sick. I'm glad you guys liked it. Thank you. Thank you so much, sweetie pies. You are so lovely. Destinyland in Maihama, huh? It's a hugely popular spot that's great for families and even going on dates. I can never go there by myself, though. You have to invite someone or it'd just be too lonely. So thank you so much again for helping me to fund my dreams, cutie precious pals. Thank you so much for funding my demos. I meant to show you that as soon as, well, actually I have shown it to you as soon as we had a stream. I got the final cut like 2 days ago, so. How does Morgana know about that? I don't know. Maybe it's just a hypothetical. Morgana seems to think in hypotheticals a lot. So, you finished reading Theme Park Escort. Now I'm really interested in Destinyland in my Hama. You're genuinely talented. I'm glad you have fun with it as well. Oh, thank you, sweetest Steve. I really appreciate it. I cannot wait to show you guys the video game demo once that's all done. That should hopefully be done by the end of July, I think. The guy I'm working with for that, he's awesome. His live direction was so fucking good. Thank you so much, Strat. Actually, I should probably give you a shorter, let me get you a shorter URL, because that's really long. 1 second, please. Here we go. Can you add this one instead, sweetest Strat? Yeah, cool. Here we go. Can you please add this one instead? How does a cat use the internet? Wait, how does he even become Morgana if he doesn't have a phone to use the Mementos app? I don't know. I'm sure we'll find out. I'm sure he's some kind of a special sort of kitty being. Okay.
All right.
You now have information on a new hangout spot, My Hama Destinyland. You can also invite people who may like it there to hang out with you. Tachan is most uniquely talented, even among VA streamers I follow. It's only a matter of time, when not if we will hear you everywhere, and I cannot wait. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you, hun. Thank you. You're so sweet. Ah, perfect. That's much better. Thank you, Strat. Apparently they didn't consider my... That's right. You can sign up now for only $9.99 for 3 months before we jack up the price to 5 times that to be cute and subversive. Just need a powerful enough cognition. Right, that's also a good point. Oh yeah, if you guys haven't wishlisted Veiled Shadows, please do. I'm starring in that one, doing the lead role in that one, which is super exciting. Hi, lovely Emma. Thank you so much for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes, darling. I appreciate you. I also have another announcement to make, but I gotta wait until that's publicly announced too. I feel like you need to work on your pitch. Since you're a professional VA, are you in any of the games announced? Oh, I wish. I'm a professional VA, but you can be a professional VA without working in the AAA space, you know what I mean? I am not. I am sadly not. But remember, I only started doing this like professionally the beginning of this year. So hopefully, if I'm lucky, if I keep pushing, I'm really hoping to be in something that could possibly be announced at like a tiny, like an indie dev award show, maybe within the next year or two, maybe. I need to get to hit that break. Yeah, it's true. Thank you for the care package. I'll see Eugene. Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary. You will be one day. Oh, TauTassieTiger, you're so sweet. Thank you. Where do you do your VA stuff? From home. I have a professional broadcast ready booth. I think we need to split the links a bit more and give some context to them. Probably cycle out the old stuff. Yeah, definitely, Strat. 100%. I think that I do think that the exclamation point VA is pretty long. So I think I have another audio drama coming out that's one of the things I can't talk about yet. But once I can, we'll replace it with that too. If Ty the Tasmanian Tiger released another game, would you audition? Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't do a good Australian accent, right? They have super, super Aussie accents in that. If they let me do a British accent or an American accent, I probably would. I hope you voice one of my favorite characters, mainly TauTassieTiger. Thanks, Eddie. I meant like for what? Books, news, rating, devices? I do commercials under my real name, which I will not share, obviously. But I also have been a part of a couple of horror podcasts called Claymare. I've been in the Heretic Testimonies Ortus, which is a Dungeons and Dragons, like courtroom recording sort of audio drama. I've been in Summer Haze and Glory Days, if you want to go and play that. And recently I got cast as Ruby in Veiled Shadows, so you should totally go. And if you like Persona, you should totally go wishlist it, because it's a Persona-like. It's by an indie dev, so obviously it's not going to be a whole year, but it's a month, and it is inspired by Persona. And I'm going to be following you around everywhere in that game. I don't think you realize how Aussie you are. I'm not Aussie. How can you not do an Aussie accent? It's not hard. Like, you know what? No Aussies will let me copy them. They look at me and they go, "You're making fun of me." I'm like, I'm really trying not to. Lovely Valentine, thank you so much for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes. Let's see. That was a very general Australian accent. I wish that every other Australian thought that. The number of times that I still, even after living here for, you know, coming up on 7 years, I nonstop have like endless numbers of people being like, "So how long are you visiting for?" And I'm like, "Oh, you know, I'm going back to my house that I have a mortgage on in like 10 minutes, and I appreciate you reminding me that I'm not from here." 3 years and you have been deceiving us all. I thought your real name was Coda. Shh, it's true. Copy mine, copy yours. Oh, your accent, Aussie. You have a wonderful Aussie accent. I would love to copy yours. On the one hand, I'm grateful Tao doesn't get a big head/ego from all these compliments, but on the other, I want her to see herself as we pal see her. No, that's okay. I don't sound Aussie either, despite never having lived anywhere else. Interesting. I've been in Australia for more than 30 years. Wow. Did you just like adopt the accent? Do you have like a more like American accent? How you have permission? Hell yeah. I get British once in a while because I'm from South Australia, but it's not very often. That's fair, dearest Teresa. I have a friend from Perth who, her mom is British, but she is, but her dad is like broad Aussie, like from like Alice Springs. And she has like a really strange way of speaking because her cadence is very British, and like some words that she says are very British, but every other thing, including like her slang and probably 80% of the words that she says, very, very, very Aussie. It's very fun. American, Russian, English, autistic. Oh, right, autistic, right. So you do adapt whatever accents you're kind of most engaged with. Interesting, Emma, very interesting. Okay, I promise we'll go on a break real soon. We're just gonna... I still think you sound just the same as you did 3 years ago, but that's just because I listen to you so much that I haven't had time to notice the changes. That makes sense, right? Yeah. Russian accent is my favorite accents to listen to. I have started saying that I can do a Russian accent because I can, as long as I listen to it first. So as long as, like, for an audition or something, I can just go and I have like a saved Russian video that always like gets my mouth moving properly. But I can't pull it out of my hat metaphorically like how I can with my British or Joy Z or Southern accents, but I can trigger it with a 3-second video, so that's good. You're in luck. The next title is Ty the Tasmanian Tiger 5, Undercover Valley Girl Murder Mystery. Oh my god, that sounds so sick, Sab. I can't wait. Roll those R's. Picking up from last time, we were talking about the French Revolution. Having executed the royalty, the revolutionaries proceeded to take the courts under their control. All who opposed the revolution were executed. However, the revolutionaries too were then reviled as despots and executed by the public. Many people were executed during the French Revolution. The fact that this many executions were possible was actually due to one specific invention. Tigerkin, take a look at this. Rigatoni. Raja. This is a guillotine, a tool which allowed for mass extinctions. Executions. Fuck me, I'm so sorry. I literally can't do anything today, can I? Now, do you know who invented this instrument? Ooh. I hope his name was guillotine. This was Joseph Ignace Guillotine. Marie Antoinette. Charles Henry Sanson, Louis the 15th. Was Louis the 15th one of the crazy ones? That sounds like a crazy ruler thing to do. Gorgeous Gundam, thank you so much for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes, sweetheart. I appreciate you. Nah, he wasn't? Okay, then maybe it was. I mean, it's such a... as if the name didn't give away. Yeah, that's what I was... He was extremely boring. Damn. Like, I don't know if I should... Like, I feel like they wouldn't put this question on there if it was that. But then if I don't click it and then he's like, obviously it was the guy with the last name of Guillotine, I'm gonna feel like a complete idiot. So I don't know. I read that during that time there were so many executions that they had to leave the bodies to rot on the street since they couldn't bury them fast enough. That's insane. Yeah, I feel like the last name thing is a red herring. I totally agree. What killed the dinosaurs? 2 really big guillotines extinction event. Made some cool persona mixes too. Dinosaur with 500 eyes and arms. It's true. The invention was named after the inventor. Okay, it was? Okay, then I guess that must be okay.
This is it.
Correct.
Oh, they really tried to throw you off with that one. Imagine if you didn't have precious pals to keep you on the straight and narrow. See, that's correct. This tool is named after him. By the way, Charles Henry Sanson, the famous executioner, it is said that he killed 2,800 people with the advent of the guillotine. Man, he loved that thing. Crazy. Thank you for the care package, Speed to Space. I actually need to go fill up water. I will go drink some... Hey there, lovely nerd. Welcome, welcome. I have arrived. I may breathe a sigh of relief. Yeah, I'm so glad you're here. How are you doing? It's good to see you. I thought it was Sanson, but then I remembered he only used it, not invented it. Right. He lent his name to it anyway. Oh, classic. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it embodied the French spirit of equality. Wow, really? Taka-kun seems kind of smart, right?
Nice going.
Thanks. Okay, we gotta go on a break so I can go refill my water bottle. Ooh, I think Nath might have some lozenges. I might go get one of those. The revolutionaries that rose up for freedom became despots themselves. It's a common tale. Our social reform doesn't hurt anybody in the real world. It's a bloodless revolution. I think that's what they would have said too. Good, and yourself? I'm I'm happy to be here, lovely nerd. I'm just...
Do you know the answer?
My wonderful fiance has been horrendously sick, and I think I'm finally catching what he's got. It's been like a few days, and I'm like, oh, I'm doing okay. And now my throat sounds like this. My voice sounds like this. And I can't do my VA very well. I hope in the future you can fuse personas in the way most people think of fusion, mixing 2 or more together. That could be cool. I saw a lot of errors on the previous test, so please be more careful in the future.
Hey!
Excuse me, no sleeping in class. Today's examples will be on your entrance exam, so make sure you know them. What's up with Kawakami? She usually looks so tired. I talked to her this morning about my future, and she was super polite. Friendly, even. Yeah, I know what you mean. She even gave me advice about my girlfriend.
Yes.
Now that she's back on her feet, Kawakami seems to be working hard as a teacher. That's cute. King Louis the 16th Sama and Marie Antoinette Sama were both executed this way as well. Bummer. Hope you get better. Thank you, Gorgeous Gundam. I hope so too. That cough was too conveniently timed. Obviously faked. I know that did. I thought that too when I coughed. I was like, ah, damn. I don't have anything in my throat. It's just itchy and scratchy.
Just add this.
Okay, let's save real quick, and then we gotta go on a very quick break. Please make sure that you guys hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also Mezamanda in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly. My girlfriend thinks that age gaps are dump her. Dump her, says Kawakami, the teacher who wants to date her student. That's quite funny, Sue. I like that. Marie Antoinette Sama is famous for the quote, "Let them eat cake." Although it was probably never really said by her. Yeah, I remember. That's kind of a bummer that for all of the stuff that she did and said, that something that, you know, never actually, that she never actually said is attributed to her. Bit of a bummer. They're all children under 18. They certainly are. They certainly are. So I'll let you think about that during break. There was a chance I would come back with wet nuts. I'll see you soon. Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts.
In this game, it's really good.
It's very tragic.
Story of class change quest. That is what.
Cow liking boxes, she's showing her feline side. Huh, I didn't know that this game had a box. Digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. Alright, do we get to fish? What voice do I give a chicken? Enkidu. Sergeant Master Chief of the Safe House 17 Army, possessing fire, wind, and water, and earth, and light, and dark elements, time and space manipulation. Yeah. Third option? Invent guns instead. Invent gun with bang bang magic. Want to test a few of Tau's. Oh no! Oh, owie! 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 No, no, no! Owie! No, no, no! Oh fuck! I forgot how to do this. Oh, no, I'm about to be eaten. Oh my god! I'm so fucking dead. Whoa! Oh my god! Heals! Heals! Heals need! Heals need! Need heals! I'm confused. Why doesn't that work? It said when there are 4. Go Tau Ranger! Thank you, Nix. This is the oh man. Oh! What? How many times have I been here and looked around and missed that?
Yep.
Fuck! Okay, we're gonna. Okay. Yes, you are. Yes, I fucking am. It's true. Damn, dude. I would like a rousing. I'm not using her power just yet because these guys are weak sauce. You know what I'm saying? Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts. In this game, it's really good.
It's very tragic.
Story of class change quest. That is what. Oh. What? Where did it... I'll give you multiple takes. I crave violence. I crave violence.
I crave violence, you.
Is that where you came up with Tau? You know Tau is the 19th Greek letter. Dude, it was huge! There you go. Go feed that to safe. Go to work. And don't worry about this art. What do you think? I've got my like, hi guys, I have wet nuts. I did not think about what I was saying. I just thought that it would be Tau. You know, Tau is the 19th Greek letter. Oh wait, in that case it was intentional. No.
How about now? Did I get it?
So sorry. Sorry, that was very strange. I just listened to it. That's really weird. All good? Sorry about that. What is happening? This game fucks my entire computer up. Or so it seems. Yeah, I'm back. Don't worry. Okay. I have returned with wet nuts. Same. But I've also returned with strepsils. Hello, I'm Nix.
Oh my
I am
God.
Tau's boat. Sorry, I'm trying to put my
Thank you for bringing my boat, Nix.
my hand cam around my neck and with one hand and does not work. That was very painful. Okay, hold on. I gotta put the wet nuts somewhere.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck.
In fact, I think I'll like this one.
Reincarnated as the last Tasmanian tiger who is an artist
Okay.
and a teacher who is collecting a family of pals.
I'm so
Yeah,
organized.
exactly. I love it,
Where are my
Nix.
headphones? Oh, they're on my lap. Where they belong.
Master.
Okay. Okay. Welcome back, cuties.
Go goof want
Nom,
some.
nom.
Nom, 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 nom. Nom, nom,
Over
nom,
here.
nom, 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 nom,
I will
nom,
bring
nom,
you
nom,
back.
nom, nom, nom. That's
Your
what I'm
little-
telling you.
little
We
pal.
have to, please, we have to go.
Hello. 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 Where's the stream avatar? Yeah. Hello. Abis? Yee. Good Ozzy. Hey there, bassist. How are you? It's good to see you. This is weird. It's a registered Tau trademark. I've been caught. I've been caught. It's true. How are you doing, beautiful bassist? It's good to see you. Nix, Abis for you. How are you? Good, Nix. Incredible Ison. Welcome back, Abis. Yay! Good Ison. Data save. Welcome back. Precious Politely, welcome back. Actually, Politely, I wanted to ask you if you want me to call you Princess Politely. I can call you Princess if you would rather. Signs are showing. Thank you for that clip. I'm excited to watch it, Ozzy. Welcome back, Nutty Tao-chan. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki. Abis? Yay! Good, Yuki. I hope you washed them well. I did, but not as well as I usually do because I was hurrying to get back here because I also wanted the spectacles and I wanted to fill up my water bottle too. So they're a little bit salty still. Abis for you, cutie cat. Good cat. That clip is just a sign of an amazing coincidence. Princess Politely, a fortress wicked. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You need some honey lemon tea? No. But I'll call you Princess and fan art will happen. I wouldn't mind if you did, but if you did, others would, and I would rather not. Oh, okay, that's fair, Precious Politely. Precious Politely it is then. That's a very valid point. Princess Politely, a fortress wicked. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing, sorry. Hold on. Fan art will happen. Okay, but no one else is allowed to call her Princess Politely but me. I will never understand the appeal of salted nuts. Unsalted nuts are so much better. I'm probably gonna start a fight by saying that. I'm not ready for fisticuffs right now, sorry. Wait, who is this? Oh, Futaba. Who's here? Shinya. I need to spend some time with Akechi and Mariki and that is fighting words. Oh, you are a salted nut fiend, are you, Daza? Nathan is too. Save. Who would dare run with a joke like that? Who would dare? Oh, fuck. Nuts. Thank you for the thank you for the alert. Strat, sorry. This is why you're a bad Australian. You should always be ready for fisticuffs. I'm sickies. I'm sickies. Normally I would be ready, but I'm sickies. Water! I had water. There's just still pieces of peanuts in my throat. I think you're set on Mariki. His rank 10 happens automatically. Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. Thank you, Steve. Okay, I'm all good. Tap. Please do not die in a situation that will end up choking on wet nuts on your grave. I don't know, but wouldn't that be funny? People would come to my grave and leave a bunch of really nice, macadamia nuts, some pistachios. I would be a happy little dead thylacine. Except for the fact that I couldn't spend as much time with you guys. Shortly you would come over to my grave and sacrifice your nuts to me. Sorry, that's not... I meant that you would bring nice nuts. You would bring legumes and things like... Oh, no. No. And now I'm wishing I had... Do not clip that. Do not clip that. Time of death, 333. Cause of death. What? No, wait, what? Yes, keep going. I'm just digging myself a deeper hole if I keep going. We're gonna move on. Makoto! Hey, girl, long time no see. Fucking, where are you? Flip it and ship it. Upright ears. Upright ears. Let me enjoy my nuts and my erect ears in peace. Or you're gonna become undead and spend all the time with us. Ooh, that's true. What? I mean, cashew, of course. Cashew! You died doing what you loved. I gotta stop eating these things while I'm talking to you guys. You're too funny. What in the love of the pouch is going on right now? Nut has too many uses. I agree, Kat. That's right. It does. Too many uses. What happens in the stream stays in the stream. Unless other people bring them up in other streams, and then I guess it is escape from containment. Okay. Hold on. Where are we? Who discovered macadamia nuts are edible anyways? Somebody must have been really hungry to crack open the nut that needs a saw to open. That's actually a good point, TauTassieTiger, but they would have been so... They'd have been pretty happy. That would have been pretty good. You're the last non-NPC pal. You can do it. I believe in you. Okay, I'm in the wrong place. What the fuck? Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'll, I think she texted me, right? Oh, she didn't text me. Never mind. Carrie Fisher wanted her cause of death to be stated that she drowned in moonlight, strangled by her own bra. How crazy. That's obviously exactly what happened. That's crazy. What the fuck? So Tash, should I not clip? Oh, listen, anything that happens in the stream is technically clippable. I'm just worried about it getting out and people misinterpreting what is appropriate in this stream. But it is funny. So if you want to clip it, you can. I will add context. Okay. Well done, that boss, you guys. Good job. Good job. Keep it up. Good job. Keep it up. Good job. I don't know where I'm going. Sorry.
Keep it up. Good job.
Keep it up. Good job. Yay, NPC pal. I have to go outside still, huh? Where? Oh, she's out. She's like, what, just outside here? Am I blind? Give it a good job. Good job, keep it up. Oh, she's literally here. I'm just absolutely blind. Right. Do you think you could come and help me broaden my views? Nuts. Thank you, Yuki, for the contributing to the storytelling stream.
What will you do?
Let's go somewhere fun. No, you said you wanted to broaden your views. Okay.
Shall we go?
Beautiful basis. Thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. She's made a new discovery. Very good.
Let's go home.
Ugh. Oh, there's doggy hair on this one.
You're back.
I don't want to talk to you. I will talk to Sojiro though.
You got time right now?
There's still time left on the clock today. How about it? I can teach you the ropes. That was nuts. Thank you, Nix. I can't believe Hot Topic is just called Problem Child in Japan. You know, they might have some Luna stuff there for you to save. What are you gonna do? Will you help the chief out?
All right then.
Oh my god, dog hair is everywhere, man. Fuck. Put your stuff down and grab an apron. Don't forget to wash your hands. Going about my work as usual.
Thanks.
If the Phantom Thieves are doing it, then it shouldn't be a problem. Really, though. Who are they? If I met them, it'd be love at first sight. I can't wear this. I can't wear this. I can't wear this. I can't wear this. Hey, a black shirt. Sweet. A black shirt with Luna on it, though. Thank you for gigantifying a Luna. What are they waiting for? Hurry up and do it already. Heroes have an obligation to rescue the weak. Okay, it's almost time for me to suck on these strepsils things, which I almost never do. So, I hope that they help. I think it tastes weird. What if they help me be better about voice acting? That'd be nice. Okay, Yusuke, what is our friendship meter like? 3. Okay, I hate hanging out with him, but I guess I'll do it anyway. What are your plans? Simply waiting isn't very fun. People watching hasn't fared me too well either. I'll be in the station for a while, so let me know if something comes up. I see. I'll be in the underground passage. Don't miss me. Okay, strepsils, here we come. Whoa. Eucalyptus-y. Very Australian. I don't believe we have something similar to Hot Topic, but there are many local t-shirt shops which print their own stuff. We do have La Foray, which is kind of counterculture-like. That's cool. I've given the option for people to force me to buy a Luna shirt multiple times. It comes within 2% twice. I think they're deliberately holding me back. Wait, I need to know more about this. What do I have to do to make you wear a Luna shirt on stream? Don't worry, Tao. I added context at the beginning of the clip. Oh, good. Thank you, Nix. Wonder if there's a Wet Nuts themed YouTube short coming soon with all the clips regarding the Wet Nuts. Probably. This is my new snack.
By the way,
I'm here to observe the public in an attempt to refresh my mind. Do you need something? There's something I would like to try painting. Do you think you would be free to help? How many strepsils can you eat at once? Smack bumpy wet. Smack bumpy wet politely. I can draw Safe's persona with a Luna shirt. That's true. That's true. But one day. That goal level currently is just a Star Fox playthrough. All right. Save file 17 community. Save files unite, and let's make save file 17 wear a Luna shirt on live TV. Our TVs, our phones, computer screens. He needs to wear it on a live stream. Yes, please. What Nuts is already incepting itself during breaks occasionally. That's true, actually. It's taking over.
I'm in your debt.
Oh.
Thank you.
How romantic. Ooh. Sorry, my voice is just a little bit smoother already. Oh no, it's cracking again. Never mind. Thank you for your assistance today. After all, it would be impossible to sketch while rowing. What are we doing here? Did I not tell you? There was something I wish to draw. As I take up my pencil, you shall take up the oars. We will voyage to sea in search of my next motif. Look at all the ducks. They're so cute. Don't get too excited. You'll fall off, you know. Perfect. This is it. My previous painting captured only one aspect of the heart. Desire. As such, I was unable to arrive at a truly authentic representation. That is why we have come today. I shall paint a second aspect, the burning passion between man and woman. Fittingly, Our theme today will be the wonders of love. You too will have an important role here. While I draw, ensure the boat remains as steady as possible amid these devilish ripples. Oh, this angle, incredible. That bashful side profile, those moist eyes. Your overflowing passion is wholly evident. You will play both. I would not put that past you, Skid, to be honest. I ain't judging him for bringing art supplies anywhere because I do that anytime I go out. Same. Why must you steal my heart? Why do you need it? I need it to live. I just need it to give it a little kiss, and then I'll give back to you, Halu. How are you doing, lovely Halu? They are akin to Adam and Eve. Yet in time, all lovers must come to know the pain of separation. Separation is the natural end to any such relationship, but even beyond that, love endures. Precisely. This is the truth of the human heart. It will make the most wonderful painting. It shall be adored by all who gaze upon it. It may even be given top prize in the next exhibition. Wait, now is not the time to be thinking of such trivial matters. Can you please remain still? What? Uh-oh. Return to your prior angle. Oh my god, he's a creep. He's such a fucking creep. I must capture your profile. What the hell are you doing? Rejoice, for I shall preserve your beautiful love so that all coming generations may bask in its glory. Once I complete this painting, you will become a new legend in the art world. A modern Adam and Eve. Legends? Art? This dude's off his rocker. Come on, let's go report him. Hold on a sec. Are you drawing us? What? You're using us as models?
Yes.
A man and woman intimately swaying in a dinghy of dreams. The blush of their cheeks. The bashful look. Alessa! Hi there, amazing Alessa. Welcome on in, darling. How are you? It's so good to see you. How was Nikkei? He sounds like a serial killer in the making. He totally does, Yuki. Alessa, how are you, gorgeous? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We're doing our very first playthrough of Persona 5 Royal. We're pretty far in, so if you're trying to avoid spoilers, you might want to depart. But if you'd like to stick around and not spoil anything for me, please do. You guys, this is the amazing Alessa Pure, your new cute and creepy waifu. Sorry, I've got a little bit of a lisp right now. I'm eating a cough drop. Your cute and creepy waifu who has graced us with their presence. This ENVtuber be slaying it in Goddess of Victory Nikkei with a touch of horror and sleepiness. That recent broadcast be a mix of epilogues and relic cracking. Truly a VTuber to behold. Sweet Stardust, welcome on in. Amazing Alessa, welcome on in. Fabulous Heisenberg, welcome on in. Rastasha, thank you so very much for the follow, sweetheart. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. It's good to see you as well. It's so good to have you, lovely Alessa. How was your stream? And when will your next one be, if I may ask? Welcome, everybody. I'm Tau. I am a Tasmanian Tiger VTuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Normally, I'm a little bit more high energy than this. I might be getting sick. I am getting sick. I keep on saying might, but that's because I'm wishfully thinking it'll go away. I'm also a professional artist, though. If you come on in on Fridays Aussie time, you can help me decide what we're working on and also request music. Sundays, as you can see, we're playing through Persona 5 Royal for the very first time. We're also doing our first playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward / Final Fantasy XIV the Hildebrand questline. Never played either of them, but having a really fun time with those. And we're going to be finishing up Monster Hunter Stories 3, I think, on Tuesday. Which is day after tomorrow. So if any of that sounds fun. Oh, and by the way, once we finish these games, you guys get to, it's a democracy here. And you guys get to vote on what our next game will be. Yeah, this is low energy. Believe it or not, it is. It is, lovely Stardust. This is low energy. Yeah, how would you guys describe stream right now versus elsewise? It went well, though. I'm going to hit the free-to-play wall in Nikkei. Oh, okay. Are you going to pay for it afterward? Or comfy. Yeah. I would like to think that our normal stream is also comfy. It's just got a little bit more screeching. Comfy. Your accent turned Australian when you said Tasmanian Vtuber, and then back to your current accent. I do have a few words that I do say unintentionally like that. Relaxed stream versus Tau stream. Right, exactly. But yeah, it's a pleasure to have you. If you it just means no story until they give me more free stuff. Oh, fair enough, Alyssa, fair enough. Do you happen to know when your next stream will be? I'm currently trying to get a vitamin, I'm reading that as a vitamin 4 drop. I'm like, what is a vitamin 4? Vitamin IV drip on your throne. I mean, comfy. Please don't dose me. You ever play Yakuza Tau? I have not, but I would not be opposed to it if you guys wanted me to. I voted for it. Friday Warframe, which should be the new quest day, unless I'm wrong about that release date. Cool, Alessa. That sounds like a blast. Well, we have a lot of people who love Warframe, so you guys, please please go check out the lovely Alessa Pure. And sweetheart, thank you for bringing our awesome community in. I know you've been streaming those long hours, so if you gotta take good care of yourself, go and do some self-care. If you gotta go to bed, go to the bathroom, go eat, whatever you gotta do, please go ahead and do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them, okay? Thank you so much for coming in. Yeah, because it is a trip. It is the least serious and most serious game at the same time. I must confess, I do think that I have, many pals have kind of mentioned it the same way, so I'm kind of curious. Are strepsils supposed to make your tongue numb? Dude, I don't really take medication or anything. Yes? Oh, okay. Cool. That's good. I'm glad they're working how they're supposed to. They have menthol in them. Is menthol a numbing agent? It numbs anything it comes in contact with. Oh. Well, I wish I could just swallow this to be like halfway down my throat, and then it could just melt there, and then I would not have an issue with my sore throat. Hey there, beautiful Benji. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes, hon. Much appreciated. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Let me drip. Yummy. I'm doing good, legend. That's what I want to hear. I'm so happy to hear that, sweetheart. Tell me more. Eucalyptus lollies can be good too. We don't really have a lot of lollies around our house, but yeah, he gets these strepsils whenever he gets sick, and then he goes through them like a absolute legend. Like, got these a few days ago, and there's like 3 of them left in this blister pack. Yes, this is the love I was so emphatically searching for. Love? I guess you could call it that, but it's kind of weird. Uh-oh. It's familial love. This here's my sister. Ugh, I told you I didn't want to come here with you. The only ones who do this crap are stupid couples. Oh my god. But I've always dreamed of coming to Tokyo and riding a boat here. No, it was supposed to be with my boyfriend, not my brother.
How could this be?
Familial. Oh no. Oh no. We don't have any lollies was also in a more classic Australian accent. Yeah, like I said, I have a few words that like I've adapted, but I can't speak a full sentence Australian like. Awkward. It's good. I've been getting bit by the whole backrooms bug. I've been playing a variance of it in Minecraft. Benji, if you like backrooms in Minecraft, you should go check out Save File 17. Literally a couple of hours ago, he was playing backrooms in Minecraft on stream. Oh no, we ruined their wincest? So that overflowing passion was just a figment of my imagination? It seems my bias has caused me to overlook the truth of the matter. There he is, there he is, there's the bloody legend. Yes, but I am glad that you are enjoying your backrooms content, my dear. But go check him out, he's a sweetheart. You should, you'll often see him playing Hearthstone, but just trust me on this, you wanna go in there and hang out anyway. Go talk to him and stuff. Say, are you gonna be doing any more Minecrafting anytime soon? You have a wild imagination. I am well aware of that fact, though it may not always seem like it.
I see.
Romantic love and familial love. The two may be nigh indiscernible depending on one's point of view. Perhaps the truth of the heart lies in the eye of the beholder. Tau, I feel as though I've learned something today. I can sense a quiet resolve from Yusuke. Art talk. If negotiation with a lone shadow fails, you can try again.
All right.
Art talk. Wait, so only couples read these things, right? That means those two. Shh. These are people from all walks of. There are people from all walks of life here in the city. Ooh, tell me more. What are you talking about? Oh well. Come, it's about time we return home. Please row us back to shore, Tau.
See you.
Farewell. Tau, thank you for all your help today. I have certainly come to realize my lack of experience. It would seem I understand nothing of love after all. Though I progressed by one step, there is no doubt I will face many difficulties moving forward. When will I fully understand the heart? Even if I ever do understand it, will I truly be able to draw it? You lack love yourself? That's kind of mean. Don't get discouraged. Just keep drawing. Hi there, Cutie Kurama. Thank you for the lurk. Yes, that's all I can do. There must be something that will come to mind as I continue to draw. Anyhow, today was a significant use of time. Impressive oarsmanship from your end as well. I hope I can count on your help next time as well. For now, farewell. They're doing 2 more sponsor spots for Minecraft in the next few weeks, but there's a lot of people trying to get them. Hopefully I win again, though. Hell yeah. Did you have fun with it, Save? Oh, does she want to hang out? So, I bought a dart set online, but Sojiro got mad at me for throwing them in the house. Her little emoji. Seems like this whole national acclaim thing has us on edge. So let's chill a little.
What do you want to do?
Cool. I'll see if anyone else wants to party up. You can head over first, I guess. I guess you'll see who responded when we get there. Yusuke is always so serious. He is. I forgot about that Minecraft sponsor thing. I should have done that. Yeah! Can you not still apply for it? All right, we're here. Now we just have to wait for Futaba. Gonna call it a night? Lovely Aizen. No worries, darling. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us, even though slightly lower energy. We'll see you soon, okay? Okay then, let's begin our team game.
Hey.
All right, Tau, let's play. The gamer in me is raring to go. As for the rules, it's gotta be 301. 301.
I'm okay.
Don't worry. Where there's a will, there's a way. Okay,
Sweat it and you'll regret it.
Sweat it and you'll regret it. Great. 301. Okay. I forgot how this works. It's been a long time. That's not what I'm looking for. I always enjoy my time here, regardless of the energy. Oh, thank you, Aizen. I appreciate you, sweetheart. You are so lovely. Thank you, darling. Oh, good morning, Storm. It was fun to see. It was a bit funny that apparently I triggered a rare event like 3 times within a couple of minutes and then spent like 25 failing to trigger it again until I forced it to activate by cheating to create 3 poisoned potatoes to eat. Yum, backrooms. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's so... That doesn't... Should that make sense? Like, the construction of the sentences is right, but the poisoned potatoes? Backrooms? What was the event? Save as a master gamer. Just give it a shot. You'll be fine. I'll try. Okay, so it's aim. Oh, I remember this now. Okay.
For real?
For real, beach. Can I do it again? Should I do it again? Should I do it again? Should I do it a third time again? Three in a bed, low ton. I don't know what that means. Switch? Do we have another option? I'm gonna nail this, no problem. They list like 6 ways to get into the back rooms. One is eating 3 poisoned potatoes. I don't know why it's one of the methods though. Another way is to just have the glitchy block show up in the world, which is what I saw 3 times in a row, but never again. Oh, is Bullseye 50? Oh, I didn't realize that. Huh. Interesting. A glitchy block show up in the world. Is that a part of the... Is this Backrooms thing like a DLC or an add-on or something? Or is it like a separate world? Alright. My mouth is numb. This is not what I was hoping for. All warmed up now? You just gotta go whoosh and then bam!
Your turn now.
Okay, we gotta do 80. Okay, in that case, if center mass is 50, then I can do this in 3. Assuming that I get it right, which I might not, so. Blah, 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 blah. Oof. Damn.
For real?
Oh wait, no, I got it. I did get it. I thought I had to be right in the center. Never mind. Okay, 30. Let's do the 20 and then a 10. Do I have a 10? There's a 10 over there. Great job. Thanks. Wait, bust. Wait, why is that bust? Am I not trying to reduce the score from 80 to 0? It was counting down before. What did I do wrong? Am I stupid? Bull is 50, double is 20. So wait, that's 70, right? Why did I bust? What have I done? I want to explain how this works. You gotta get it.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. That's true, Joey. I can't use lozenges because it hurts / numbs my touch and cheek before too much gets to my throat. I do feel that. So you had 90 and went over? Wait, when did I get 90? I got 70, right? 50 plus 20, is that not 70? I'm confused. How, wait, well, okay, like I'll accept that I went over, but I don't understand how. Because I thought that this score over there, it says 80. Oh, 20 was doubled. Oh, I thought that was just the name of the thing. Like bull is 50. Like, so I thought double was just what that space was called. Oops. Okay, never mind. Never mind. It was indeed an add-on. You weren't technically required to play it, but I had to talk about it existing and promote it. So at that point, I was like, well, I feel like I should just play it, even if it's not technically required. Sometimes sponsors are weird. I don't understand how to play this Minecraft. I don't understand how to play this Minecraft, Yugi. Okay, well that's fair. I think you probably did the right thing there, Save. I'll have to go back and watch the VOD sometime because I would love to see you play Minecraft. Okay, so that's doubled. That's very annoying. I wish they would not name them and then have only one of them be relevant to the name. Do you have to finish it on a double or a triple? You have to? The small outer ring is double the number. Oh, the inner small ring is triple and the larger fields are single. Oh, okay, I see.
Don't worry.
I see, my bad.
Leave it to me.
Photosynthesis. Hi, J Sizzle. Mitochondria. The target is a pumpkin.
Huh? What?
It looks more like pizza. Hi there, Precious Parkour. Thank you for the happy anniversary. Cutie Kuro, welcome in. How are you? Ooh. Oh, I only need to get a 3. Thank you for the care package, Jay.
You got this. Your turn now.
May I not fuck it up? Assuming that there's a 3 spot and it's just one of the singles. Oh, there is a 3 spot. Okay, so if I get like, I just want to check with you guys. This yellow bit right there, that's like down there. If I hit that yellow bit, that'll be 3, right? And then I got it. Is that correct? Or do I have to hit the yellow bit that's pointier? Hit those yellow bits. It's only worth 3. Okay, cool. Okay. Yay, we did it. Experienced Dartman. Woohoo! 0 points. None can best us.
Very well.
All right, I shall go next. Let us dance with darts! How are things with Yusuke? Let's do it. As for the rules, let us go with 301. Everything starts with the basics. Been very busy. Finally open for commissions. I got VGen approved. Oh, that's awesome, Kodo. Congratulations, darling. I wish you the best of luck over there. You can also throw 3 1s or triple 1. Right. Yay, not letting her down. Yay! And so it begins. There is no need to get worked up. Go with the natural approach. You made corn on the cob parkour. Great choice. That's a great choice. Oops, I should not have done this. I'm a little bit confused.
Yes.
Okay, and then what? It's tripling if I hit that part? Is that right? Nice, okay. If only real darts was like this easy. Low ton. Hi there! Oh my gosh, Jazzy Juicebox! How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. Oh my god, is this shit actually helping my throat? Does this stuff actually work? How many strepsils can I eat? My turn. I revel in this feeling of tension.
It's my turn.
Oh shit, you sound normal now. I do. I want to drink more water because I can kind of feel something in my throat, but... It's round 3. Time certainly flies when you're having fun.
Take it from here.
Okay. I'm glad I have the pals to explain how darts works. I don't understand. I don't understand how to play this game. 80. Okay, so... Oh, I don't even know which side that was. Whoops, I meant to get it here. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, thank you. There we go. How does this shit happen, dude? Been pretty busy. I hope you've been well, though, lovely juice box. Don't get high on strepsils. It's known to make people extend stream when they are sick. Ooh, well, that could be an issue for me. Don't have another. Your voice could become too smooth. Too smooth.
It's my turn.
Trip 1, 5, and 20. 1, 5, and 20. Is that what it's called? Is it called tripping? His hand is shaking. Pretend like you're painting.
I have it.
You're right. Painting is about being in the moment. Yes, I can do it now. That clap is unnecessarily violent. Aced it, my boy. Looks like you, it looks like real darts. You hit something that you weren't aiming for. True. A perfect 0 and a perfect success. The goddess of victory, Nike, has smiled upon us. What a stimulating session of passion for us both. I am in high spirits indeed.
Not bad.
Nothing quite like darts to arouse the senses, hey, Yusuke?
This is good.
Whoa, that was some crazy skill.
Okay, I still can't go too high. Oh, shit! We finally maxed a stat. We maxed out on proficiency. Oh my god, let's fucking go. Performing well, like pulling off a hat trick or high ton, will increase your proficiency at the end of the darts game. Maxed. Always great when the NPCs finish it, right? So true. Is Nath having a nice warm food, like soup and stuff? Nath is quite bad when he's sick, because he wants, like, cup noodle, which is, again, this man and his fucking sodium intake. So I made pizza. I made pizza because somehow homemade pizza is more nutritious than, you know, 5,000 milligrams of sodium in, like, a cup of noodles. Yeah, we maxed a stat. Thank you for the good job, Nix. Strepsils. Well, they suggest one lozenge every 3 to 6 hours, maximum 5 per day, depending on the dosage. Every 3 to 6 hours. Damn it, I can't have another one before the end of stream. Oh, you got leftover pizza? Yummer. Did someone say pizza? This one.
Tired from all that precise throwing? I can tell you've grown somewhat, though.
It's just maxing out the proficiency more.
So much fun.
It was so fun. It was so fun to play with everyone. I didn't even realize how into it I was. We can train up and have fun at the same time. This is a pretty handy place.
Goodbye.
When was the last time you had pizza? We don't get pizza out very often, but I made pizza about a month and a half ago. Getting myself hungry with all the food. Oh no, sorry. I like pizza and I want to eat more of it. Yes. You're already VAing now. Yeah, but my range is not where it should be. My range is not where it should be. Was loaded with extra stuff because that's what I love about making homemade pizza. Oh yeah, exactly. No, I make the kind of pizzas at home that you would have to like literally triple the price of the base pizza if you were to try and have it out. I want to see your face is so creepy. I guess we can go and see him. 3 days until Hottie is sold off. Anybody else real quick? We do have to go on a quick break, my darlings, but first... Yummy. And for me, when there's pizza, there's my favorite dessert to follow. Yummy! Hottie was sold off. That's what we're trying to prevent. That's what we're trying to prevent right now. I actually hate pizza now. I've owned a pizza restaurant for 10 years. Oh no, Jazzy Juicebox, that sucks. Oh, I will eat all the pizza that you don't want. I'll tell you that. I like pizza a lot. But I can only imagine how obnoxious that would be. That smell and everything, you would be like, oh, please, God. No more, no more. My silly brain imagines you needing to try to turn this into a trick. Nervously hands over cup noodle container with a rolled up slice of pepperoni in it. It's a new flavor and texture of noodles. Yes, that is exactly what I have to do. And then he's like, this looks like pepper. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I just opened that and gave it to you. That's all I did. And and then he'll be like, ugh, why is this like, is this soggy bread? No, that's noodles. Should I just like, there's a QR code on the back if they wanted, there's like a survey. And should I take the survey for you and just say that you don't like it anymore? Maybe they don't have to do it anymore. Yeah, maybe. I mean, same about hating sub sandwiches. I worked in a sandwich shop for years. It's so funny. I worked at a Subway for a while and I still loved Subway, and I still love Subway. There's so much that has come out about Subway, but I still like Subway a lot. Yummy! How do I spend 15 million gil on a flying hovercycle? Yes, you do. I didn't even have to think about that one. Yes, you do. Ryuji's at 7. I'll hang out with Ryuji if he is... I'll hang out with Ryuji if we're close to getting a deeper connection, but if not, I'll go talk to King.
What's up?
These are Okinawa noodles. You probably don't know what they do. Then there versus the rest of Japan. I guess maybe you don't like Okinawa noodles. Oh wait, do you just not like the people of Okinawa? Is that what you're saying? That do you not want you don't like Okinawan people? Wow. Okay. All right. Well, I'll just have to. Oh, that's very cooperative of you. Yeah. Good job keeping your mouth shut. Yep. I'm so glad you're enjoying the pizza. I mean, Okinawan noodles. Subway cookies are bomb. Icy, they are really good. I'm really not digging all this sitting around crap. So, I've been thinking about what to do with the track team, and I realized I'm not the kind of guy to come up with epic plans that can save the day. So, I think I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this the one way I know how. Can you come with? It will grow stronger soon. Okay, we'll hang out with him. Fine. Fine! Whoa! Gorgeous Grant, welcome on in. It's been a minute. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. To clarify, I only have 19.5 million gil. Well, that still leaves you with 5 million gil, right? I mean, that's pretty good. I am going to keep this to myself because I assume it was fever racism, okay? Okay, exactly same. Exactly. Yeah, you mean you have 4.5 million? Save. I've spent enough time in your streams now that I'm starting to think like you. How do you like having a crazy VTuber clone? Watch me pick up Hearthstone for the first time. That's not really gonna be the first time, but I don't want to lie, right? But it's been many, many years, and I have never played competitive in it ever. And I'm going to just close my eyes and be like, all right, I just feel this is the right card. Ah, yes, a Herald card, which I know exactly what that does. 2 Heralds, 3 Heralds. Oh, my 4 Heralds and my Deathwing have eliminated the competition, and there are 87 minions on the field. You've activated my trap card, and there go your life points. Squelch. I can already see that that's probably a save clip. Did I do a good job explaining the game? Why do I suddenly want more cards than more cards with horses? Yeah, save, exactly. You're gonna want more cards with horses pretty soon. Old and physically broken down, but I've been able to survive on cup ramen in spite. I hope you're getting more nutrients than cup ramen in spite. Definitely a winning line. Squelch 'em. That's it. I cast Exodia, the forbidden one. Hi there, darling Dave. How are you? Welcome on in. It's good to see you. You guys, we gotta go on a quick break. For those of you who don't know, or who came in with the raid, or who need the refresher, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. It is just long enough that if you cannot afford to subscribe, or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't actually have to worry about missing content, because for those 3 minutes I walk away from the computer, I run those ads, and then we come on back and we make more content together. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and dogs. This is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'm gonna go get yummy chippies. Whee! What the heck? Am I an idiot? Am I an idiot? Oh, man. Oh! What? How many times have I been here and looked around and missed that? Yep. Fuck! Okay, we're gonna... Okay. Yes, you are. Yes, I fucking am. It's true. Damn, dude. She's a VTuber, but she's not in. Sleeper agent activated. That was the General Lieutenant Admiral to the 10th Power Cadet Recruit Captain Commander Sergeant Master Chief of the Safe House 17 Army possessing fire, wind, and water, and earth, and light, and dark elements, time and space manipulation. Can you throw pals around like Pikmin? Well, I can do some. Here, do you wanna explode? I have bombs. Here you go. Have fun. Whee! Boom! 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 I go fly, you do. Stop stalling you. We have to go to Taco Bell, please. I haven't been to Taco Bell in like 3 days, please. Challenge accepted, my worthy opponent. You shall not claim the blade. With my, let us call it what it is, genius, I shall bring you to justice. Wait, you wish to duel with weapons, not wits? The bridge hardly seems appropriate for such an epic battle. Hildebrand will return in the 3 collectors. Tau is a goofy goober. Yeah, Tau's a goofy goober. Yeah, you're a goofy goober. Yeah, we're all goofy goobers. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ow! Oh. What? Where did it? Macadamia nuts? Some pistachios? I would be a happy little dead thylacine. Except for the fact that I couldn't spend as much time with you guys. Surely you would come over to my grave and sacrifice your nuts to me. Sorry, that's not... I meant that... I'll give you multiple takes. I crave violence. I crave violence.
I crave violence, you.
Is that where you came up with Tau? You know Tau is the 19th Greek letter. There was a chance I will come back with wet nuts. I'll see you soon.
Go, go, Tau Ranger! Thank you, Nix. This is the... hello, I am Nix. I am Tau's boat. Thank you for being my boat, Nix. That's true. That's true. Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. All right. Do we get to... Can't hear me, but, okay, I'm gonna try and gesture. Okay, here we go. You go to...
Precious pals. Yummy precious pals. Yummy precious pals. No, I'm eating kitties.
Hello, lovely Nina. How are you? It's so good to see you.
That's so crunchy.
With my book.
Press the react button.
Welcome back, amazing.
So every Friday,
Hope the snacks don't undo your throat healing.
As part of those
Me
raffles.
too, actually.
Thank you
These are
so
very
very
crunchy.
much for gifting that
A lot of potential for internal injury.
Deerling. I don't think you're a deer. I don't get deer vibes from you, Neon, but...
Welcome back to the show. Zara, thank you for the happy affiliate, and welcome in.
Thank you so very much.
Hi, welcome, Audrey. Welcome back. Your problem here is the funny card stuff you did only has a 40% chance to make it to a button, but I can already tell that's going to be a save clip. Has a 93% chance. Such is your lot in life. Okay, I can't read save messages and high effort so rarely rewarded. So welcome back.
Oh my god.
You know what?
I only have like one.
Okay. Is Tau
I
love
accept
triangle,
this lot.
In a love
That's
triangle
okay.
with
Cornchan and Nath? No, Nath knows he's lost that one. That's
Yummy. Yummy. Delicious. Welcome back, Incredible Icy. It's affiliate anniversary. It's technically the affiliate anniversary because Twitch fucked up. We are not celebrating it today, despite the fact that, like, I swear to fucking God, dude, I told so many people that we were going to be doing this celebration and that I had scheduled the affiliate anniversary for the 15th of this month, right? I have said it for weeks and weeks and weeks. And I know that I did it because I distinctly remember seeing it and saying 15th of June, submit or save or whatever the fucking button is. And yeah, and it just completely disregarded it. And so today is what it fucking is, but we're not celebrating it today. We're still celebrating it on the 15th, as promised, because that's also when we do the debut. And yeah, so bit frustrating. But anyway, Ozzy, welcome back. You beautiful being. Obbies for you. Good Ozzy. Save Sun is trying to kill Tacha. Cutie company. Uppies. Yay, good company. Welcome back. Nix Matoslis, Jumpslice, Uppies. Yay, good Nix. Pseudo Strat, welcome back. Okay, I will say my throat is like burning.
I really like corn.
What do you like about corn?
It's cold. Up good, it knobs. It has the juice. I can imagine the most beautiful thing.
Woo! Welcome back, Nix. Welcome back, amazing Alec. Did I already tell that I found myself speaking Spanish? Hola, Tau. Hola, Brennan. Happy birthday. Thanks, cutie pie. Lovely luck. Uppies. I know you did it. We even had a talk about it. I was so surprised to see it this morning. Yeah, I know that I did it. I know I'm forgetful too, but I know that I did that. Yeah, we like Strat and I were literally on the phone for like a freaking hour like last week and we talked about it and I was like, yep, I've already scheduled it on Twitch and Twitch is twitching. But I hate that it's twitching when I told it not to twitch, you know what I mean? Anyway. You need to eat more corn. It's true. I need more corn. Okay. Let's see. It said that we were about to get closer to him, so let's hang out. I gotta tell Nakaoka and Takeshi what's going on with that asshole of a teacher. I mean, there's no way the track team's gonna make a comeback without them. Come with me to the courtyard, man. Ooh, we gonna have a fight? Watch me get my voice back just in time for him to blow it out with some dramatic display of violence or something.
So, I called Nakaoka and Takeshi over here. I'm gonna tell them what that bastard Yamauchi is up to.
What if they start fighting? Do not jinx it, please. It's fine. I just hope that you feel better by the time we get to it. Just happy to see the voice improving since this morning. Yeah, me too, me too. Thank you for the lurk, beautiful Brennan. Appreciate ya.
You probably didn't realize, but I recorded Yamauchi's whole convo back at the manga shop. I'm a genius. I know.
Hi, Sita Soupy. Welcome in. How are you? Good to see you, darling.
Anyways, I might need some backup here. Can you stick around? What do you want, Sakamoto? Takeshi. Nakaoka? What the hell? Are you guys gonna gang up on me?
Nah.
Dude, chill. I just want to talk. Listen, this here is what's really going on with the track team. It'll be the rebirth of a team that found themselves in the depths of despair. The public will love it. And the best part is, not only are Takeshi's parents loaded, but his mother's the president of the PTA. But until then, he can show the others the value of obedience. This has to be a joke. Yamauchi said he'd make me the captain. Is this real? It's Yamauchi's voice, ain't it? And on top of that, shit's gone down just like he said!
Good try on the boss goody pies. Better luck next break. I just came back from I just came from Lucky playing Life is Strange. Oh, nice! Did you like it, CP? I haven't actually played it. I wonder if that's one we should play sometime. I ran so damn hard, but you two were always so far ahead. How's a guy like me supposed to succeed? How am I supposed to be proud of myself? Proud? My dad always talks about how proud he is of his son. He told everyone I'd get a track scholarship like he did, that I'd follow in his footsteps as a second-generation Taisei grad. That's why I listened to Yamauchi. He said if I was the captain, he'd write me a great letter of rec.
Come on, man.
So you trusted what he was saying about Nakaoka because of some stupid crap like that? Shut up! What does a thug like you know? You couldn't know how I feel. Nobody does. Like hell I don't know. How long were we running together, huh? I went through all sorts of shit with you. Sakamoto. Who are you living your life for? Your parents? Teachers? Society? Maybe you should stop trying to live for them and just start living for yourself. You think you gotta betray people to be proud? Well, if that's seriously what you think, you're wrong.
Hey.
Nakaoka, you knew something was up with Yamauchi too, didn't you? I mean, the bastard's never been interested in track before. But you kept quiet. You knew he was walking all over you, and you just let him do it! Yeah. I was afraid. Without Yamauchi, we still wouldn't have a team. Or a place to belong.
I see.
You missed running that bad? You know, it ain't so scary not having a place you belong. You can kind of be free that way. If anything, I'm more scared of being a crappy person. I mean, I used to be like you guys, afraid and lying to myself. That is, before I met this dude. I don't want to insult you guys or nothing, but I know you're probably real pissed about all this. So if you want to hit me or something, go ahead. I'm ready.
Oh, Whitechapel! Hello, wonderful Whitechapel. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. A+ Ryuji voice, do you like it? Tassie Juice Box, I'm so glad you like it. Thank you. Wonderful Whitechapel. How was your arting, sweetheart? Thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, if you got a raid run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. We're doing our first playthrough of Persona 5 Royal. We're pretty far into the game, so if you're trying to avoid spoilers, you might want to depart or maybe just lurk, you know, appreciate the lurk. That's very supportive. But we also are trying to avoid spoilers, so if you have beaten the game, please don't talk about anything. With that said, this is the wonderful Whitechapel, a valiant artist and game developer who has graced us with their presence. They craft pixel art and animations for their indie game Echoes of Pestilence, and they're amazing. I show Whitechapel's artwork on stream all the time, and I'm gonna do it again. Do you have some art that I can show everybody, wonderful Whitechapel? Currently, they focus on game animations, but also dabble in random art and emotes. Their workflow is a sight to behold. Truly lit fan. Hi there, Yagi. Am I saying that right? Hello, darling Yagi. Welcome, welcome. Chapel party breaks in. Show us what you got, please. Thank you so much for the raid, wonderful Whitechapel. Sweetest start. Thanks for coming in with it as well. Erin. I hope I'm saying your name right, darling. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Rosie's. Hello, Reddick Rosie's. Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes. I appreciate it. Thank you. Precious Peppermint Wisp, welcome on in. Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes as well. Arting was decent. Got some stuff done. Not as much as the other day, but definitely can share what I did. Yes, please do it. Please do it. We would love to see. Also, while you let us know, where we can see your artwork, what you're willing to share, and maybe also when your next stream will be, here's a little about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and creativity.
Now perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yeah, you guys. Holy shit. Look at this. This is insane. Sorry, I'm in the way a little bit. Wow, this is awesome. You didn't get all these done today, right? I saw you working on some of these during other streams too, but this is fucking sick. Holy hell, wonderful Whitechapel. These are extraordinary. Hold on, we gotta do some zooming. Look at this, you guys. Okay, I'm gonna sing wonderful Whitechapel's praises again. If you have any interest in art in general, but also if you have any interest in pixel art specifically, like sprite stuff, like Whitechapel is the best I've genuinely seen on Twitch. And yeah, wow, this is so amazing. These are so cool. That was cute. Did you like it, Joyous? Ah, Jazzy Juice Box. The bottom two were today. The others were yesterday. Wow, the bottom two, you got both of these done today. Very cool. I love the like subtle little like ribbons here. That's so cool. Those are very cool, aren't they? Very grimdark fantasy. They are. Whitechapel also is listening to some banger tunes as he draws, and is super sweet and communicative and lovely. And despite being as much of a god tier artist as Save is a Hearthstoner, super down to earth and really, really sweet. So please go check him out. We raid into him pretty much as I can because like so sick. This pulsing thing is like making me feel ill in the best way. Like it looks so gross in like how it should. But I had a third one today, but I wasn't feeling it. It looks amazing, wonderful Whitechapel. These are so cool. These are so cool. I'm obsessed with this tail. I'm just wee. Hearthstoner sounds wrong in some ways. That's okay. Save knows. Save is aware of his Hearthstoner position. Look at how cool this looks. Love the motion, the design. See, that's the thing, is like Whitechapel is like, these character designs are incredible. Also, obviously the animation is outstanding. And he's making like his own entire game, which is so fucking cool. And to answer, Monday is the next stream. Amazing, wonderful Whitechapel. And all you do is art, right? You don't do a whole lot of like, you don't do a whole lot of like gaming, do you? Most of it's working on this, which, yeah, if you guys are interested even vaguely in seeing how this kind of stuff comes together, you really, really should go and follow wonderful Whitechapel. Whitechapel, thank you so much for sharing your absolutely extraordinary art with us. And also your extraordinary community. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It's a pleasure to meet any of you that I haven't gotten to meet yet. I'm actually also a professional artist. I'm not a professional pixel artist, though, but if you come on in on Fridays, Aussie time, you can help me decide what we're working on. I usually have like a lot of commissions and ode art and stuff that you guys get to decide what we work on out of those. You also get to request music on that day. Yeah, we're doing first-time playthroughs of all of the following games, so please no spoilers for any of them, but Persona 5 Royal, Monster Hunter Stories 3, Final Fantasy Heavensward / the Hildebrand quest line. And once it comes out, we will also be doing Blood of Dawnwalker. That's like my most anticipated game of the year, so we will be doing that. But besides that one, when it comes out and we have to play it, when we finish a game, which we'll probably be finishing Monster Hunter this week, you guys actually get to suggest games to play. And then you all vote. And it is by democracy that you guys get to decide what our next game is. But yeah, let me catch up with you guys. When this game releases, Tau has to play it. Oh, I will. Oh, I will. I promise, even if it is horrific, I will play this because I would love to. I'm just going to stand in areas and be like, wow, Whitechapel is amazing. This is so incredible. I am absolutely not, I'm so totally not just like stalling. Let's see. I had like a few days that I did play games for research, but stopped. Okay, fair. Walk of the Blood Donner is a spin-off in the works, is what I have heard. Oh, Stratton, his link clicks and but you guys, please do check out the wonderful Whitechapel. And Whitechapel, I know that you have been streaming those long hours, so if you need to run away and go do something, take care of yourself, please practice that after stream care. Gotta go to the bathroom or shower or eat or go to bed, whatever you gotta do, please go ahead and do so with the knowledge that I will take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. Thank you so incredibly much for coming in and for showing us your gorgeous art and for like just presenting the internet with your gorgeous art. It's so beautiful. It looks absolutely incredible. Look at it in the mouth. In case you need a voice actor, I'll do your monster sounds. And this guy goes seriously, thank you so very much, wonderful Whitechapel. That is amazing stuff. I love it. I'll be looking for a second, then watching you play Persona because it has become a staple in people to watch. Yay! Oh my gosh, I am so incredibly honored to take that spot. Thank you so much, Dolan. Well, I hope that you enjoy. But yeah, feel free to lurk and go and stretch and stuff. Okay. And existing, Tau. Don't forget to admire their existence. That's true. I do admire your existence, wonderful Whitechapel. Your existence is a boon to the rest of the world. Adorable monster sounds. Thank you. The sounds were awesome. Thanks. Not sure how, but Tau has become a core part of my week. Aw, listen, I'm so happy to hear that. Thank you. Ayo, you might be joking, but what if I'm not? Mayhaps a VA? Definitely don't use Twitch to find other people with lovely voices. Hell yeah, Whitechapel, please allow me. You tell me what you need and you will get it. I would love to. No, it would seriously be an honor if you did want to do that. I said I was kidding, but I was just kind of hoping that you were going to say, hey, what if I'm not joking? And you did say, what if I'm not joking? So I am also not joking. Let's work together. Good plan. Good plan. No, that'd be so cool. I actually would really love to do more monster sounds and stuff. I've been practicing some of that. Yeah, that would be really cool. And of course, we're already gonna play your game, but if I'm voicing it, I will also be playing it for that reason too. It won't be for a hot minute, so I'll keep you posted. That is totally okay. Don't even worry about it. I'm just excited. And I can't wait to keep on seeing more of your beautiful, beautiful artwork, animation, and just your amazing self. Look at TauTassieTiger networking live in front of many people. Here you see the wild two introverts, forever hoping the other will make the first committed move of sociality. That's true. That's true. That is true. Oh, Soupy, don't die. I like that emote. That's cute. Make Tao voice the mushroom lady. Ooh. Darling, I don't intend to kill you, but I will if you make me. I have no idea what kind of voice she would have. I'm nowhere near audio. Yeah. Yeah. No, he's still like, for those of you who don't know how the process works, the voice actors tend to come in like literally right before release, like within, I mean, I'm sure it's different for like a massive production like Persona, but generally you have everything else in place and then you just need the audio files. Generally you don't start like casting for voice stuff until then. I heard the first committed move of sociality and was getting ready to translate a Vetalina comment. Oh, Vetalina, are you here, darling? That actually totally does sound like a Vetalina comment. You're absolutely right, Save. Could you translate that for me, actually? What would that one mean? Darling, that soup you just had, that was my husband, Shizaki-san. You murderer. You murderer. All right, we are in the midst of an intensive side quest confidant meeting with Ryuji right now, so we will continue on with that. But seriously, thank you ever so much for the raid, darling. I really, really appreciate it. The manic laugh, that's more of my like, that's like one, that's the except more breathy. You know? Yes, you guys, please do check out the lovely Whitechapel. I love that laugh. I know you do. I do it for you. I do it for you, Sadu. Do it for Sadu. Do it for Sadu. Me and my partner's anniversary is next Friday. Happy anniversary, lovely Soupy. Oh, July. Yeah, exactly. Can you do Yodo Ochi-sama? I actually don't know Yodo Ochi, but I am going to assume because of how you phrased that was it, but I might be wrong. Thank you for the live talk, Vowie and Vash. Thank you very much, Uwu. It was that moment in episode 1 when Obi-Wan Uwu said, "Why do Uwu? I sense we have picked up Uwu, another prophetic white form." When he voiced hears about Anakin. Picked up became sociality. Fascinating. Hashtag plausible-ish wise. That sounds white, Save. You could very much convince me of that. 100% Uwu. Yes, that's it. Oh, no worries. I'm glad I could entertain Uwu. That's somewhat like Hawi, which is just fitting for a character like that. Thank you for the 5 minutes, Uwu. Oh, do we have to do an Uwu, do we have to voice this in Uwu? Nadiawa, Uwu, welcome in. Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes, darling. Uwu. How have you been, dearest Nuddy? It's so good to see you, Uwu. Uwu. I was just about to welcome myself because of the raid highlight. Thank you so much, Awesome Ozzy, for gifting that sub, that suwoob to Nodiawa, Uwu. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you, Uwu. Thank you, woo-woo. Thank you, woo-woo. Ooh-woo, hello. Ooh-woo. Ooh-woo, hello, Nuddy. Ooh-woo. Thank you, woo-woo. Valiant Vash, is so good to see you, Woo. How are you doing, Woo? Why do you have a little crying, badge? What does this mean? Why is the Vash crying? And by subscribing or gifting a sub to a Pragmata streamer. Oh my god, it's a Pragmata badge. That's cute to woo. Very, very cute to woo. Okay. Vash, since you are the one who redeemed the Wav Uwu baby talk Uwu, would you like me to voice this very dramatic scene with Uwus? Or would you like me to not do that and pick up my Uwus after the scene, Uwu? Good news and bad news, you will. Good news, the hover cycle was only 7.5 million. That's like them chump changes, you will. Price must have been lowered since the last time I looked at it. Bad news, I am now 7.5 mils per well. But that still means that you have like 7.5 mil more what? Please voice it? Okay, you will. In that case, you will. If you insist, you will. Ooh, woo! Huh? You're really doing it, you will! You said it's okay, White. Well, wait! Hold on, Emma, ooh, thank you for the tip for the laugh, ooh. Ow, woo! Did you really have to keep swinging so hard, ooh? I'm actually starting to feel a little better already. Me too. I think I can finally pollute all of this behind me, woo. Nakaoka, I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. So, you wanna bring back the track team? Hell yeah! This is Simina. You saw that, White? That was some serious violence, woo. You deserved it, woo. He didn't actually deserve it. Yeah, I guess this was all my fault to begin with, Uwu. Well. Either way, they're probably feeling way better now. I think they're gonna be just fine together, Uwu. Thanks, Uwu. All I did was watch. Uwu. You're telling me? You just sat around while I got my ass beat, Uwu? For real though, you were a big help. Uwu. You were pushing me to be cooler that whole time, Uwu. It's kind of like I was doing a sprint and you were running next to me, Uwu. But I was just standing here, Uwu. That ain't what I meant, Uwu. It was like one of the metaphor things, Uwu. Of course you weren't actually running, Uwu. I feel like my bond with Wiiwuji, is growing deeper. Yes, I did so much. Just stand still. Uwu. Chance to withstand an otherwise fatal attack with HP of 1 remaining, Uwu. Alright. Wiiwuji. Anyways, let's head home, Uwu. I think my mouth's bleeding, so we have to eat some other time, Uwu.
See ya.
Waiter. Yo, Tao-Wu! It's me! Thanks for the help today, Uwu. Man, my jaw's still kinda messed up, Uwu. But it's kind of good pain, you know? Uwu. Like after a workout, Uwu. They're gonna have to handle the rest, but I think they'll make the right call, Uwu. Seeing them having a real heart-to-heart talk. They got a good team. You did a great job. I know, White! And all it took was ruining my pretty face. Ooh. If this doesn't work out, then shit, I got punched for no reason, Uwu. Not the poo wrenching. Man, if those guys are really gonna go for this, I gotta step on my own game, Uwu. I'm gonna up my pace, so you better be ready for it. Okay, waiter. Ew. All right, that's my sign off. There you go. That sounded a little like Simlish. Maybe pitch that for Paralyzed Touchdown.
Back.
Thank you very much for the routine. Valiant passion. That was so much Uwu. It was. Loved it? Excellent. Oh my god. Further Uwus. You want an entire stream of Uwus at this? Wait! Save! Sweeter save! Guess what? I have a message from Vetawina. If I could please get an... Thank you for the Vetawina. I have seen the true facts of pure heroes ground. I not elephant, you be afraid the dark world so. Sorry, what were you saying? Nothing. Would you do anything for Gone Wild audio? I don't know what that means. Is it for creature voices? What is it? Up your piss? Oh, Ouija, maybe don't call on a full bladder. Let's see. We got plans today. I don't want to see your face. Oh! There's something I think I should tell you, but I can't make up my mind. Sorry, never mind, forget what I said. Oh, sorry. How? What would you do for a Klondike ball? Not much. I'm not a big Klondike ball fan. Oh, it's where people do NSFW audios. No, this would not vibe with the being that I am, Uru. I don't want to invite that sort of clientele and pals in, you know what I mean? No, I would not do that. That is correct, Seru. You know me well, Uru. No NSFW. I'd pay a few dollars for a Klondike bar. I don't like Klondike bars. I like the Oreo ones, Uru. Oreo drumsticks. Delicious, Uru. Okay, I forgot about King Uru. Thanks for help. Wait, this is Kawakami. I'm contacting you not as Becky, but as your teacher today, Uru. There's something I want to talk to you about. Are you free, Uru? Tao likes drumsticks, but not the chicken kind. Correct. Save likes the chicken kind, but I like the superior kind, which is the ice cream ones. Oreo, huh? Must take notes for next Yukiko box. Yummy! I actually don't like the cream in the Oreos, but I like the wafers of the Oreos. This just feels like the quiet before the storm. We are having a very chill time. I wonder what goes wrong next. Well, we have 3 days until Haru is sold off, and I reckon that will be our next explosive issue. Thanks. I'll stop by LeBlanc later, so I'll see you then. Oh, that's right. Saru does like the cream of the Oreo. You can eat the cream, I'll have the wafers.
That's actually been happening a lot lately. I wonder if they see me in a new light now.
You drive the person who picked out you. This should ruin them, Uru. Ising not to join them, Uru. Say, please, assist with this, translation, please. I like the ice cream one style. I just don't think it should be the first one to pop into your head at the mention of the word. That means you don't like them enough. Save, would you eat an Oreo drumstick with me? Would you? Tell me!
I need to work hard so I can make up for all the times I let my students down in the past.
Sounds like you're busy, Uru.
Oh, do I sense some jealousy?
Not right now. Get better first. Ew. Ew. That's so mean.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. I cannot have a battle of wits with save when my brain is functioning at half the capacity, which is how it normally functions, but it's half of that half.
So, now, this is coming from me as your teacher.
Don't you ask me to date you, Uru. Okay,
darling.
fine, we can show it. I just take my bites first. Okay. I'll think about it. I think it's only fair if we take turns taking bites. Hurrah, darling! Ooh, ooh.
An awful thought occurred to me the more I spent time with you.
If you get to take all of your bites first, save you'll eat all the nice stuff on the top. I just calculated, and it seems I can make you continue talk for only 35 hours. That is too little. Well, I guess you gotta save up some more strat. I can eat an entire yogurt cup with just my tongue. That is such a specific. That is so specific. She's gonna confess. Oh no, so well. And save I shall. Do it, Strat. Do it.
I can no longer overlook such a grave danger.
Nani?
You...
Here lies Save, gave into a VTuber's Oreo-based biological warfare. Tragic, but a heroic end indeed.
Way too lax when it comes to your diet. You need to be more serious about your nutrition. And the state of your room. You need to stop slacking. I mean, look at how dusty this place is.
Oh my god. Now that she has energy, she's being a mom. Not great.
I put up with the mess because you are my client, but you need to thoroughly clean in here.
Same goes for you? What does that mean? Just say it, but I don't understand.
I'm currently in the process of eating better
Oh,
myself.
diet, okay.
I only have cup noodles every other day now.
Huh.
There are just some things you have to prioritize over your studies, you know? Oh yeah, there's one more thing. You're a member of the Phantom Thieves, right?
Ah! What the fuck? How did you know that? There was no shot. How did you, what? What are you talking about?
That whole thing with Takase-kun's guardians worked out way too good for me. And you're the only one who knew about my situation.
So what if I am?
Well... Don't worry, I have no intention of telling anyone.
Delicious, delicious Okinawan pepperoni cup noodles. Good for you, Kawakami. There's some protein in there, also plenty of carcinogens, but there's protein too, she guessed.
There are a lot of stories about the Phantom Thieves, but in the end, they help people like me, right? That's so you. I just thought you were a problem child with a criminal record, but now I know better. I'll support you 100%. You're not just a student to me. You're someone special who helped me realize my path as a teacher. A new path where I'll never abandon any of my students.
That sounds promising. Calypso, hi Kitty Calypso, welcome in.
For my students and for you.
How are you? Tao, do you know how many carcinogens the metaverse has? Neither do these teens. I'll tell you what, they're gonna wanna know at some point, they're gonna regret the fact that they went into the potentially irradiated, it's allegedly irradiated, all right, we're currently in legal talks, of the metaverse, okay? So you don't need to add on to it with the pepperonis and the SLSs in your shampoos and, you know, none of that shit. Oh, that's real bad for you, and you're gonna die an early death. Confidant is so nice as long as you keep it platonic. I cannot stress that enough. Don't worry, I am not gonna get with my teacher. I am planning to be with Kasumi. But I like my junk food. But your body. Oh, powerful Graham. Oh, gotcha.
Thou hast turned a vow
Shampoo
into
equals
a
early
weapon.
death. I learned so much from Tao. Save has the most magnificent beard, so it does break my heart to tell you that right now. But
Thou hast awakened to the ultimate secret of temperance, granting thee infinite power.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Max. Yes, finally. Request a massage. Oh, that's an interesting benefit. Request a massage after going into the metaverse, letting you go out at night. Oh. Oh. Okay.
All right. All right.
Fusion. You can fuse Arda, the most powerful persona of the Temperance Arcana. Wow, that's pretty cool. Kawakami special massage. You can now use the phone at LeBlanc at night to ask Kawakami to come and give you a special massage. You know, they just really drove that home by like prefacing it with special. Like if they just said massage, I still would have been like eek, but special massage, it will remove exhaustion and allow you to go out at night even after venturing into a palace or mementos. And I'm bothered because this is such a skeevy and weird thing, and yet I can tell it would be incredibly beneficial, and so I will probably use it for the game mechanic. But, I, ugh. Thank you for the pal hat. Get with your teacher for more time on the clock. Must have been the wind. Plus her prior unlock got her work for free. That's true. Night massages are lovely. Sign me up though. Who said that? Must have been Lynn. You do so under protest notice. Exactly. Thank you, Steve. Yes, I do not do this willingly. I do this for the benefit of the gameplay. I wish it was called something else. The same way On has a distract move as a child. Yeah, not great. We promise you it isn't spicy. Okay, the name is sus though, very sus.
Okay, let's get into it. 50 terms, go! I don't want you to flunk your exams. I'm going to go the distance with you.
There's some icky connotations, but it could also mean special, as in she's a trained masseuse or has a special technique. Doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to mean it's sexual. Yeah, but at the same time, you know, there's a reason that, like, I don't know if you know, like, for anyone who hasn't worked in a school before, at least in Australia, you are not allowed to touch the young people. You cannot do it. Like, you cannot give them comforting hugs. You cannot, you know, pet their hand. You cannot, like, touch their shoulder. You can't do any of this stuff. Like, it's not allowed. So a massage would be very much a no-go. No. Tau final gameplay stats preview. Playtime 206 hours. Max confidence probably 19. Special massages 904. It's fine. Think of it as something you do after playing sports. I received a special lesson from Kawakami. I grew tired all of a sudden. I'm so tired. Who's going to massage me? Who could that be at this hour? Are you free tomorrow? Why, yes, Vtuber. Perfect. You are cordially invited to go look at limited edition Featherman figures with me and Nerd Out. Let us ride to Nakano. We shall sally forth into a realm of true figurine geekdom. Ooh, Vtuber's inviting you out. What'll it be? You gonna go to Nakano? It's a stress relief. They are not being a sussy baka. I grew up in the 90s, so that's so weird to me. My extended family was very physical. Lots of hugs and head pats and hair ruffling and pats on the back and stuff like that. Oh, well, I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, people that you are like blood relatives with or like who are not in a position of authority over you, it's a matter of, you know, everyone's like comfortability, I suppose. But the problem is that teachers making physical contact with students when it is not like necessary for their own, the students or other people's like benefit, as in if the kid is like gonna hurt somebody, right? Not great. This one's cute. Holy shit, she sounds like me. You received a special lesson from your special teacher about special massages. Well said. Then we're a go for Nakano tomorrow. I'll send you directions, so read them. Cheapies. Better take a good look at your map so you don't get lost. God, you're so good. Fuck, I need to put these on rock. In case you guys want to give me chips. Chow down, hang out, and shop to your heart's content. Nakano's got it all. Wanderlust. Between ramen, bars, and a huge shopping complex, it's a joy to explore.
All right.
You have recovered your throat, about 80%. About 80%. Yeah, you can still hear it cracking when I do any high-pitched stuff. Did you see that limited edition model? They're so high quality. Way better than cheapos. The subtle facial expressions, the little wrinkles on the clothes. Oh, I want it so bad. But you could get sushi 10 times with that kind of money. That's way too pricey. Our teachers never made physical contact. They would never touch a student. They usually used a ruler or slipper. Oh my God, Strat! Oh. India and the Philippines do be teaching their young people different. I get where you're coming from, but speaking as a collector, it's totally worth it. You can really feel the sculptor's soul. Fine. I guess I'll just have to settle for staring at it. Oh, it's, UI. Okay, next up. Wait a sec. That guy's definitely bad news. I mean, I don't want to say he's Yakuza, but... La Chancla! Exactly, La Chancla. Who's your favorite character from Persona? As long as it's no spoilers, feel free to tell me, everyone. My favorite character is probably a tie between Makoto and Ryuji. I like them both a lot. I didn't actually like Ryuji very much at the start, but he's grown on me. Listen, let's just wait for him to leave. Don't make eye contact, okay? No, he's not that scary. Well, look who it is.
Yo.
Hey, didn't think I'd bump into you here. He's talking to us. We're dead. Who's the little lady? Liv! Thank you for the 6 and the 7 biddies. I'm tired of step the siblings in anime. Yeah, for real. My experience with Elf and Lade was crazy. My favorite character is Futaba. We got a lot of precious pals who love Futaba. What about you, Whitechapel? Do you have a favorite Persona character? Basically my sister.
Basically, huh? Sounds complicated. Still, not like I'm in a place to judge.
You know this guy? He's an arms dealer.
Nah, nothing that dangerous.
Futaba also! Yeah, there you go. Every character is pretty dope. They're all really well written, it's true. Wait, like that military store?
Oh, you know it.
Yeah, I mean, yes, sir.
Relax, kid. I don't bite.
What brings you here?
Oh, me and these guys, we go way back. They distribute some of my wares here.
Wares? What about that model gun in the second floor display case?
Huh, yeah, that's probably one of ours.
The level of detailing on that one was crazy. Like the barrel shape and even the metal texturing was perfect. That kind of authenticity is hard to find.
Whoa, you know your stuff, little lady. You ought to drop by the shop sometime. I got plenty more models for someone who can appreciate them.
Really?
Yeah, really. See you around.
He's kind of scary looking, but he seems like a nice guy. I went home after shopping with Futaba. I've never played any Persona, so it's just purely on random snippets. Oh, that's fair, Whitechapel. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, let's see. UI, it's funny that you're messaging me on this evening. We got 2 days until Haru's sold off. I mean, we just saw UI. Maybe we go see him again.
Yo, gun enthusiast. Stop by the shop if you can.
Oh.
Okay, hurry up.
Chips. Oh no, I have to talk.
Everyone has a secret they don't want anyone to know. I barely use a PC because I'd be in trouble if it got hacked. So, you're here because you saw my message, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll tell you about the shop. It's a piece of cake for a gun enthusiast like you, right?
Okay.
If you're considered an employee, you won't seem suspicious coming in and out of the shop, right? If you get what I'm saying, bring the goods to the back.
Hey.
Hurry up and learn this stuff, kid. You gotta be able to start looking like a normal employee. I'm supposed to be running an honorable business here, you know. Though honestly, the customers have been running a little thin lately. Some guy on the internet's been claiming all my goods are knockoffs. And once you got a bad rap like that, it's real tough to shake it.
Is it seriously that hard? No, I know how that feels.
A kid like you? You going through something similar? I guess you wouldn't be doing any of this if you weren't, huh? Don't give me any details, though. I don't want to know.
That's right.
Anyways, I should probably fill you in on what's going on here, since you'll be helping me out. I'd bet anything the guy behind that rumor is Suda. You remember his name from the diner, yeah? Truth is, he is the second in command of the Hashiba clan, and the same clan I was in back when I was a part of the Yakuza.
I always knew you were a thug. No, I'll say Yakuza. I tend to just like the characters with the most screen time, so my favorite characters are. That's such a slight. That's such a slight. Fuck. Fucking hell. Real answers. Naoto from Persona 4 is 5 is harder to choose. Sai and Makoto. Oh my god. That's pretty fucking funny. Pocky, ah! I can hear Tao going, crimes in my JRPG unacceptable. So my favorite character is It ain't as scary as it sounds, you know. Guess it still looks bad to a regular old citizen, though. Oh my god. Sorry, okay. Alright, so I'm keeping it together. Fuck, save comes out of left field with the shit. Okay. Anyway, Suda was my sworn brother back in the clan. I got some unsavory business going down with him right now, though. Problem is, I'm a known quantity in the underworld. One bad step and I'd have guys crawling all over me. Neon! Hi there, lovely Neon. Welcome on in. How are you doing, darling? It's so good to see you. Sweetie, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. If you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. How was Dead as Disco? Which, you know what? When I saw, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Dead, and I was like, oh, Dead by Daylight. And then I saw Disco, and I was like, Disco Elysium. But Dead as Disco, did not expect that. You have surprised the unsurprisable. That's right, everyone knows that I do not scare easily. Greetings! This is lovely Neon by Proxy, an average cyberpunk VTuber hailing from the land down under, and is gracing us with their presence. They slay in a variety of games with a penchant for Final Fantasy 16. Their streams are LGBTQI+ friendly and neurodivergent inclusive. It's lit. Currently, they are on a mission to kill a crystal in Dead as Disco. Long live the stream. Welcome on in. How are you? Dead as Disco is incredible. That is awesome. Very, very cool. Did you want to tell us anything about it? Or maybe when your next stream is, darling? Hello, Magnificent Mana. Welcome back. How are you doing, darling? It's so good to see you. Let's see. I'm glad you think I'm average. Wait, what? Did the bot? Oh, I think it's not saying that like average. I think it's just being like, you know, just another cyberpunk VTuber, but not like, you know, you're not. Whoa, sorry, hold on. Not saying that you're like not special, you know. Thank you for the head pat, Sly. 1 second. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for the care package. I'll see. Dead as Disco Elysium would be a fun mashup. What is Dead as Disco and how would that fit in with Disco Elysium? Or Dead by Disco Elysium. No, Dead by Disco Elysium. Yes, that's the one. Next stream is next week, and for stream for a cause, but I won't advertise this is your stream. Oh, I know, but our readers, I love to say thank you, you know? So I would love to know when your next stream is. Do you know what you will be streaming? Guys, please check out Lovely Neon, who will be streaming next week, and doing stream for a cause, which is awesome. Crying because of emotional family issues? Man, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Oh, I hope that hanging out here can take your mind off of things. Sleep is calling me. Have a good one, Swedish Shadowgun. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Dead as Disco is a great game. Now beat 'em up to the tune of your own music. Takes beats per minute to a whole new meaning. I'm trying to figure out how Dead by Daylight, Dead as Disco, and Disco Elysium could possibly merge. I'm sure there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Aurol! Hello, amazing Aurol! Thank you so very much for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes, Dawn. I appreciate it. Let's see. Dead by Disco, Elysium Daylight. Exactly. There you go, Whitechapel. That's the mashup we needed. That's the mashup. You played Dead as Disco? I did? When did I do that? I don't remember this. The only rhythm game I think I've played through is Hi-Fi Rush, and that was actually a lot of fun. I love hearing the different way peeps say my name. Aral. Aral. Would you, what, how should I pronounce it actually? Ara. Aralgon. Aralgon. Every Sunday from 12. Celeste is next week. Final Fantasy 16 continuing the week after. And the final Sunday is another Dead as Disco stream, but with community suggested music. Very cool. Sounds like a blast. Very, very cool. Well, you guys, please check out Lovely Neon. And Neon, thank you for bringing your lovely community in. I could say several ways they'd mash up, but they'd all spoil big parts of Disco Elysium for people. We can't have that. I have heard that's a pretty long game, and it would be like spoiling Persona, which would suck. So yeah, good call not saying anything. I will send the clip. Okay, thank you, Strap. Give it your best Aussie accent. I even though I've lived here for 7 years, I sadly am not good at an Australian accent. Your name though? Aralgan? 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 Someone modded Dead as Disco to let you play as a Jurassic Park Velociraptor, and it's awesome. That's fucking sick. Better. Aralgan. 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 Oh shoot! I'm so sorry, Neon. Sorry. Our bot hates nice links. Sorry. This isn't my video, but if you want to see what Dead as Disco is about, here you go with an awesome cover of Maniac. Oh, thank you. I'll have to have a little listen. Umbra! Hi, amazing Umbra. Welcome on in. The tavern may be closing, but the tavern crawl continues. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the back-to-back, guys. You guys, this is the wonderful and sweet Umbra Kit 31, a cunning kitsune Vtuber who has graced us with their presence from the realm of Marvel rivals. This bifox tuber seems to spread joy and grow in power. No backseat gaming allowed. The recent adventures include saving Diana in Pragmata and vibing in the Wyvern SMP. Perhaps we shall witness their prowess in the Apex games next. Welcome on in, darling. How are you? It's so good to see you. Umbra, do you happen to know when your next stream is, sweetheart? Another raid has begun. Now it's Umbra's turn to have a precious pal time to preciously talk about themselves preciously. You are correct, darling Neon. Yes, Umbra, please tell us. Tell us about when your next stream will be, my dear. Thank you so much for the raid, lovely Neon. If you need to run away and go have some dinner and stuff, then please be my guest. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come back for them. And Umbra, how was Marvel Rivals? How many wins did you get? You have 10, 11, or 12 wins. Shit, sorry, I didn't read what he said. That's why I got you around. You look normal, sure, but you got balls, kid. Makes you perfect for snooping on Suda. Tomorrow, after 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Let's go! Okay, well, you guys, please do check out Amazing Umbra. What will you be playing? Some more Marvel Rivals, perhaps? Hold on, chippies, chippies, yum, 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 yum. I do need to prepare the house before he comes home. He's been in Queensland this weekend. Oh, fair enough, lovely Neon. I'm sure he'll very much appreciate the house being all nice and clean. Have a wonderful evening then, and I hope that he had a good time in Queensland. Aye. Oh my god, these chips are so good. Been doing amazing. Stream was great. We won most of our games. But thinking of playing Titanfall 2, actually. Super excited to revisit it. That's awesome, Umbra. How long has it been since you played Titanfall 2? Take care, pals. And War in the Wartime, who I will super custody of the Wartime. No! He won't leave my side. No! Thank you so much, sweetheart, for coming in. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the raid, and we'll see you later, okay? But that sounds fun, Umbra. Are you gonna start from scratch in Titanfall? Been about a year. I make a point to play it once every year. Oh, that's cool. Okay, is it like one of your favorite games, Umbra? That's it, must be. I don't know why or when the Warthog became my obsession, but fuck it, we ball. I appreciate it. I do love my little Warthog. Bye! Oh my god. I'm gonna run out of these chips. It made me so sad. My little warthog. No! My visage would not be complete without my delightful warthog. I didn't even know the warthog had a name. It didn't, but Neon named it. Prove it! Well, say that's the thing, I can't, right? Because the only way I get rid of the warthog is if I get rid of the hair! We're starting from the start of the story, and it'd be one of my top 5 games. I held its story close, as I find it a prime example of an amazingly flawed story, amazingly flawed story / world. That's really cool. That's very, very cool. Well, you guys, please do check out Lovely Umbra, who's going to be streaming potentially some Titanfall 2 tomorrow, about 26 hours from now-ish. Go check them out. Umbra is a beloved, precious pal, and we would love to go and support him as well. I'll look naked with that, exactly. Tao, more like bowled. I'm out. Bye. Have a good one, honey. Umbra, thank you so much for coming in, though. I do appreciate it. And if you gotta go and get some dinner, unless you're gonna be like me and just eat chips, make sure that you go take good care of yourself, okay? And I'll take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back. Let's lurk for now. I leave my people as I go grab food. Woohoo! Thank you so much for the lurk, hon. What flavor chips? Oh, my usual, my favorite ones, the sweet chili and sour cream from Red Rock Deli. Oh, God, these things are so good. I cannot be persuaded that any other chip is more worth my life. Yeah, we'll take a break. Red Rock Deli is practically unrivaled. It is best Frito flavor. Oh, it's been so long since I've had Frito soupy. I don't even know. Okay. I gotta go on a quick break. I do apologize because I know you just got 2 raids, but for those of you who just came on the raids, it's not gonna be a very long break, okay? So it's only like 3 minutes. It's just long enough that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about it, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run the ads, and then we come on back and make more content together. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and dogs. This is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots, and I miss you, and I'll see you soon. Whee! Terrified that the final boss is actually like not final. Oh God! Oh. What? Where did... Tao is a goofy goober. Yeah, Tao's a goofy goober. Yeah, you're a goofy goober. Yeah, we're all goofy goobers. Yeah, 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 yeah. Telling you that we have to, please, we have to go to Taco Bell, please. I haven't been to Taco Bell in like 3 days, please. Okay. Is Tao in love with triangle, in a love triangle with Cornchan and Nath? No, Nath knows he's lost that one. That's a... Just kidding. Yeah. Tao liking boxes, she's showing her feline side. Huh, I didn't know that this game had a... Dude, it was huge! There you go. Go feed that to safe. Hello, I am Nyx. I am Tao's boat. Thank you for being my boat, Nyx. One flash bomb. I don't even know if that's... Well, is flash bomb what they're looking for? It doesn't say anything about grounding it. That's...
There's a reason why 18 plus is at the start of every stream channel. That's true. That's true. Power B! When an AoE attack is happening, use a trap. Oh, that's a good idea. I think I only have like one.
Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts.
In this game, it's really good.
It's very tragic.
Story class change quest. That is what.
Go to work. And don't worry about this art.
What do you think I've got my...
What voice do I give a chicken? Enkidu.
17 army possessing fire, wind, and water, and earth, and light, and dark elements, time and space, and ability to...
Yeah. Third option? Invent guns instead. Invent gun with bang bang magic.
Go Tau Ranger! Thank you, Nix. This is the...
You bitch, you have a shitty tail. Oh, you have a shitty tail.
Oh no!
Oh, owie, 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 no. Owie, no.
Can you throw pals around like Pikmin? Well, I can do some here. Do you wanna explode? I have bombs. Here you go. Have fun! Whee! Boom! 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 I go fly. You do. Stop, master.
Hold on. To go goof on some. Nom nom nom. Nom 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 nom. That's okay. I'll finish it for you.
Sorry, it's same. I say it's same. I say, how are you? Oh my god.
Is that where you came up with Tau? You know Tau is the 19th Greek letter?
Oh wait, in that case it was intentional.
No.
How about now? Did I get it?
Sorry.
Sorry, that was very strange. I just listened to it. That's really weird.
Hey there, my darlings. Welcome back. Welcome back before the words gone away. Wasn't on the bus, by the way. Excellent work. All right, so I think what we're gonna do, we're gonna go until however long it takes for us to, see what the consequences are of Hottie being sold off or whatever happens to her dad since he got shot in the face. Yeah, we're gonna go until then, which I think will probably take us about I'm gonna guess and say it's probably gonna be like an hour and a half because we still have a couple of days in the game. And that should be just right for us to not have to take any more breaks. Bees for you, awesome Ozzy. Good Ozzy. Welcome back, lovely. The wonderful Whitechapel, sweetest study. Elsa. Hi, excellent Elsa. Welcome. Lovely Lith. Uppies. Good Lith. Welcome back. Much more healthy sounding Tau-chan. I do sound a lot more healthy. I was just talking to Nath. I was like, that shit helped my throat so much, actually. My mouth is no longer numb as well. Thank you for the head pat. Lovely Icy. Thank you. Nix uppies. Good Nix. VAing has its returned for the last portion of Stram. I think it may have. I have to go lurk mode for a while. Hope to be back before the end. All good, darling Yuki. We will miss you terribly, but we'll see you very soon. All right. Zealous Zara, welcome on in. How are you? We ain't scaring you. We made a deal, didn't we? Has it returned? Has its returned? England land 1 out of 10. See me after class. Are you in the end game now? I'm actually not sure, so don't tell me. I'm not sure if I'm in the end game or not. We will find out. All right. Idiot. But you know, I got a bit of soft spot for idiots like you. I feel like it would be mean to sick Tau to say if I was getting to bed, so have a good rest of stream. I need to handle an emergency at the fireworks factory. Oh no! Not the X Factory. Sweetest Save, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Get some good rest, and thank you so much for hanging out with us for so long. Well done on your awesome stream today, and yeah, you guys go check out Save. He will be live again tomorrow. How long until your next stream, Save? Tell us. 18 hours. 20 hours. 12 hours. Anyways, you get the gist of what's going on now, yeah? You'll be working with that in mind. Expect a lot from you, kid.
You should be grateful.
And I'll add to the special menu to thank you for getting that info from me the other day. Okay. Camo customization. Customize camouflage on your gun, which can inflict ailments. Oh, that's cool. Okay. That's nice. Hello?
What's the meaning of this?
I thought I told you to stop coming around here. But... is that one of your customers? You keep your mouth shut. This ain't none of your business. Next stream is in, yes, 18 hours, 20 hours. I'll agree with whatever Sigtal says. It's 11.5. Fuck! I'm off! It will take me approximately 17 years of knowing you to get your fucking consistent stream schedule down. That, like, literally never changes. But you better believe I'll forget it! You guys, please check out Sweetest Save. Are you gonna be doing, any sponsored stuff tomorrow, Save? Save's gonna do some more Hearthstone. Please go check him out tomorrow. He's wonderful. It's very fun. You might see me there, depending on what Nathan and I get busy with tomorrow. In other words, let's wait until the day of reckoning begin. Yeah, basically. Just go home and study, Kaoru. You've got entrance exams coming up, remember? Okay. I guess I'll be going then.
Yeah.
That's Kaoru, my son. He's always asking me if he can help out here, always worrying about what I'm getting up to. I probably shouldn't be telling a kid like you about this. Well, you can head home for the day. Nice work, kid. I don't need more proficiency stuff. Years? If I have enough people, it'll be anime girls in Arknight's Enfield. If I don't have enough people, that'll wait for another day. Amazing. I know a lot of Precious Pals really enjoy Arknight as well. So you guys, please do check out Sweetest Save, who's gonna be doing Hearthstone first, and then potentially Arknight, but only if you show up. You need to gather your friends, tell your parents, go get go get someone off the street and be like, yeah, go hang out with this guy.
Later.
Sleep well, Sweetest Save. Thank you for hanging out with us. Oh. Huh? Who could that be at this hour? I found an awesome magazine. I'll bring it to the hideout. You have tomorrow off for Health and Sports Day, right? It'll definitely get your adrenaline pumping. I really want to read it, but I'll wait until tomorrow. But if you're busy, then do that first and I'll wait. See ya! Vanishes. I guess Vtuber's coming here to show us a magazine tomorrow. Sounds like fun, but I'm going to bed. How, that's kidnapping? No! 91% of people.
Hey.
Vtuber's down here in the shop. Sounds like Vtuber's here. Come on, let's go downstairs. One day until Haru is sold off. Do I have to hang out with Vtuber? Is there not another? Okay, all right, we'll go see her. Eldritch Tail creature. Oh, it's the old ladies and men's. The weather's gotten much cooler. We should go somewhere for once. Traveling is too much trouble. Isn't it good enough to just relax here? You're right. It is pretty nice here. We usually relax here for hours at a time. Hey, thanks. I'll just leave what I owe you here. The public's all about the Phantom Thieves. What's the world coming to? Vtuber! Whoopsie, sorry, no, sorry. Oh, she just watches me leave. Sorry, my bad. Whitechapel, I like the... Cat? A cat just went... Whoop, there it go. Oh, scary. Oh, look at that scary kitty. It's just watching us. Do you see it? Scary. That's really quite scary. What the fuck? The fuck, cat? Okay. Fuck. I feel bad. I actually just wanted to... Can I... Oh, man. I meant to go and see her. How dare you leave me, right? For real. Beautiful Ben! Welcome in. It's been a minute. How are you doing? 17 years. If everything goes well, we'll be done with this civilization in 10. Ever the optimist. Futaba, 1,000,000 years of curses upon thee. I guess we'll meet up until with the fucking people. I don't know.
Hey, we're all here.
We just gotta wait and see what happens now. Anyway, what are we gonna do today? Again, I'm pretty certain we don't have any mementos stuff. Yeah, nothing. I just exit? Huh? Axel! Hi there, amazing Axel. Thank you so much for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes, hon. No minutes played, but their soundtracks have been on loop before. Let me see. Ah, so you've been to space, I see. We have been to space. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do this. Oh, man. I was hoping that by meeting up with the others, I could just exit out of it and then go back downstairs, but I guess, what, do I have to rest until the evening? Seems like a waste of time, but I want to see her if I... Oh, she's gone.
You're back.
Fuck.
Tomorrow is the date of the arrangement with your fiancé.
It'll be okay, though. The state my father is in has put that on hold for the time being.
Woo, we accomplished one of our goals.
That doesn't mean my marriage has been called off, though. My father agreed to do so in that other world. But I'm not so sure now, given his current condition.
So that too will be on hold until the change of heart.
Well, sounds to me like we're totally in the clear.
Yes, and it's all thanks to you guys.
Everything should work out well if Okumura has a change of heart. Assuming it happens like it always does. We should be seeing some results soon.
Oh, I'm sorry, Futaba. I didn't mean to, like, ditch you. I genuinely did not mean to leave. Okay, we'll talk to your dad instead.
What should I do with that man? My head hurts.
Is it okay for me to stick my nose into Sojiro and Futaba's problem? I need angelic kindness to bridge the gap between the two. Oh, wow. Jesus. Okay. Doing all right. Very sad I missed all the gameplay for what was the game called? Where a little girl was the evil AI. Was she evil AI in the end? I don't want to spoil anything for anyone who hasn't finished it, but I'm sorry that you missed it, hon. We missed you too. Yeah, I hope that you can maybe I hope that you can maybe play it yourself one day. That million curses thing is kind of happening. It is. You're actually so right. Mishima's there. No spoilers. So it was space monkeys, right? Exactly. Damn. We could see Hifumi. I don't know if I want to. What about Mishima? Fuck.
Whoa.
Damn. Fine.
Those space monkeys, they ate my space bananas and my space bacon. No!
Oh?
Hifumi's talking to someone. She seems kind of troubled.
What are you gonna do? Are you gonna talk to Hifumi?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they can't catch the space duck. Tragic. Thank you for shaking my hand. I'm never gonna wash it.
Huh? Please wash it.
I can't believe that you're really here. And it hurts. I read on the internet that you pray to God for victory. Is that true?
No.
Can I take a selfie with you and post it online?
Sorry, I've been turning down all such requests.
By the way, is it true that you're trying to become a professional shogi player?
Well, nothing's been...
I'd be cheering for you to qualify. You'd be the first woman to surpass the 3rd Dan League. I really believe in you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. Men like that approach me all the time. At first, I thought you were one of them. I really must apologize for being rude to you. It bothers me when people make such a big fuss over me, considering that the priest is doing me a great favor by letting me play here. You see, he's my shogi friend, and he's very kind. He once told me that he wanted to become a professional player. And he doesn't laugh at my embarrassing habit when we play together.
Oh.
So, I did the photo shoot. I'm embarrassed just thinking about it. Did you see it? It was called the Venus of Shogi. Describe? That's quite the headline. Help me out, what is the name of the game? Pragmata, that's it, yep. Pragmata. That is the one you're referring to, sweetheart. That person is very annoying, they really are. It certainly is. It's not really an excuse, but the editorial staff came up with the title of their own. Or that title on their own. Ever since I won the Female Shogi League, I've been getting a lot of attention. I just figured I would contribute to the shogi world. Besides, my mother seems to be very happy. Whenever I win, she rejoices as if it was her own victory. So, I want to live up to the expectations she has for me. However, she's been a bit overzealous lately. She set up the interview and the photo shoot. It's as if she wants to be the manager of a celebrity. You should just decline. I can't.
Sorry.
Sorry, I should be teaching you how to play instead of talking about my mother. Today, I'll be showing you something very practical. It's a tactic for using the reserved pawns you've taken from your opponent in a more effective way. Nevertheless, I apologize. You're such a good listener. I feel at ease speaking with you. Aside from the priest, you're actually the first person I've spoken to about my mother. Kind of a bummer. It sounds like her mom's kind of self-centered. Chance for a follow-up by a backup memory if Joker downs an enemy. Love that. That's helpful. Now then, I will instruct you while we play.
Forward to it.
Are you ready? Thank you for the care package, sweetest spider. Welcome on in, and thank you for the happy affiliate. I appreciate it. Thank you, sweetheart.
Until next time.
Well then, I look forward to our next match. Thank you for the head pat, sweetest spider. Thank you. How is everyone doing? Tau, how are your auditions going? Beautiful band. Doing all right. I actually am getting sick, but I think between a lot of hydration and some strepsils, I think my throat might be clearing up a little bit. How are your auditions going? Are we billionaires yet? Unfortunately not. However, I did just get cast. I completed, well, I just got my commercial demo back. So if you do !VA demo, you can see my character demo and my commercial demo now, either one. Click on one or both. And I got cast in as the lead of a Persona 5 inspired game. Well, not 5, but Persona inspired indie game. So I am the lead in that, which is really cool. That's called Veiled Shadows. If you would like to go and put that on the wish list on Steam, that would be amazing. Let's see. Tau, as far as video game goes, what was your first love? I don't know I have such bad memory. I don't actually recall my first love, but, well, actually, I guess I do. So my favorite game now and for the last like decade since I played it is Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, and I have a huge thing for Geralt. I do love Geralt, and I don't love Geralt in the Netflix. No, that's not the same. I love Doug Cockle's Geralt of Rivia from the games and the books. But before that, Prince of Persia. I loved Prince of Persia, but I didn't have like a crush on the prince or anything. So I don't know if that's, I don't know about like if I'm interested in that person, you know what I mean? Thank you for the appreciation, Sweetest Spotter. Question of the day, what is your dream VA role? Ooh, Nyx. I would love to dream VA role. I think my dream VA role is probably being the main character, whether pro tag or antag, I'm happy with either one, but being like the main character for an anime series, like a really like a really appreciated anime series. I would love to do that. Geez, I must have been messed up to sleep most of the day. Tao was nice to fall asleep to at least, although I don't know how with her energy. I'm so glad that I can help get you some good rest, your Straza. I'm sorry if I messed up your sleep schedule by putting you to sleep though, sweetheart, but I am very, very happy to provide you with a little bit of R&R, darling. It's been such a pleasure to have you. Been here like the whole freaking day, so I'm really, really grateful. I can imagine you in a delicious in dungeon role. That'd be cool. I would love to be in that. I'd also really love to be in something like Demons of the Shadow Realm and stuff like that. My first gaming memory was essentially a baby. My dad said that my uncle put him against the computer in Pong, but made him think it was me. Oh, that's really funny. I love that, David. That's actually really good. That's pretty. Just the more I think about it, the more I kind of like that. No, I've been sick. I probably need it. Oh, no, Teresa, that's right. Yeah, we were talking about being sickies, huh? No, then, in that case, I'm really glad. No apologies on my part, then. I take them back. You go to sleep. I'm glad I could put you to sleep. Make sure that you do drink enough liquids, okay? This is Hifumi. I appreciate you spending your time with me today. I ended up feeling much better after sharing my concerns with you. But this hardly seems fair. How can I teach you properly when I'm this distressed? This is a part of our deal, too. Is it? I'm not quite sure I understand. But if that is the case, I can only hope to repay you through my lessons. You make for a refreshing opponent. Somehow, the more we exchange, the more I feel my world expanding. Teaching you is also a great learning experience for me, as it leads to a deeper understanding of myself. Well then, if you'll excuse me, I'll see you for our next match. Yeah, I reached for my water! The water! Get the water! Banned Prince of Persia? No such thing. Only Ayatollah. Previous one is dead though. Only his son now. He is Prince of Persia in this sense. Sorry for messaging you all this early in the morning. It seems my father will be holding an urgent press conference.
Kumura finally had his change of heart.
Oh, here we go. With you scolding Strahd about his sleeping, I could imagine you voicing Chi-Chi in Dragon Ball. Gotta sleep! Water. Water. Water.
That has to at least lift some of the burden on Haru's shoulders.
For real? Congrats! When is it going to be?
8 p.m. tonight.
I wonder if he'll talk about the mental shutdowns. Where should we watch it? Why don't we get together beforehand? Sounds good. I don't really have a reason for meeting up, but it still might prove beneficial.
Anyway, how does the Shujin Academy rooftop sound? I actually happen to have some business up there.
Sounds good to me. It's been ages since I was last there. Wait, the school? Futaba, make sure you come in through the front entrance. See you all there after school.
Wait, where's Yusuke?
Where is Yusuke? That's a valid question.
He's still asleep at this point. He's definitely going to be late for school.
Prince of Persia games were so good. I really would love to do like a yearly playthrough of Sands of Time because I loved that game so much. And I was pretty good at like the speed running portion of it when I was a child, right? But like I used to play that. That was like the only game I think that I've ever played that I specifically timed myself because I really, really, really wanted to get as fast as I could. So I'm sure there's like glitches and shit that you could do. But I was like, you know, young. I can picture her voicing Pinkie Pie in an anime adaptation of MLP. That'd be sick. So much energy. Does Futaba go to school, or she thinks school's for chumps? No, I think she's got severe social anxiety, so I think she's not thrilled about the idea of having to come here. How speedrunning Toiga? Many forget, but Prince of Persia was a 2D platformer. That game was hard as fuck. Yeah, I did see that. I think I might have played it a little bit at some point, but Sands of Time was the one that I really got into. 1 week left until exams. You have no problems if you've been studying regularly this semester.
Just remember.
That aside, Okumura Foods has been a hot topic lately. This much media coverage must be worth at least 10 million yen. At first, I even thought that all this outcry might just be some kind of elaborate marketing campaign. I guess it's giving them too much credit of a bad image to be that, though. Advertising and public image are more important than anything else for a corporation. Are you familiar with a psychological test using these images? The idea is to give the two shapes names appropriate to their appearance. Tiger-san.
You.
People were asked to name one of these shapes Boba and the other Kiki. Which name was most commonly associated with shape B? Oh, probably Boba. That's what I would name it. It's very... Kiki is a sharp sound. Boba is very rounded. So either I'm crazy or that's right. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was, although Sands of Time, the original, was still the best. Yeah, I am a little bit bummed that they pulled back on the remake of it. I thought that would have been really cool, actually. Hey, lunch consumed and orange juice too. Let's go, sweetest strut. By the way, Band, how has work been going for you, hun? That's correct. Most people named B, Boba, and A, Kiki. Sharp sounds like K and T are linked to a spiky image. According to one theory, sounds and shapes are processed in the same area of the brain. Furthermore, this sense is the same worldwide. No matter the language, the result is the same.
Wow, really? Tiger seems kind of smart, doesn't he?
Nice going!
A product's name impresses an image on people before they even use or buy it. Big Bang Burger exemplifies this. The voiced consonants and short syllables leave a strong imprint. TauTassieTiger. Although, with the news these days, it may also evoke the image of the strong opposing the weak.
Even the teachers have their eyes on Okumura. Well, he should be having a change of heart, so there's nothing we should be worrying about.
We're stat maxing. We did. We stat maxed on proficiency. I didn't realize that I had done so much proficiency stuff.
All right. It's finally lunchtime. Man, I'm really in the mood for some bread today.
Bread.
Hey, can I speak with you for a moment?
Minnie, thank you so much for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes, hon. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. How are you?
So about Dr. Maruki's counseling, you've already gone to see him, right?
I have.
I see. That's good then.
Uh-huh, and?
I'm sure you're aware, but Dr. Maruki's term here will be ending pretty soon. The higher-ups told me to make sure you've received adequate counseling. Be sure to visit him so you don't bring any unwanted attention to yourself, okay?
Counseling, eh? But anyway, let's go get lunch. Bring on the bread!
Why is he so enamored with bread?
Senpai, so nice to see you.
How have you been?
I've been doing quite well. Are you also about to eat lunch, Senpai? If it's all right with you, would you mind eating together?
Sorry, I am eating. Thank you so much for the $69 dues, darling. Actually, that's US money. Thank you for the $97.84 dues. Thank you so much, Bam. That is so fucking generous. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you so much, beautiful band. That's really sweet. Sorry, I'm just trying not to choke on the chippies. I was joking on them a little bit earlier. But seriously, Bam, thank you so very much. That is really, really fucking kind of you. Holy shit. Thank you for your amazing generosity. I'm just doing what you said and eating. Thank you for generosity and support. Thank you so much. It's so good to have you back. I just want you to know that while I really do appreciate you being so generous, never feel like you have to. Like, I enjoy just having you here. But you, thank you so much. Work is work, you know, never stops. Oh, I'm sorry, Band. I mean, it's probably good that it never stops, right? But still, I know last time you were here, you kind of mentioned that things were not going so hot, and I hope that that's at least gotten a little bit better. Thank you so much. That's very generous. Thank you so much. Very sweet. Very sweet. You are very sweet.
How nice to see you two together.
Thank you, Minnie. Thank you so much for 4 months. Thank you very, very much, darling. I do appreciate it. Thank you. That's so kind of you. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the generosity and support.
Oh, would you like to join us for lunch, Dr. Maruki? We were just discussing eating together.
Fun fact, absolute reduplication is an unwritten rule in English that dictates vowel orders for alliterative repetition. It goes I to A to O. That's why you have nonsense things like bish bash bosh always being in the same order, unless you want to sound like a psycho. Bash bosh bish. Bosh bash bish. Yeah, no, that's a good point, actually. Traza, that's a really interesting... I'd heard of upload reduplication, but I guess I didn't really realize it was, I didn't have an example of it, you know? Bish bash bosh. That's interesting. Very, very cool. Good little tidbit there. I'll have to share that with some of my students.
Are you sure? Well, maybe I will tag along then. Is that your lunch, Yoshizawa-san?
It's really pretty. She's an athlete.
That doesn't really...
I have to eat this much to stay active. I always burn through everything I eat. From my point of view, it's your 2 lunches that are the issue here.
Fair.
If you're going to strengthen your body, you have to eat right. You should really work on your diets.
Touche. And you're right, yours does look nutritious. You know, you seem to be giving off a different vibe lately.
Yes, I was able to put my problems in the past and move on.
Ah, so that's what it is. You don't seem to be overexerting yourself either.
I'm sorry I'd worried you.
Oh, not at all. It's wonderful to hear how you've been. I must admit, I'm a bit surprised. If you don't mind my asking, was there some kind of reason for this breakthrough?
Well, it's all thanks to him and his acquaintances.
Advertisers use it to make catchy jingles and product names like TikTok and KitKat. Oh, actually, yeah, that's a really good point. TikTok, Tic-Tac-Toc, KitKat-Cot. I'm just adding things, but that's really cool, Traza. I didn't even think about that with the advertisers as well. Gorgeous Gecko, no worries, sweetheart. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, sweetie pie. Thank you ever so much for hanging out with us. I do appreciate you. You have a great night, okay?
I suppose you could say they gave me a reason to rethink things, or more like a reason to stand up to my problems. Isn't that right, Senpai?
That's right.
Stand up to your problems, eh? You've grown to be very strong, Yoshizawa-san.
I'm totally over it now. Sorry for talking so much. Why don't we focus on our lunches? Thanks for the food. Oh, I forgot. I have PE next. I should get going. Please excuse me.
Yoshizawa-san really does seem to have found her footing. She seemed absolutely tormented about her situation just the other day. I have to say, this drastic change has really knocked me for a loop. Perhaps the Phantom Thieves changed her heart?
Oh yeah, also the video game Dig Dug, it can use you as well. It's high palate to low palate in mouth, right? Dig Dug, Dig Dug. Yep, that makes sense. Oh yeah, good point, Traza. Anything's possible. I don't think so.
I was just joking. Looks like time's up. You should head back to class as well. See you around.
Bye-bye, Marky. What's wrong with him? He seems sad. I like him. I hope he gets a happy ending. You want to meet up on the rooftop after school, yeah? Rooftop? What is this about? Oh yeah, you weren't there. Can you come to our school rooftop after your classes today? I don't quite understand what is going on, but sure. Is Haru at school? I'm heading over now. Things were a little hectic this morning. I'll be there before classes end for the day. That reminds me, your flower bed is on the rooftop. Flower bed? That's right. The season is good, so I'm thinking of transplanting them sometime soon. Flowers are an excellent hobby. I will gladly assist you. We'll help too. Really? Thanks. All right. I'll see all of you after school. So 70 USD is still almost twice the AUD. I guess we are still doing all right as a country. I mean, the greenback has long been like the standard for other countries to compare their currency to. You know what I mean? Same use case, same. TauTassieTiger. Is counter that rule? I suppose it is, but I don't know if I think mine was more about was about alliteration, but not necessarily about like the advertising part of it, I guess. It wasn't meant to be super catchy. I just thought it was catchy for me to say. I think that a lot of people might get kind of tongue twisted with TauTassieTiger. TauTassieTiger. That's a good excuse to gather up on the roof. True. No, but when you say it that way, you sound hella awka. That's true. TauTassieTiger. Hella awka. So you're the one who grew these, senpai.
You can just call me Haru.
The seasons
Oh,
are
there's
changing
voicing.
soon,
Sorry, my
so I
bad.
thought it'd be nice for the plants to
Great,
change
I get
as
to
well.
drink water.
This time, it's a Yusuke Kitagawa production.
All I did was add some, how do I put it? Aesthetic simplicity by balancing the color placement. Furthermore, Haru chose the flowers herself. It will surely be a great bed no matter the arrangement.
I'm looking forward to it.
Why don't we plant you, Mona?
Weren't
my
you
God,
a
lag.
shut-in until just recently? You'd better photosynthesize while you're here. Well, let's get started.
Perhaps the Snapdragon should go 2 more millimeters to the left.
Oh, good, Sweet Strat. We'll see you soon. Thanks for being
That's
here.
not gonna make a difference.
Hey, you know how we're thinking of the school festival as our celebration party? Anyone else think we should have a real celebration on top of that?
I must agree. It would be not only a celebration, but a welcoming as well. I'd like to do something among ourselves.
Let's do it then. A joint party to celebrate and to welcome Haru.
Oh, you don't have to do that. The school festival is more than enough. How is everyone else supposed to get excited if the star of the party's not into it? Well then, how about a night party at Destinyland? By Destinyland, do you mean that Kingdom of Dreams? It would be a bit late, but there are some plans that allow us to rent out the park for the night.
The entire park? You're talking about the Destinyland, right?
Didn't you say you'd like to do something amongst ourselves?
I did, but
Hold on, I'll go check.
Ah, yes, legally distinct. Disneyland.
She really thinks like a celebrity.
The heck's she gonna check?
Guys, it looks like it will work.
We're really gonna have it at Destinyland? Not like one of the restaurants, but the entire park?
That is one of the things that makes Persona 5 so special. The subtle little design decisions that emphasize character personalities. Yes, that's so true. Sweetie Spotty, thank you for the care package. Not sure how long up I have to go, but would be a decent time to turn off rates. Massam! Hi there, Magnificent Massam. Welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes, darling. I do appreciate it. Fellow voice actor, huh? Very cool. Pleasure to welcome you in. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the care package. Strat, I'll probably turn them off in about half an hour. Totally different. Destinyland founded by Walt Destiny. Duh, obviously. Hi, Masa. How are you doing today? Persona's treating me great. We're having a grand old time. This is our very first playthrough, so please no spoilers. But yeah, things do be looking up. I'm hoping that they keep looking up. But you know, this game is probably gonna pull the rug out from under me. We'll see. Have you played this game before, Masa? Hello, lovely Lee. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes, darling. I'm doing well, and my lips are sealed. I love this game. I played it like 3 times. Damn. Okay, awesome. Very cool. Yeah, this is my very first time playing it. I almost quit on Okumura. I almost quit, but you guys, the pouch, you guys helped me, and now I've been enjoying the game again. Have you played the other Persona games, Masam?
Even just for one night, the price is insane. Oh, that won't be a problem. We had originally booked it for a company party, then had to call it off because of the scandal. We'd barely get anything back if we cancel the reservation, so why not take advantage of it?
wouldn't that be oddly conspicuous, though?
I stopped the playing during Kamoshida's Palace, then came back to it a year later, then binged it. Yeah, Kamoshida's Palace is... Yikes. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. I still think that Kamoshida is probably the most, like, morally evil character that we've met so far. Everyone else is terrible, and they are undoubtedly evil, but, you know, there's just something about Kamoshida. I haven't played other Persona games, but I started up Persona 3 recently, and I want to play 4 after. Awesome! Okay, cool, Masam. Are you really excited for 6? Hopefully that's gonna come out soon. Soonish, you know, or announced, I don't know. Oh yeah, Kamoshida's fucked. I'm looking ass. I'm doing great, thank you. I drew a birthday gift for a friend of mine, and he loved it a lot. Plus, I spent a lot of time at Ferality and VR chat for the last few hours running into one good friend after another and having fun chats. Oh my gosh, Leo, that sounds like such an absolute blast. I'm so happy for and excited for you, Dawn. That's awesome. That's so cool. I'm so glad you had such a great time. Every time I hear the name Kamoshida, I just shudder uncontrollably. Oh, yeah. Yup, I absolutely am ready for potential Persona 6. Let's fucking go. What if they made it multiplayer? Wouldn't that be crazy? That would be a total upheaval of the Persona medley.
It's still officially under the company's name. We needn't worry.
We call him Kamoshita. That's a good point. Kamoshita is the most hated here because he messes with, won't say specifically, with kids. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
In that case,
that would be insane. I'm not sure if it would, but it would be crazy. It would be crazy. What other games do you like to play, my son?
We'll just celebrate twice as hard today.
Kamoshita is vile. I can see why they led with him. Like, everyone else is quite fascinating and interesting and like makes you want to kill them too, but but I see why they led with him. They're like, just so you know, this is the kind of subject matter this game is going to deal with. If you can't handle it, you probably don't want to play it. 9 hours till the Xbox showcase. Hope P6 is revealed there. If so, Ozzy, you gotta, are you gonna stay up until 3? You are. No, surely you're not. I'm all over the place, but I guess my favorite genre, oh, is Souls-likes. Mawson's telling me everything I need to know about you. You are a very clever, intelligent, calm under pressure, skillful gamer. That's what I think when someone says Souls-likes are my favorite. I am none of those things. So, yeah, I can't. I do RPGs. I do a lot of RPGs. Gonna make me blush. Yay! That's what I want. I want you to come in here and feel super warm and cozy. It's not even the kid thing. He's just all around a vile person. He is just all around a vile person. That is true. Like what he did to Ryuji and just what an all over egotistical shitbag he is. So true. Actually, Masam, do you mind me asking, how did you find us? Were you just scrolling through, were we like in your recommended? Were you scrolling through VTubers? Were you scrolling through Persona? I'm always curious. Well, in that case, an RPG enjoyer, so very smart and strategic. Oh, you make me blush. Thank you, sweetheart. That's very sweet. I'm definitely none of those things, but I love stories. I love stories, you know? I love how I keep getting auto-modded when I'm talking about him. I know, isn't it funny? It's fitting. Kamoshida is also, unfortunately, based on a real-life person. Oh my god, please don't tell me that. Yikes. You were scrolling through P5. Oh, amazing. Well, it's a pleasure to welcome you on in here, darling. Thank you so much for being here. Sorry, did you already say how long ago your last playthrough of 5 is? That was definitely those things. Oh, Nix, you're very sweet. That's very sweet. Well, you are smart and strategic and very much a story enjoyer. You're very sweet. He, the real person, went to prison at least. Oh, I guess that's good, but Monaco Grand Prix tonight as well as the game showcase, but high chance I'll miss both anyways. I turn into a heavy sleeper if I try and stay up. That's fair, Ozzy. That's very fair.
I'm sorry for disrupting everyone. You did come to help me after all. Well, let's get back to it.
So, seriously, how much does it cost? For real?
Seems like we'll be having our celebration at Destinyland tonight. It's been a hot minute. The last time I played was when it dropped on consoles that wasn't PlayStation consoles. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh my god!
That was delicious.
This is so pretty! Look at this! Look at this Disneyland! But that's cool, my son. So, did you play Royal or did you play the OG?
The food was arranged on my plate as though it were paint on a canvas.
The staff brought out this table and food just for us, huh?
Wow, that's pretty cool. First playthrough was on P5 Vanilla, then Royal when it first dropped on. Then all the consoles dropped and then I played it again. Wow. Without spoiling anything, who is your favorite character? Let's say up to this point, who is your favorite character? Because I'm sure they introduced some more, because this game just, like, I'm still getting tutorials even though I played 150 hours, so. It's definitely pretty and completely distinctly legal. Yes, yes, absolutely.
I thought if we were going to dine together, it would be better to do it somewhere with a view.
The VIP life is incredible! Not that I'd expect anything else from a private rental.
There really is no one else here. We are the rulers of the Kingdom of Dreams. Is this lighting just for our sake as well?
That's right.
It's beautiful.
It's not as beautiful as you.
She's cute. The mascot is probably a cat, probably. I really liked Vtuber when I first played, but I found myself liking other characters on other playthroughs. Oh, interesting, awesome. Okay, cool. So you join a bunch of precious pals. This is our community is the Pouch Pal community. The Pouch. You guys are Pouch Pals. But a lot of pals really love Vtuber. My favorite is a tie between Ryuji and Makoto at the moment. But I'm actually courting Kasumi. Yeah. Like, Haru is as cute as a button. That's true, Masam. She is very cute. I talk like that, Haru. I was thinking the mascot was a bear. Valid query.
Right? Almost anyone would fall for that line in front of a site like this.
Lady On, this view is not as beautiful as...
Come on, you guys are getting way too excited about this stuff.
I do have a soft spot for Yusuke because he is such a silly little dumbass. He is a silly little dumbass. I'm trying to, like, spend time with him so that we can, you know, upgrade our confidant status, but he's so... He is truly a silly little dumbass. And so there's a lot of characters I'm like, oh, I'm more interested in your arc, you know? Oh my god, we're gonna stop. For real. For fucking real. Love Vtuber. She's an adorable goofball. She is. She is.
You say that like you're not tapping into your inner child too, Ryuji.
This is just because Vtuber kept nagging me to put him on.
I did not.
You said something like that.
Fighting brings you closer, Ryuji. You're the adult.
Well, yeah, but...
Oh, Cutie Cyrix, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes, darling. This actually is very fitting for us to celebrate too. Hey, I do be shipping Ryuji and An though. They're a vibe. I agree with you, Masam. I think that they would be a pretty good couple. Yeah. I do agree.
Whoa, look at you being all obedient. Is the Destinyland charm rubbing off on you?
My, this is so heartwarming.
Oh yeah, Ryuji, our little adopted son. Exactly.
Honestly, I would have liked to see the parade as well. But given how sudden the request was, they couldn't get enough staff together to do it.
Wow.
Perhaps that will have to wait until next time.
Either way, this party's totally the best one so far. It's freaking amazing.
I love his voice actor.
I'm glad to see you're enjoying it.
I think my favorite voice actor, besides the fact that I am just in love with Joker's voice, but there's not a whole lot of, you know, complex character acting and stuff like that, since, you know, he's silent. But I think Ryuji is probably my favorite. I love the way he delivers his lines. There's a private parade? What? How loaded is Haru? Oh, well, her dad is basically the CEO and creator of, like, McDonald's, so...
Be careful, Haru. You've shown these guys what luxury means. This'll really raise the bar for our next celebration party.
That's it, Max Middleman. That's it, Braza. Thank you. Yes, yeah. Max Middleman, he's good. I like him in everything he's in.
You're already talking about our next party? Don't you think that's somewhat premature?
Evil McDonald's. So McDonald's. Exactly. Thank you for the care package, Suda Spada.
Party will be for me. Still, how do I put this?
Masan, you have VA in your name. Do you... Oh, I mixed him up with Yuri Lowenthal, but no, that's the first buddy you meet in P4. Oh, is Yuri the first character you meet in P4? I was gonna ask, since you are a voice actor, I assume, what, you obviously it doesn't have to be the same, right? Is your favorite voice actor also your favorite character? Or do you prefer a voice actor to a different character? Daily reminder that I have Ren's voice lines compilation. I cannot wait to listen to that. Yeah, you should write something. You should write something. He's Yosuke, not to be Yosuke, not to be confused with Yusuke. Gotcha. Yuri voiced Yosuke in P4 and P4G. He's part of the main cast. That's cool. That's cool.
I met Mona-chan. I got to know you all. Isn't everything going a little too perfectly? It's actually a bit frightening.
You worry too much.
I don't think she does, actually. I bet something horrible's gonna happen. I agree for voice acting, Ryuji is the best, with Vtuber with a close second. And for voices, my favorite VA is Coffee Dad. Oh, Sojiro! Yes, Sojiro's got a great voice.
I must just be overly cautious because of my circumstances up till recently. I'm sorry for bringing it up.
Hey, isn't it almost time? You know, for the press conference?
Late night press conference, man, but okay.
Oh, perfect timing.
I'm afraid that he's gonna, like, off himself on live TV or something. That's what I'm afraid of, since we watched someone shoot his shadow. I think you may have played... I did! Yes, we did play Expedition 33 on this channel. It was awesome. I was chatting with someone about it earlier today, and pictos were interpreted as pig toast. I love some delightful pig toast.
Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to gather here.
There's one of my favorite VAs in the game. We've heard him a few times, but he'll appear again. His skills are great. Awesome, okay. Text to speech, speech to text. That's all right, David. I knew what you meant, hon.
Today, I'd like to elaborate upon the whole truth behind my company's labor situation.
I'm always just really happy when Coffee Dad shows up. Like, when he first meets Morgana, he's like, that cat can't stay. Okay, he can stay, but he better keep his yap shut, and then gives Morgana food. I know, it really goes to show the type of person he is, huh? He's like, I'm tough and rough and... Did you want some bananas? Did you want some apples? Are you hungry? You want some curry? I make some pretty good curry. Coffee? I got coffee for you. Very dad, very dad. But not this fucking dad. That's bad dad.
How my employees were forced to work under severe conditions. How lax we were with sanitation.
He's also super nice when the gang is around too. Yeah, it's pretty cute.
And how my corporation acted as a whole to cover up every facet of this scandal. For all of this, I wholeheartedly apologize.
Oh, good. I may have mentioned previously, but I was watching someone play 33 for the first time last week, and the Painter's VA rated. That's right, you did mention that, David. That's super cool. It's a meme that when Dad didn't want a cat, but now is in love with the cat. Yeah, true.
So are you saying all of this was done under your orders?
Yes, I am solely responsible.
We heard that dozens of your employees were forced to resign due to mysterious illness. Furthermore, these happened to be officials who stood against your proposal for overseas expansion. The same thing also happened to executives at competing companies who were looking to expand abroad. Is all of this true?
Yes.
Was it all coincidence? We'd like some answers.
About that, I have a critical piece of information to announce here today.
Okay. And that is?
Here it comes. Okuma is going to say who's really behind the mental shutdowns.
Oh! Oh, shit.
Okumura-san?
He's still breathing. What the fuck? Whoa! Jesus! Whoa, this went into a fucking horror game, dude. That's crazy. Holy. Whoa. Was Hottie watching this too? That's dramatic. Sorry, I missed a big thing here. My dad was like that. He fed strays and then got annoyed when a bunch of cats started showing up. He'd be like, ugh, these damn cats. And I'd be like, Dad, you fed them. And then he'd be like, well, I didn't want them going hungry. Oh, that's cute. Okay, you would totally see your dad and Sojiro then, I reckon. I think the brain dead thing is just going numb and just dies because of natural causes. I mean, that's a bit unnatural, no, but Jesus Christ, he's a zombie! Oh shit, a zombie! That was a lot. Yeah, Hottie just watched her father die. Yikes. Oh, fuck. I had a feeling something was gonna happen, not like this. I know, I'm quite surprised too.
Father?
Oh.
Why did he collapse?
Precious Pocky, and that's why we invest in waterproof mascara. That's true. All that. Don't worry, guys. That wasn't blood or anything, or brain matter, or anything like that. That's just his mascara. It's running. He's better stuff, you know. Persona was always a series that has done horror elements. Really? I guess I haven't really grasped it as being horrific so far. Oh no, poor father. Well, I don't really care about him, but because he sucks. He sucks, but we knew he was a dead man walking since the start of the chapter. We were accused of it. That's true. I was expecting a sniper shot. Yeah.
That didn't look right at all. Don't tell me.
Mona-chan, what's going on? No, that's impossible.
We did everything the same.
You're right. We followed all the same steps. We made sure we just took the treasure, too. I should call home.
This isn't our fault, is it? It's been okay all 4 times so far, ever since Kamoshida.
If we let the shadow live, the real person won't undergo mental shutdown, right?
Hasn't picked up on it? Tau, we fuse in this game via what? Oh, guillotine, and don't forget that horrific mouth body demon. Yeah, like those are like demons, you know. I didn't expect to see it in the real world.
That's how it should work.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Well.
What's wrong?
This is the same. I remember now. It's just like what happened to my mom.
Oh.
So this is the moment when mental shutdown occurs.
But why did they target Okumura-san?
Damn it! What the hell's going on here?
I have to go. I'll talk to the staff before I leave. Feel free to take your time.
Man, you can tell she's been conditioned by
Haru!
a man that's like images everything, because she just watched her dad basically die or have a mental shutdown, and she's like, sorry, I just if I could just, could you please excuse me? Right? Like, yikes. I started part 3 of Persona. Never felt like horror, but they do shoot themselves with some of their personas. Yes, that's a good point. Yeah, and like, I know that it's dark, but did I miss something? Yeah, big reveal, big spooky. Haru is very strong. She is, poor thing.
This ain't our fault, right?
The background is not helping us at all, no.
I'd like to think so.
Some welcoming party, huh?
That was such a good impersonation of Haru. Thanks. She just has a really airy voice. Targeting those that have information on everything would be a great target to get rid of. That is true. Dark is the perfect description. Yeah, see, so dark, I don't have a problem with dark games, but horror games I'm not great at handling.
I'll get in contact with Haru later. But for today, I think we should all return home.
Gothic versus horror. Yeah. To be honest, the spooky vibes feel more felt in PS2 version with the retro look and colors of how games looked back then. Oh, yeah, I could see that, Masam. Yeah, with that kind of like, yeah, like creepypasta embodied sort of feel.
It's been a while. What are you watching? That's...
You sound like Xantha? Xantha. That's a voice actor that you've brought up before, right, Laugh? Who does she voice? Oh, that's Haru's VA's name. Oh, perfect. Okay, yep. That's why. That's it. Thank you. I can't enjoy horror because I'm unable to immerse. Jump scares are cheap, but I am susceptible. Yes, I don't like jump scares, but that is true. It was never a PS2 game. Persona 5 started on PS3, but previous ones, no? Xantha Hun, was that how you pronounced her name?
This is just a hypothesis, but perhaps Okumura was bitten by his lapdog.
Are you implying that the Phantom Thieves triggered a sudden mental shutdown on Okumura?
There might have been a falling out of sorts, so the Phantom Thieves abandoned a useless employer.
Yeah, I'd always see gameplay of P3 from PS2 and just kind of have an uneasy feeling, and then I play on the remake and I'm just like, it looks pretty. It looks pretty. Xanthe Huynh. Xanthe Huynh. I'm never gonna remember this, but I will try. Xanthe Huynh. The variety of horror elements certainly has diminished over time, but they've been there. On the other hand, they go back to more horror design elements in Metaphor Refantasio. Yeah, we enjoyed that demo when we got to play that one. I have no idea how to pronounce it. She's Vietnamese American. Her name is very pretty though. It is very pretty. I just wish that I could like properly pronounce it.
And to cover their tracks,
like, and remember how to properly pronounce it.
I hate to bring this up, but I'm actually here about that.
Did you find any evidence?
No. Actually, there's a chance that the party behind these aren't the Phantom Thieves, but someone else.
How do you mean? You were suspecting the Phantom Thieves as well.
But then he got smoit.
It is still hypothetical at this point, but I don't want to rule it out.
We're searching the Okumura residence tomorrow. Same with Shujin and its principal. We will find evidence on this, no matter what it takes. By the way, I wanted to ask you something.
Yes?
You haven't looked at my laptop or taken files from it without permission, have you?
Oh shit. Yikes. Utopia, hi there, welcome on in. How are you? Utopia. Hello, welcome. Thank you for the congrats on the affiliate anniversary. How are you doing? He's here about your car's extended warranty. 3, 4, and 5. Could be one 300-hour game with 3 narratives. They are very formulaic and very good. Okay.
That's quite out of the blue.
There were traces that someone transferred data from it.
Aww! Hey, Magnificent Masan! Thank you ever so much, darling, for the follow! Welcome to the Pouch. You are now a Pouch Pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, Han, absolutely no requirement at all, but if you would like to join our Discord, you are more than welcome to. It's, the vibe of this whole community is, like, it's an 18+ stream, but it's not because I am particularly lewd or anything. It's because youth need a place to hang out and adults need a place to hang out. And adults also need a place to hang out that's like warm and cozy and not just like constantly, you know, you don't have to be on guard here, basically, where it's a very cozy, chaotic, I like to say I scream a lot, but never at you guys. You know, I'm very high energy and I respond to games and stuff, but I don't, yeah, you guys are very precious to me, and every single one of you is very special, and so I like to make you feel that way. So yeah, it's such a pleasure to welcome you on in. Don't tell me what to do! Join the Discord. Wow, that's such a great idea, Masum. I'm so glad I didn't think about that. Wow, good job. Yeah.
It was only a small error pop-up.
Steve, plus we say dirty words here all the time. Ass, fart, fuck, yeah, basically. Lovely Masan, just make sure that you carefully read the rules, okay, when you join, because we have, because of our efforts to keep it nice and cozy and secure, we have a hidden keyword in there that you have to read in order to find it, and if you don't put it into the verification channel, then we know that you didn't read the rules, okay? Tau is 1% Thylacine, 99% Chaos Gremlin. 1% is all you need to have the visage of a Thylacine. This is how you play hard to get, right? Of course. Thank you, lovely Masan. Thank you.
I noticed it immediately after I had that argument with you last month.
And that's why you suspect me?
Yikes.
Oh, please, give me a break.
Oof.
Are you saying you didn't?
You didn't. It was Makoto.
As a detective myself, I honor the value of information, as well as the effort invested in it.
I'm just gonna BRB for a sec so I can focus on reading. Absolutely, sweetheart. Thank you so much. I appreciate you doing that.
I take pride in what I do. I thought you, of all people, would understand such values, Sai-san.
I apologize.
Yikes. Woof. I can't believe I feel a little bit bad for Akechi.
I let my guard down. They're mine. I'm the one who will catch them.
Tau's usually fine with cuss words, but anything extreme is a no-go. Exactly. Did you see the news? Did you see? He collapsed during the interview. This is serious. That was gruesome. Wish they put some sort of warning on the video. They said President Okumura died. Really? Wow, you're right. I just saw a news report about it. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. So about Haru's dad. The news said it was cardiac arrest. There's a chance he'll pull through though, right? I hate to say this, but usually after such a report, the only thing that follows is a confirmation of death. No! Haru. Why is this happening? Can someone die simply from having a mental shutdown? I don't know. I suppose it's possible that the shock could kill a person, but Haru did mention how her father wasn't in the best of health. But for him to just up and die? This has got to be some kind of joke. Are we responsible for his death? But I thought it was supposed to be fine as long as we didn't kill their shadow. Ain't that what you said, Morgana?
It should have been okay. It should have been.
Oof. He says it should have been okay. Yeah, there's no point getting mad at Mona for this. I heard the same thing too, you know? In any case, let's compose ourselves for now. We need to act normally in public, but keep Haru in our minds.
Dang, this doesn't make any sense. Why he suffered a mental shutdown is one thing, but what are we supposed to do from here on out?
Give me just a second. I'm gonna turn off our raids so that we can finish up in about half an hour probably. Heart attacks don't usually have black sludge coming from the true. Welcome back, Magnificent Masam! I hope you enjoyed your read. Haru's gonna be fine, right? Follow the situation. Don't mind if I do. What am I doing? This? Nope. Okay, I guess we gotta go to bed. Yes, yes, 'twas a good read. Oh, I'm so glad. What was that?
Oh, Haru, to see her own father like that.
How could something so horrible happen?
What in the world is going on?
Have we gotten a real comforter since the last time I saw us fall asleep? Feels weird being here for a whole Persona stream. I hope you've enjoyed it though, lovely love. And I hope you're feeling much better than you were this morning. Here we are again.
On your feet, inmate.
Why do you sound so calm, Justine?
Our master has an important matter to discuss with you. Heed his words well.
First, I'd like to congratulate you for expelling the one proud of their greed. Or so I'd like to say, but something odd seems to have happened.
It wasn't our fault.
I know this, of course.
Okay,
However,
good.
what of the general public? It seems a contingency has occurred. At this rate, your rehabilitation cannot be completed, though I doubt that will be the case. I truly look forward to seeing how you overcome this predicament.
I love the music played in the Velvet Room. Me too. It's quite eerie but soothing. Oh wow, she's not screaming for once. I know, right? Inmate? Oh. What is our... Oh. Is it safe to assume... Don't spoil anything. No one spoil anything. But anyone in chat who has played through this game before, is it safe to assume that the rank you have with Igor is relatively correlated to how far through the game you are? So with us being 9 out of 10, we're probably approaching the end, you reckon?
All right.
We shall meet again.
Time's up, inmate. Hurry up and return
Somewhat.
to your world.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. Cool. Yeah, Precious Pocky just recently finished this game. Actually, Pocky, did you already tell us, are you gonna be playing another Persona game?
Is that true?
Did you hear? Okumura died! It's all over the news! He collapsed during his press conference, right? I wish I'd been watching it when it happened. You're probably better off. It was a total disaster. I never imagined seeing a heart attack would be so unsettling. The news says it was because of illness, but either way you spin it, it's still bizarre. Damn, I wish I'd seen it live. It's so dark, dude. Thank you, Precious Primal. Wow, long time no see. How are you? Thank you for the head pat.
Listen this time, okay?
Thank you, thank you. Gonna do Metaphor Refantasio after finishing the bonus Royal Arc. Oh, very cool, Precious Pucky. Ooh, there is a, I did hear that there's like a whole extra arc with Royal. I'm curious what it'll be like. Have you started it already, Precious Pucky, or when will you be playing it? Granted, you have more accurate counter in this game, the Deadly Sins. Oh, that's a good point, actually. A tigressa purring. Thank you for the happy affiliation thingy. I was not ready for the purrs. I was typing my little introduction thing and then that stole my attention. Thank you for the care package, Elsie. And in this, wait, did she already, was she voicing? I didn't notice. No, okay. Did you see that interview? I thought it was gonna be some hidden camera show at first. I was so scared I changed the channel. He really looked like he was in pain. That was sick. Will you quiet down? We're in class right now. Not to mention, you have midterms starting on Monday. Focus on studying. Things are getting pretty bad. Awesome. I did start it, but was told it would take a while to finish the bonus arc, so to take my time with it. Okay, cool. Okay, Precious Pucky. Awesome! When is your next Persona stream? Or do you not know yet? Because I know it took you a while to finish the base game. Fair enough. If I saw that in the news, I would change the channel so fast, right? It seems police have shown up at our school. The police? What for? Your sister hasn't told you about any of this? Nothing at all. Could this be related to Okumura's death in some way? But there's no connection between our school and Okumura Foods. I think they came to talk to Haru. She's absent today. Then seriously, what are they here for? I can't even begin to fathom the reason. Anyhow, let's be particularly careful not to stand out and head straight home once school ends. Understand that, everyone? Posted pics of the hover cycle. Ooh, thank you, Lith. I will definitely have a look after stream.
We haven't found anything useful as evidence.
I see.
We're hoping to find something more than the calling card, too.
We've confirmed the victim's connection to the Phantom Thieves, at least.
I did start it, but I was told to take my time with finishing the bonus arc. However, I will be streaming it later today, technically. It's 1:35 a.m. Ah! Precious Pucky, how many hours from now will you be streaming it? We have a lot of Persona fans in the chat, so I'm sure that they would love to come and see you do the final arc or the Persona arc. If I saw that live on TV, I'd look very closely to see if it was real or not. Valid. 2:36 for you, Lith. Ah, I hope you get some sleep. Smiles in 3:36. Shit, my son. 4:36. Oh my God, everyone, we're just counting up by the hour. We gotta go until we get to 6:36 p.m. because that's where I am. 3 p.m. PST, amazing. Okay, so that means, let's see, PST, so 3 p.m. and you said it's what? Okay, like in like 13-ish hours, you guys. 14-ish hours. If you haven't followed Precious Pucky, by the way, you really should. She's an absolutely amazing and hilarious creator. And Longinus, welcome in. Am I saying your name right? Longinus? Welcome on in. How are you? I'm just a city night owl. Well, you're in the right place then, sweetie, because I'm an Australian streamer, so it's very convenient. Yes, you guys, please check out Precious Pucky. Also, I get to be in her next project as a voice actor, and I'm really excited. I'm back to nights, so I'm back to sleeping during the day and up at night. I'm gonna go to bed in about 4 hours. Oh, fair enough. Okay. Oh, soft G, like a J sound. Okay, Longinus. Welcome in, lovely Longinus. And you're back. Welcome back, amazing Umbra. How was your food? I need to watch the Wuwa Abridged. You do need to watch the Wuwa Abridged. Absolutely. Ooh, an Aussie friend. Hi. Yes, it is I. I grew up in the States, but I've been here for the last coming up on 7 years. Yeah. How cool. Oh my gosh, it's so funny to see you guys like counting the times. That's crazy. So we went from, so we got our 1:36, our 2:36, our 3:36, 4:36. Another 3:36, another 2:36, 6:36 p.m. There we go. That's what I'm looking for, Umbra. Thank you.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Food was good. What'd you have?
Speaking.
Everyone needs to go watch the Ghost Stories dub. It's not abridged, but it should be. Ghost Stories is a product of its time, and because I watched it when it first came out, I thought it was hilarious. I rewatched it like a year ago, and I do not recommend people watch it for the first time now. If you already watched it and you thought it was funny, it is not aged well, but you'll still remember why you thought it was funny, but it is incredibly crass. I'm at 4:39 p.m. in the afternoon. Oh, fair enough, Sedu. Okay, you're a couple hours behind me. Those AM times are all American time zones. Yeah, definitely. Ghost Stories dubbed be something. It is something. It didn't age well, but it is still worth. Yeah, if you'd already seen it, that's what I would say.
Huh?
It is very 2005-ish.
Found a calling card in the principal's office too.
Oh no, we are being framed. How is the future? It's good, lovely IC. Yes. How is the past? Don't dwell in it.
I'm sorry to ask again, but your father hadn't said anything about the Phantom Thieves, correct?
I haven't watched Ghost Stories, but I'm sure it would be a hell of an experience. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah, definitely that.
That's right.
Ghost Stories is still funny, but it's the sort of thing that's funny put within the frame of when it was made. Outdated humor can be funny, but you need to look at it through the right lens. Yeah, that's basically it. The humor is very crude and offensive for sure. It's definitely viewer discretion advised for those who do not like that kind of thing. Yeah, yep, exactly. Like I said, if I were watching it for the first time when I watched it a year ago, I would have turned it off in the first episode. I would have been like, this is really bad. Like, I really don't appreciate this content. But because I watched it for the first time, way back when, I'm like, yes, I remember getting the giggles from this.
Please contact me if something catches your attention. It doesn't matter how trivial it seems.
It's messed up since the humor, it'd be something, but it grabs the attention. It definitely grabs the attention. Also, I respect why it wound up being improv central. I think that is, I actually think that the funniest part of Ghost Stories is not even the dub itself, it's why they got to do the dub the way they did it. I thought that was particularly funny. I still find that part of it funny. I'm sure younger me would have had a good giggle from it, but me now is like, yeah, no, exactly, Awesome. Agreed. True. Also, the Pana organic chai masala is pretty good. It's quite spicy and warming. Delightful, Drasa. That sounds really
You don't have
nice.
to force yourself, though. Just anything that comes to mind.
The principal? No one told me about that.
Oh, we got the flash forward. A lot of chai masala is too sweet, but this is well balanced. Okay, that's good.
So basically, your group didn't go after Okumura's life. And even the death of Shujin's principal, who we found a calling card for, was the work of another. You don't sound like you're lying. If you wanted to deceive me, you could have easily woven up a much simpler lie than this metaverse. Moreover, your account coincides with my own investigation. Is that even possible if it were made up? And I hate to admit, but with my line of work, I know a false testimony when I hear one. Still, if you set your sights on Okumura based on my intel, it'd be before his name was even ranked. You could have ignored him and targeted some other famous person. Why would you go so far as to further investigate and pursue this criminal?
Finally, the flash forward, right? Did you teleport home already? Goddamn, I want to be a Celestial Blade. That's pretty good, band. I can't ignore criminals.
Simple enough. There's still no proof that another suspect exists. That said, it's safe enough to say that you aren't the murdering type.
I feel like my bond with Sai is growing deeper. The panela sugar helps. This is also a type of sugar more traditional to how an Indian chai masala is made. Jaggery? I think I've heard that word. Is that a fruit? It's very similar to panela.
But with the subsequent deaths of Okumura and Shujin's principal, the public's opinion changed. Pressed to prove your innocence, your next objective was...
Oh, what was it? Tell me.
What's the matter?
Oh.
Is it a side effect? What in the world did the police inject into you?
My vision is starting to get distorted.
Hey, can you hear me? You need to stay focused. Don't scare me like that. If what you're saying is true, you must tell your side of the story to the end. We'll...
Oopsie, sorry, I didn't mean to click that. Sorry, I forgot that I had auto on.
Let's move on.
It stopped, it paused my autoplay when I was
crime.
in that blackout screen.
You know what I mean, don't you? This calling card was delivered to your latest target. The one you had decided would prove your innocence.
Oh, your latest target. This must be our last... Must be the last one. Jaggery is palm sugar or cane sugar. Oh, okay. Sugar cane juice. Gotcha, okay. I did have something big happen. I qualified for the next HS playoffs. If I win 2 games, I get to be on the stream. Wait, HS? Hearthstone? Wait, what is that one? It's got a nice caramel flavor and retains the mineral content. Oh, that sounds delightful. We have a ton of sweets made with jaggery here. It's really good. Yummy.
It was addressed to Sae Nijima. Myself.
What? Whoa.
Explain everything to me.
Sorry, didn't mean to do that to you, Sae. What the fuck? Summary of the story. Why? Why would we do that? It's true, Masa. Huh. Has anyone been able to contact Haru? I haven't. No luck here. Me neither. She won't pick up. It doesn't look like she's seen any of our chats either. I'm worried about her. Dun dun dun! Why? Sai, why? I hope Haru's okay. What? That doesn't make sense. What? Ah! I can't stop here. I do have to, but I can't stop here. Parateo! They're precious, Parateo. Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes, darling. I appreciate it. Thank you. You've seen how she treats everyone around her. She's ready to bite their head off at the drop of a hat, especially Makoto. Well, that's true, but we haven't been pursuing people because they're rude or, you know, aggressive. We've been pursuing them because they're like genuine monsters, you know? Man, I mean, just one more cutscene. Is it just one more cutscene? I mean, you're the pro. You've played this a number of times. A piece for you, Ozzy. Is it just one more cutscene? We got like 15 minutes left. Is it just one? Is it just one more cutscene? I mean. A piece for my pals. Good mix, good umbra. So spoilies. Oh no! I would like to date Sai. I mean, who said that? Oh, no spoilies, no spoilies. Damn it, Cass. Crap. Wait. Okay. What happens if I go downstairs? I'll just go downstairs. I feel like this game is endless. I've watched Tao play this as long as I've been here. That's true. You have, man. So just imagine when we finish this game in its entirety and then someone comes by in 6 months or a year and then they go, Tao, have you ever tried Persona 5? And Ban's gonna be here like, back in my day. Yes, absolutely. Let me see. Nova! Hello there, lovely Nova. Welcome on in. Hey, it's the series that overshadowed the series it spun off of. So it is. So it is. How are you? Okay, hold on. What is everybody doing here? Okay, you can just kind of do shit today. Okay, maybe I will. I'll just do one maybe. First time playing. Yes. So please no spoilers. But yes, this is my first playthrough ever of this game. We just got the reveal of Sae being someone who got a calling card, and I have no idea why. We're gonna flash to the integration room, and we share the tale of the time you played Persona 5. Exactly, Masa, exactly. Yeah, you should be halfway through Heaven's Sword by then, truly, in about 2 years from now. That is true, that is accurate. President Okumura died. Is this just a coincidence? Is there an illness that could cause that? No way. So it was murder. That's terrifying. This might be the biggest event of the century. Goa also has fantastic seafood. Ooh, Ooh, Draza, it sounds like you're gonna make friends with Strat. Ooh, yikes. Phantom Thieves just, our ranking just fell really far.
Oh, Talcun, my apologies for messaging you so early in the morning. Things have calmed down a bit at home, so I thought there's something I need to tell you.
What's the matter?
There's actually something that's caught my attention. I think I need to discuss it with everyone, though. We should meet at the hideout after school.
It looks like Haru is managing. Somehow. Alright. Let's meet up with everyone after school.
Now that people have seen it, I hope people vote for it. For Hildebrand? Yeah. Oh, thank you for the save, hun. The only thing I enjoy about this game is Tau voiceover, though. Oh, well, listen. If my voiceover can keep you here, I'm thrilled. If you don't like anything else about the stream and you just vibe with the voice acting enough to hang out, I am incredibly flattered. Beautiful band. Sorry. This game has some great chill music. Shapeshifter is peak. It is. It's really good, especially with the rain. Tau voiceover is very nice, very comfy. Aw, thank you, lovely Masan. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Aww, you're lovely.
Was Okumura murdered? But that was a live broadcast, wasn't it?
If it wasn't an illness, then it has to be murder.
Did something happen to the honor student? She seems different now.
Still, I feel bad for him going out like that. Smart, strategic, and comfy voice. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Are you, do you like ASMR at all, Masam?
With this preparation,
it's called Behind the Mask in the OST. Right, that's right. Wonderful Wispy, correct, yes. Yeah, that's actually, like, we'll put it on repeat when we have, like, a cozy day at home, Nathan and I. We'll just, there's, like, a YouTube video where it's, like, I think it's a few hours or something of, like, a cafe. Looking out the window, and it's just rain, and then it's beneath the mask. Dang Tau, you need to get into voice acting. That's pretty good. Thanks, Nova. If you do !VA demo, you can listen to my demos. Or if you do !VA, you can go and check out the stuff that I've been in. If I ever make an anime show, I will pick Tau to voice over one of my characters. Please do! I would love to. It very much depends on, like, tappy voices and just, like, things getting all up in your biz in your ear, no thanks. But like someone with a nice voice just talking, yes, gimme. That is totally fair, lovely Muslim. I definitely understand that. You like, so you probably don't really mind like the soft spoken, just don't want to get too much quieter than this, I reckon. Is that about right? But yeah, Nova, I actually got cast as the lead protag in Veiled Shadows, which is actually a Persona-like indie game. If you want to go wishlist it on Steam, the dev and myself and the whole amazingly talented cast would really appreciate it. That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. The chaos is mostly why I first watched and then stayed here, and because the cozy vibes. Oh, thank you. I'm so happy to hear it, lovely nerds. Thank you. Gotcha. Congrats. I'll have to try it when I get some dollary dues. Please do, dearest Nova. Thank you. I believe that a demo will be released before the full version, so if you put it on the wish list, you should get notified for that. The return of Ash will be voiced by Tau.
The public has praised them as
hasn't he been 10 for long enough?
Before they strike them back to the ground. Now then,
the public
next
is fickle.
Yes, I've already spoken to Human Resources about it. It will be a heavy responsibility, but I'm certain it'd be an honor for her.
How is Ash Ketchum? That I would like to hear. I choose you, Pikachu!
The culprit
believe it!
The mental shutdown cases she's been pursuing all this time. Indeed, they'll become the criminals we've set them up to be, just as you instructed.
Yikes. Sai, are you evil? Why did you nail it though? That's like my one boy voice. Wait, is this our cool politician friend on the tele? Team Rocket blasting off again! Yeah, those good things.
So damn loud.
Where's Haru?
She's the one that called us, so she'll show up eventually.
Well, even though things have calmed down, she must be occupied with what happened to her father. Wait, what?
What's up?
People are posting that we killed President Okumura.
Yikes, that's what I was afraid of. You're pretty far in, looks like it. Yes, we are. Still my first playthrough though, so don't want any spoilers, but yes, we are quite far in. Ash was always voiced by a girl anyway. True, true. Probably the craziest voice I can pull off though, from what I've been told. I do a good Xavier from Love in Deep Space. Oh, wow. Oh, that's pretty cool. Dang, I want to hear that. Insert Green Goblin quote again about having to, loving to watch a hero fail. True, true. I vote for Tau to be the next Pokemon protagonist for the anime. I think late gen Ash was voiced by a male, or they got that damn good, or they smoked too much. May have. Oh, send through my son.
What?
Think about it. The CEO collapsed the way he did during an apology conference that our group caused.
Still! You were raving about us so much, and now they just treat us like murderers?
What a lightning-fast change of attitude.
They don't know a damn thing about our situation.
Calm down. Not everyone is necessarily saying that.
But there's no way to vindicate ourselves.
Haru! I'm sorry I'm late. I'm the one who asked you all to make time for me, too.
My condolences. Must be rough.
I'm shy about sharing in groups and stuff. Oh, that's okay if you want to DM it to me if you're comfortable with just sending it to only me. But of course, everything is about like comfort here. So if you don't want to share, that's totally okay. I can't wait till you get to the part where they decide to leave the city and join a traveling circus instead. That's a different game. That gives me a good idea. I will make fan art of Tau as a Pokemon trainer. Oh, I would love to. I would love that. With my trusty Jolteon at my side. The only thing that people love more than a hero is to see the hero fall from grace. You either die a hero or live long enough to... Hold on, no, that's Dark Knight. No, it's still relevant. Still relevant, though. I can later. Yay! Thank you, Magnificent Masan. I appreciate it.
I'm okay now.
Yeah, Jolteon! You're so funny, Liv.
I called everyone together because there was something worrying me. Did you all target the principal?
Huh? The principal? You mean ours?
Yes.
No.
What makes you say that? Yesterday, a public prosecutor came to my home. It was a woman named Nijima-san.
Oof, Makoto! You take this one. It'd probably just be straight up Discord voice message because I don't have any actual recording things. It's also been a minute since I did anything like that, so I gotta lock in. Oh, that's okay, lovely Masan. Take all the time in the world. I won't even bother you about it. But if you send it to me, I'll be grateful. You don't need a license to drive a sandwich. Okay, now we're definitely quoting the wrong movie. You're not the Phantom Thieves this city needs, but you're the Phantom Thieves this city deserves! Exactly right, Lith. See, that's the thing. That's what they don't understand. Oh, Leafeon, let's go, fellow evolution enjoyer. Oh, you can bother me if you want. Oh, God! Okay, maybe I will then.
I overheard her saying a calling card was found in the principal's office. Considering that this was right after what happened, it's got to be Shujin's.
It's the first I've heard of it.
Doesn't this all seem weird to you? It may just be my imagination, but I feel as if things are escalating far too quickly after President Okumura's incident.
What do you mean?
Perhaps we may have been set up by the real culprit.
For real?
That could be.
Then we need to catch them as soon as possible.
Hold a moment. Can we assume we've been set up, though? We don't even know their objective.
What else are we supposed to do then?
Let's all calm down for a moment. From what Haru said, even the police are suspecting that the Phantom Thieves are murderers. It wouldn't be wise to carelessly make a move at the moment. We need to act as normal students for now. In addition, we have midterms next week.
Exams? At a time like this? I envy you, Vtuber. Vtuber?
Got something on my mind. Gonna go home and look into it.
Oh, interesting.
I wonder what that could be.
Right.
At any rate, we need to behave and not draw attention to ourselves. Understood?
Lovely Lit, thank you for the 67 biddies. Much appreciated. It's a trap. It's always a trap. I'll send you a clip of a thing I'm gonna say with a timestamp and then the voice message. Not now, but whenever I do that, I'm locked in on the persona with you. Sounds good, lovely Masan. Take your time, but I am looking forward to it. I am very much looking forward to it. Good job, Ozzy. Keep it together. Keep it together. Interesting. Interesting.
Don't tell me the Phantom Thieves did that to President Okumura.
They're heroes. They would never do that.
I'd be disappointed if they just turned out to be criminals.
It has to be some kind of trick. They would never do that. I can't think of any other explanation. That has to be it.
For real?
They found a calling card on the principal? But that's impossible.
PPP. This is ridiculous.
Why are people doubting the Phantom Thieves over what happened to President Okumura? They'd never do such a thing. Isn't that right? Absolutely. Yeah, I trust them. Anyway, it seems like everyone's forgotten all about what they've done up to this point. That won't stop me, though. I'll continue cheering them on. Make sure you tell them that. See you later.
Mishima is a bit narrow-sighted, but he's a good person deep down. We can't betray him.
Damn.
I'll just add this.
All right, well, 1 week from today, that is where we will continue, my darling precious pals. And yes, we are gonna save this 3 times in the same slot because I have to make sure that I did indeed save it. Okay, it's all saved, okay, good. Now, for all of our new precious pals who have joined us, thank you so much for coming in. This is a variety streaming gaming channel, but we do tend to like complete everything that we start, except for the one-off streams.
They made the same
This is not a one-off
nice.
stream. 130 hours in is not a one-off. But you will be able to come on back here 1 week from today, and we will still be playing some Persona 5 Royal. Now, we do stream other stuff during the week as well, so if you just kind of enjoy the vibes of the community, then this is a great place for you, because these vibes carry through no matter what game we're playing. I also am a professional voice actor, so I do voice any dialogue that is not voiced in any games that we play. For example, we do have Final Fantasy XIV on Wednesdays, Aussie time, which is my first time playing that, so please no spoilers, but we are planning to play through every single story MSQ for all the expansions, so if you like FF14, we are in it for the long haul. Even if we only play it once a week, it is hopefully it's enough to get that fixed. We're also going to be finishing up Monster Hunter Stories 3, also for the first time. We will be doing that not tomorrow, day after tomorrow. I have grinded like crazy so that hopefully we can do that. That would be good. Congrats, your voice is like 98%. It just took like 6 hours for my voice to get back to normal. OCD much? Just a little tiny bit, just a tiny bit as a treat. I was playing Monster Hunter Stories 3 and will be for the next month still. Don't jinx it, Liv! Monster Hunter Stories 3, love that game. Oh, awesome. Well, please come on through. We're literally on the last boss. Wonderful Wispy, thank you for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here. More Aussie Tiger stream, please. Yes, absolutely. You can't keep me away, honestly. Good luck on that. Thank you so much. That will be day after tomorrow. And we will hope and we will pray. Let me see who we might go and see. Give me just a second, my darlings. You're a Thylacine. I am the last Thylacine. Let's see here. Okay. Well, you guys, thank you for joining me. This has been such an incredible blast. Thank you for dealing with me when I was in my lower energy mode, because I think I am getting sick, but we'll see if I can power through, you know? If you guys are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. You guys, I love you all so very much, and I really do appreciate you. You all have little pieces of my heart and my soul, and please make sure that you take the best care of yourselves, because so you know that I would take the best care of you. We're going to actually go and see Precious Politely, who is a dear friend of mine and part of the Cozy Trifecta, along with Save File 17, and myself, unofficial name. Go to bed, drinks lots of fluids, call me in the morning. I will do that, Wispy, after I have pizza. I want pizza, I'm hungry. Oh, this is not the right. We're gonna go see Precious politely. She has a velvety voice. I'm thinking of you, lovely Masam, if you want someone who has a lovely voice, but is not doing that. You having pizza tonight too? Everyone have pizza. Let's fucking go. All right, cutie pies. We are gonna go. Oh my God, why can't I ever do this right? I always forget to not do the at sign. Yes, please. Throws pizza at you. Here, catch. Ah. All right, cuties. Also, oh, real quick, thank you so very much to our wonderful raiders from today. We had a bunch of them. We had lovely Alessa, fabulous Neon, wonderful Whitechapel, and amazing Umbra. Thank you all so very, very much for joining us today. It was so much fun. And I will see you guys day after tomorrow for some Monster Hunter Stories 3. As usual, your weekly schedule will be posted in your local time on the events and schedule channel of the Discord. And yeah. But until then, my darlings, please take the best care of yourselves because you know that I would take the best care of you. I love you all so much. I miss you all so much. And I will see you all so soon. Mwah.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.